We are live. Welcome. Welcome back. We're continuing our March meeting, and before we get started, I want to congratulate members Lewis and Olken and Orozco Gonzalez on their confirmation by the Senate last week. Yay! The breadth and depth of knowledge they displayed was just incredible, and it was obvious that the senators on the Rules Committee were all very impressed, and congratulations. I'm proud to serve with each and every one of you, and we're thrilled that you are back with us. I'd like to welcome all the board members, staff, and members of the public who are attending this board meeting in person. This is the first in-person meeting of the SBE for several months, and hopefully we'll be able to continue meeting in person this year. That being said, I'd like to strongly encourage everyone in the boardroom to wear masks. Masks are available in the back of the room if you need one, and thank you for your consideration. There is one item on the agenda that has an addendum. Item 2, the State Board of Education Screening Committee recommendations regarding appointments to the Advisory Commission on Special Education. Consent calendars. The proposed waiver consent items are W1 through W12. The proposed regular consent items are items 6 through 8. There are no public hearings on this agenda. We will reopen item 2, State Board priorities, before lunch to hear from State Superintendent Tony Thurmond. We will reopen item 2 again later this afternoon to take action on the preliminary report of actions, draft January 2023 meeting minutes, and to take up appointments to advisory commissions and to report on our liaison assignments. I will note that because of the impending weather that everyone is probably aware of if you've been watching the news, that we are going to try to move expeditiously through our agenda with the hope of ending a bit early so that people can get safely on their road home. And we may not take as many breaks. I want to also encourage members of the board to take a break when you need one, and we will try to keep things moving along. I'd also like to call your attention to corrections to W5 that were posted last Friday, and a correction to item 10 and item 10 attachment 1 to correct errors regarding the charter school revolving loan amount from $86,002 to $86,668. The corrected figures are on page 5 of item 10 and page 4 of item 10 attachment 1. The corrections to item 10 were posted on Tuesday, March 7th, 2023. In terms of public comment, we will accept public comment either in person or by phone. Members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur for each item. Public comment may be provided by dialing the phone number, entering a participant access code, and then following each of the operator's prompts. Upon dialing in, callers will be added to a caller queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. We will also ask callers to please turn down the speaker volume of their computers if they are following the live webcast to avoid an echoing effect. Members of the public wishing to provide public comment in person should sign in using the binder at the table just outside the room. The binder is on the table with separate pages for each item number. This will help ensure that the staff is able to track the in-person speakers for a particular item. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. Item 11 is the general public comment item during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the board's agenda. I'll now open item 2, which is our State Board projects and priorities item. And I will give my report, and then the superintendent will give his report later today. So we are in March, and there is an old saying that March comes in like a lion and goes out like a lamb. I think we're ready for the lamb, given our unusually severe winter weather, but we're not there yet. So as you know, the succession of winter storms that we've been experiencing has impacted almost everyone, with a range of issues from power outages to dangerous road conditions to flooding. Our schools have not escaped impact. Flooding earlier this year led to the destruction of schools in some rural areas where creeks and rivers crested their banks. Extreme weather does keep on coming. On Monday, 334 schools across 24 counties were closed due to the impacts of snow levels that we have not seen for decades. Those school closures affected 91,000 students. I want to thank our school administrators, facilities teams, teachers, and parents for working hard to put the safety of students and staff first, despite this seemingly never-ending series of storms. And unfortunately, the forecast calls for more bad weather this week. So more lion until we get to the lamb. We're in for another atmospheric river effect starting this afternoon through the weekend. So as I noted, I will try to expedite today's meeting so that we can get everyone home safely. Because of the ongoing climate disruptions we can expect to have, I believe we should be considering how to rekindle the continuous instruction plans that we asked districts to develop during the height of the pandemic. So there is a plan for moving to online instruction whenever students are prevented from coming to school, whether it's because of illness, quarantine, flooding, mudslides, fires, or anything else. So I think that's something we can be thinking about in the months to come. On the good news side, of course, March is more than a month of fickle weather. It's a month full of school celebration days. One is Read Across America Day, which was celebrated last Thursday. Read Across America Day is an opportunity for adults to demonstrate to children just how much joy can be derived from sitting down with a good book. And it's also an opportunity to reflect on everything the state has been doing these past 4 years to ensure that California students become proficient readers who enjoy reading. Some of the highlights of those investments include the $7.9 billion for learning recovery support, including both before and after school instructional time, summer school, and tutoring, $250 million for literacy coaches and reading specialists, and a request in this budget for an additional $250 million, $15 million to support teachers to receive their supplementary state certification in reading and literacy, $50 million for teacher professional development on learning acceleration in literacy, mathematics, and language development, $68 million for Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. Kids get a free book mailed to them every month to ensure book-rich households. $28 million for early literacy through a partnership with First 5 California. Of course, more needs to be done, and all of this work needs to continue and deepen. In this year's budget, Governor Newsom has proposed to launch a literacy roadmap that will provide more explicit guidance about how the state's curriculum framework can be translated into instructional practices in elementary school classrooms, serving both native English speakers and new English learners. And as TK, Transitional Kindergarten, begins its expansion, we're also deepening the PK foundations in literacy and math, so there'll be a seamless learning continuum with useful teaching and assessments from preschool through the primary grades. I had the opportunity to discuss the state's literacy work last week when I was invited to make remarks on the state of public education before the Assembly Education Committee. It was a privilege to address Chair Maritsuchi and other members of the committee and take stock of where our students and schools are in the wake of the pandemic and our efforts to support them in full recovery. One point I raised is that while literacy is very important, we also need to do more to improve student performance in mathematics. California is further behind in math than in literacy. We lost almost no ground in literacy during the pandemic and none at all in 8th grade. But in math, we did lost less ground than other states, but we still fell backwards from where we had been, both on state and national assessments. And we have too few students succeeding in launching careers in STEM to meet our state's economic needs. As you know, teams are working on a new mathematics curriculum framework to provide guidance on best instructional practices to help students master our rigorous Common Core math standards, and we hope to have the opportunity to consider that framework at one of our very soon upcoming meetings. Once we have a new framework, we'll need to expand professional development to help teachers more effectively reach and teach all of their students. And thinking about the joy of math brings me to the next March celebration day. March 15th is Pi Day. And there will be places all around the state that not only are celebrating 3.1416, whatever it is, but also eating pies. So I hope that our math teachers can be very creative with Pi Day parties, and I look forward to hearing about the fun activities planned for students. And finally, March is Women's History Month, a time to look back on how women have progressed, marvel at the brave women who often defied the establishment to inch the world closer to equality. Yesterday was International Women's Day. This year's theme, Digital, Innovation and Technology for Gender Equity, highlights the role of innovative technology in promoting gender equality and meeting the health and developmental needs of women and girls. If you want an inspiring and educative opportunity to recognize this theme, I recommend celebrating by watching or rewatching Hidden Figures, the true story of a group of brilliant Black women who began working as mathematicians at NASA in the 1960s as part of the Mercury Project. Working under segregated conditions, they were hired to calculate complicated aeronautic data, even before computers were available to determine launch and landing coordinates. In 1962, Mary Jackson, Katherine Johnson, and Dorothy Vaughan were among those who helped to send John Glenn, the first American astronaut, into orbit. And Glenn himself said that if Katherine Johnson reviewed the equations and the numbers for the flight, he felt safe and was ready to take off. Johnson was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom by President Obama in 2015, and last year in 2022, she was honored at the age of 97 by NASA when they dedicated a building in her name at the Langley Research Center in Virginia. However, she and her colleagues worked in obscurity and in great odds for many, many years. And women all over the world do extraordinary things that help their families, the children in their classrooms, and the members of society every day, usually without recognition or reward. So I do want to thank all the women here and across our state for everything you've done and will do to make a difference in the lives of California students and families. And Naomi, you have some great role models here, and we have some great expectations for you. And with that, we're ready to launch our March meeting. As I said, we'll resume this item when Superintendent Tony Thurmond joins us and move on to item 3. Item 3 is the update on the implementation of the Integrated Local, State, and Federal Accountability and Continuous Improvement System. And the California Department of Education recommends that we provide guidance on the proposed 2023 Accountability Work Plan and take additional action as deemed necessary and appropriate. And this item will be presented by Cindy Kazanis of the CDE. Cindy, please begin.
Thank you. Thank you very much, President Darlene Hammond. It is wonderful to welcome you all to this building at the California Department of Education. I just began my 20th year here, and there has been so many changes in those 2 decades. But super excited to have people in the building and to be able to see you in person as well. So welcome. Today we are going to cover a couple of topics related to accountability. Last year we spent a lot of time trying to, I think, bring you all up to speed on what the accountability system has been, how it was developed since it was done with a prior board, and where we were headed. And so today is really that time to reflect on what happened last year, what our student outcomes were, potential revisions to the dashboard, as well as our numerous opportunities for engagement with the field, with practitioners, and our colleagues across the street in the legislature, as well as education advocates. So these are the 3 attachments that you see in your agenda today. And the recommendation is that the Department of Education recommends that the State Board provide guidance on the proposed 2023 Accountability Work Plan and take additional action as deemed necessary and appropriate. Just to pause here, this is your opportunity to weigh in on our work plan. We have 6 months between this meeting and September when you will make decisions that will influence what we do to process the data that we receive from local educational agencies over the summer and start working through the metrics to produce a dashboard in December. So each of these topics have been planned to the week, I think. Kimberly will talk a little bit more about that with the mindset of having, we've worked through what kind of stakeholder engagement we need to do and ultimately bringing it to the California Practitioners Advisory Group in August. Due to, again, this limited time frame, if there's things that you want to add, this is the meeting to do that and have that conversation, as opposed to if we come back in May or June or July, rather, and there's things that you're interested in doing, we would have to probably wait until the 2024 dashboard. So let's move into what happened this last year, and just as a great reminder, because we saw a variety of things come through in the correspondence. The purpose of the dashboard is to provide parents and educators with information on school and district progress so they can participate in decisions to improve student learning. That said, the dashboard is our metric to also identify or show which schools and districts may be eligible under accountability for support. It's also used to provide awards to districts. It's used for grant purposes. It's used to designate schools that will be visited through the Williams Act. And so the life of the dashboard goes well beyond the original purpose, but just to frame what the intent was when you all adopted this, or the previous board adopted it, this is what we have today. And so in summary, we have, of course, this last year we were able to report out on five of our six indicators. We talk about English language arts and mathematics as the academic indicator. Of course, our college and career indicator we're not able to report out on because our graduating 12th graders did not take the CASP on a widespread rate because there was flexibility provided by the Board of Education. You can see that the metrics shift, the labels shift for chronic and for suspension, because we are not looking for, the goal is to get to very low on chronic and suspension, not to have very high, as opposed to when we're looking at our English learner progress indicator and a mathematics indicator, we're making sure that we want to see very high. That said, we saw strong performance for a couple of indicators. We still have, of course, a lot of room to go, but between our suspension rate keeping those low, and making sure that our students are graduating within that 4 or 5 year period for our graduation rate. So just a couple of pieces around chronic absenteeism, because that is going to be the focus of my remarks on student outcomes today. We have two different metrics or two different reporting opportunities for these data. The dashboard is adopted because of the Every Student Succeeds Act requirement to have a balance of indicators for grade spans. The metric for K-8 is chronic absenteeism. The equivalent for high school is our graduation rate. And so there's another resource that the department supports called DataQuest, which has been around longer than I have in this department. And so that particular resource provides static data, or rather data without a metric attached to it. So you're just going to see the raw data on DataQuest. We also provide information around our non-public schools and through their LEA reports. And then there's a series of filters on DataQuest. So I wanted to just point out that this is available, and we're going to walk through a couple of reports that will show the DataQuest data as well as dashboard. So for dashboard, we of course saw that 30% of our students in K-8 were chronically absent, which of course resulted in a very high status on the dashboard. The equity report, as you can see on the bottom left-hand side, shows that of our 13 student groups, 11 of those student groups were very high, and the remaining 2 student groups were high. So we didn't see any, at the state level, any student groups in medium, low, or very low, which is very, very concerning. You can see on the right-hand side, and the reason I included this in here is when you click through, view more details, this is what shows up. It also gives you the short description of what the definition of chronic absenteeism is on the dashboard, which of course looks at students who are absent 10% or more of the instructional days enrolled. So if a student was there for 40 days and they were absent, more than 10% of those days, they'd be considered chronically absent. We capture all of that through our student level data system. And so these couple of slides are information that is taken from DataQuest. And what I like about this information is it provides you the historical pre-pandemic levels. So the first year of this data collection for chronic absenteeism was 2016-17. That first year, we knew it was going to take a bit of a lift for districts to report out on this data. And in fact, we had a couple of larger districts that said that they didn't have any students that were chronically absent. And so we knew that there were some data quality issues we needed to work with our local educational agencies on. So you see this very slight shift from 2016 to 2017 to 2018, very small increments of increase in chronic absenteeism. In 2019-20, we were unable to determine that the data was valid or reliable because of the way students were exited out of the system when schools shut down in March due to COVID. So that information was not processed, and we did not report out on that information. For 2020-21, that first year of students starting to return to the classroom, after the winter break and when vaccinations sort of started to become available, maybe for adults, I think was more so the case. The chronic absenteeism rate at that point was 14.3, and then of course we hit this record number in 2021, 2022 of 30%. This is K through 12. So let's go into a different report. This is something that is unique to California. I'm very proud of this report. We've gotten actually researchers that have done work on this, and I know that Attendance Works has spent a lot of time looking at these numbers and uses these publicly. And so the absenteeism by reason is using information we receive from districts when they report to us around if a student, how many days a student attended, and then how many days they were expected to, how many days they did not attend, so it's expected days and then actual attended. We don't know if those are Mondays or Tuesdays or Wednesdays. We don't know if it's due to COVID. We don't know if it's because they went out of state on a vacation, but we do know the number of absences, and we do know the reasons for those absences. So these next two slides show both of those things. And I think this report is really significant because you see between the pre-COVID years of an average rate of under 10 days absent, 9.3 and 9.8, respectively, for 2018 and 2019, increased to the post-COVID year, or middle of COVID year rather, at 13.3 days, then a jump to 16.7. We also see over 1 million students who had one or more absences. So this shows you the breadth and the depth of the effect on chronic absenteeism. Superintendent Thurman was asked last week at a hearing around, what are the trends? What regions did this affect? It affected every single region in the state of California. It affected every single state in the United States. So we're not an island in California for this particular issue. And in fact, by displaying this data and then the next data slide, I think it really provides a call to action for how we can help districts, how we can show that looking at whether an absence is excused or unexcused may provide districts and, again, those that are helping our students advance a more preventative, problem-solving, and equitable response to poor attendance practices. These reports also provide some bright spots. And while the department doesn't often do that kind of work, we partner with researchers. We partner with researchers in every major institution in California, and mostly we are starting to do more nationally to do these kinds of studies. And so specifically, this report shows the amount of unexcused absences, whether or not the absence was due to out-of-school suspension or incomplete independent study. And you can see, again, those shifts in last year in 2021, having majority of unexcused absences to a slight shift over to the majority of absences being excused. So these are, again, important data points, but the department and the state only gets this after the fact, after a student maybe has left a school, maybe they've left a district, maybe they've left the state. And so on a daily basis, local educational agencies have access to students who are not in the classroom, and there's an obligation for them to follow up with those particular students and their families. And so the superintendent, in releasing the dashboard, along with President Darlene Hammond, put together a dashboard summary back on December 15th that provided local educational agencies about information and factors to consider when we looked at the reports. And there was a lot of information in there around the chronic absenteeism concerns and the high rates. Again, I talked about that this definitely mirrored national trends. We are definitely in line with other large states. And in this summary, which was included, part of it was included as attachment 2, Superintendent Thurman provided guidance and resources on best practices and ways to counter chronic absenteeism. He also began a webinar series in January of 2023 that included Aaron Simon from Long Beach Unified and Sherry Haney from Butte County Office of Education. And they really provided a really nice balance of the urban setting versus the rural setting and strategies that they are using currently to engage students and try to get students to school. Because of course, if you are chronically absent, you're not getting an opportunity to learn. So with that, I wanted to move over to our LEAs and schools that are eligible for support. Of course, the dashboard, again, while it's meant to be used for giving parents access to information about how their schools and districts are doing, we also have to use it as our metric to determine who's not doing well and how they can be provided support, which are requirements under the Local Control Funding Formula and the Every Student Succeeds Act. So for the Local Control Funding Formula, you all adopted the one-time metric using status only to determine schools, or rather districts and county offices of education that were eligible for differentiated assistance. 2022 saw an absence of looking at charter schools because of previously adopted or previously signed into law legislation that excluded them for one additional year. They will be brought back into the fold in 2023. So of our over 900 districts, we saw 617 eligible for differentiated assistance. And the top student groups have been consistent with the exception of the last one. So for the last 2017, 18, and 19, when we previously provided the eligibility for differentiated assistance, it's always been students with disabilities, homeless, and foster are the student groups that have propelled those districts to be eligible. The addition this year is English learners, and it's almost 250 districts that are eligible for English and for their English learner population. So county offices are now talking to these districts, assisting them. The California Department of Education is doing the same for county offices who have been identified. But this is very significant for the state. It is a shift from prior years where we've been in the 300, high 300 range for districts eligible for differentiated assistance. Of course, this feeds into the Every Student Succeeds Act. And ESSA and the U.S. Department of Education have been very eager to see how the department and the state board will have implemented for this COVID year eligibility for comprehensive support and improvement and additional targeted support and improvement. And while the adoption of the metric that you all approved for this 1 year did lower or did rather yield 333 schools with the low graduation rates. That's under 68% for a 3-year average. Our CSI low performance at 474, and that's capped, right? So we have to identify a minimum of 5% of schools. So we do our best to hit that number as closely as possible. There is no cap or minimum for additional targeted support and improvement. And we have a record 6,209 schools. And I can tell you, thousands of schools, or rather represented by districts, have been reaching out to us because they are not used to accountability. They have not been included in prior accountability systems because they are middle or high performing. And so districts that struggled under the No Child Left Behind criteria and are now in the Every Student Succeeds Act criteria, this is sort of normal to them, as normal as possible. But you have a whole new group of schools that have maybe their entire schools included as ATSI. And this has been a very difficult release, not only for the department, but I think for the field, and understanding why are they identified? Why is it only one indicator? And so we talked through the student groups for differentiated assistance. Because the criteria shifts a bit, the student groups under ATSI did as well. So we see students with disabilities, 2 or more races, Black or African American, and our homeless population. So it is a shift in those metrics. Of course, for CSI, schools get funding. There is funding that is provided through T.I.M.E, and there is support and plans that you all are aware of through my colleagues in our Student Achievement and Support Division. And for ATSI, while there is no money, there is definitely attention and support around those schools as well. So last year, well before this summer, I want to say it was your March meeting, maybe it was even your May meeting, there was this idea of a dashboard toolkit. And I think it was actually the Association of California School Administrators and maybe the county superintendents who suggested it. And we took it and we ran with it. And this has provided, I think, provided a lot of pre-work to the field on this is what these scores are going to look like. These are how these metrics are determined. All of that leading up to a release on December 15th. And I think now that the information is out as far as student outcomes, the toolkit has become even more valuable, and we are still adding things to it to make sure that it is relevant for not only educators, but the public to talk through what do these outcomes mean, and through our system of support, how can we help schools and districts help to improve student outcomes moving forward. So President Darling-Hammond, I just wanted to make sure you did not want me to pause during this presentation. Unless...
You're also welcome to breathe when you need to. And do you want to see if there are any clarifying questions at this juncture? This has many parts, so I appreciate you offering that. You've been very clear so far. I don't see any clarifying questions. Okay. Feel free to proceed.
Okay. Well, maybe just one caveat. I cannot predict what's going to happen in 2023, but we do continue to read the media reports and information that schools are sharing with us and districts are sharing with us. And I did want to acknowledge that I do believe chronic absenteeism is going to continue to be an issue. We heard from a rural district in Northern California who said they just hit their 100-day mark, and their chronic absenteeism rate for kindergarten is 45%. So these big issues around attendance, which of course, again, will impact other student outcomes, I think will continue to rise to your attention, and it will continue to be in the media nationally, absolutely. I've seen it in some of the national publications. So just for you all to be aware and just to acknowledge that is a consternation in the field.
Can I raise a clarifying question about it since you're raising these considerations? So we do have, all of these events that are climate-related events that are happening that will close schools, that will, require people to figure out how to, move their homes, et cetera. How is that treated in the chronic absenteeism?
Yeah, so a good question. So the question around when do we determine if a student, the methodology for chronic absenteeism, and if a school is open and they expect a student to attend, that's the metric. So if a school is closed, there is no expectation that those students are expected to attend, and that would not contribute to their chronic absenteeism rate. That said, I do not handle waivers around the minimum number of school days for the state. That is my colleagues in other divisions. But in terms of accountability, the metric is number of days expected to attend over number of days actually attended, or vice versa.
And if the student's family experienced, some aspect of the disaster themselves, that still would be counted as part of chronic absenteeism if the school was open.
So if a student has been impacted and not been able to attend a school that was open that they were enrolled at, yes. And if a student has transitioned to a new school and has not been able to attend school, that would be cataloged as well. That would be documented as well.
Excused and unexcused absences are counted.
Excused and unexcused absences are counted because the student didn't have an opportunity to learn regardless of the type of absence.
So, I think one of the things that we will want to be considering, given the fact that, you know, we're seeing the effects of climate, you know, change, and of course we're still experiencing the effects of the pandemic, is, you know, how do we want to think about that in a way that's productive for identifying, you know, schools and what kind of supports then attend to that because of these very different rationales. So calling out the issue that we're going to have to confront. Just say a clarifying question? Yeah, please.
You shared that report that is average days absent. Is that something that's available on DataQuest?
Absolutely. So we released this. Actually, it was one of the newest reports when Superintendent Thurman first took office in October that year. Was that 2019? I can't even remember. 2019. And it actually came out of the foster youth community. The foster youth community has, you know, really spent a lot of time and focus to make sure that our students who are, you know, need to be at school, and most vulnerable students are receiving that opportunity. So this has been on DataQuest now for several years, and it is available as a downloadable file. And as I mentioned, we do have researchers that are using it through the downloadable file, and I know that there's a publication pending on this very report.
At the school level?
At the school level, it's at the district, it's at the county, it's at the state. And you can filter, I know you're interested in charter schools, you can filter by charter schools or non-charter schools, and so there is lots of opportunities to look at the data. Okay, so let's shift over to 2023, present day. We have been waiting for this to come because some of these projects have been on hold since COVID happened. And so we had fully intended to have a full-blown English Learner Progress Indicator and other metrics collected for college career. And the pandemic really put this work on hold. And so what you're gonna see today is looking back at things that we've been wanting to work on that we'll finally get to in 2023. Last fall, you all adopted 11 dashboard principles, and I'm happy to share with you that information. We just recently added it to our web pages, so you can find it on our website, and those were designed to serve as an anchor for your decisions moving forward. So in the item, we did reference which dashboard principles these each individually were relevant to. And I'm not going to go through these because you spent so much time on them last year, but they are in the slide deck in case we need to refer back to them. So as with all of our work plans that we've brought before the board each March, we are still focused on continuous improvement. That has been a tenet of the system and the dashboard. And so our plans look not only at the state and local indicators. You are going to hear your next item is all about a local indicator that, of course, is not in our work plan because the timing was off. But this is your opportunity, again, to suggest revisions or updates for the plan. This plan has been reviewed not only by the California Practitioners Advisory Group, which you're going to hear about towards the end of the presentation, but we have taken it to multiple partners early. We took it to the equity groups back in October. We've taken it to the County Superintendents Association for their curriculum subgroups and their assessment subgroups. And so we have tried to actually be proactive well beyond you all seeing this today. So what's at hand today, and we're going to walk through, is our English Learner Progress Indicator, the completion of it, our updates to state indicators for graduation rate, college career, and then looking at our priority 1 teacher assignment data and additional data on the dashboard in lieu of us having enough data to add things to the dashboard. And so we will also talk a little bit about the growth model and some updated business rules we're going to ask you to weigh in on this fall. So let's start with the English Learner Progress Indicator and talk through the components of not only this indicator, but how this is what we do for each indicator. So we, of course, for every state indicator on the dashboard, we have a status methodology. We have status levels and cut scores, which include 5 levels of not only for current year performance from very high to very low. We have the 5 levels of change, again, looking at from increase significantly to decrease significantly, and then our 5x5 color grid. And so this is really, I think, the first time for many of you to weigh in on a conversation around cut scores. And so forgive me if I'm taking this a little slow, but I think it's an opportunity for us also to help the members of the public understand the process as well. So the English Learner Progress Indicator was reported on the first dashboard in 2017, and we had a color back then. In 2018, the board approved a 3-year plan to shift because, of course, we changed assessments for this indicator. And so we were gearing up for creating status for the LP in 2018. In 2019, the board approved the methodology to create 6 English Learner Progress levels based on the LPAC, the English Learner Proficiency Assessment for California, and the cut scores for this indicator. And we had really hanging over us because of a waiver that the U.S. Department of Education denied after arguing in person and going to great lengths during that process. The original LP actually had long-term English learners in it, and the U.S. Department of Education did not find that to be in compliance with federal statute. And so part of the reason that you see this second bullet here that I wanted to point out is we had an obligation from the U.S. Department of Education to make sure that we were still using this indicator, even though we just had status only for making determinations for schools eligible for assistance. So this was important because when the U.S. Department of Education sends you a letter saying your grant is at risk, you better pay attention. And so that's what the board made we brought options to you, and that's what was used. So you did see schools being determined eligible based on specifically on just that status information. Now it seems sort of normal because we did a whole dashboard just based only on status in 2022. So for 2020 and 2021 dashboards, of course, everything was suspended, and you didn't see data on the dashboard due to Senate Bill 98 and Assembly Bill 130 because of the pandemic. So again, components that were approved prior for the English Learner Progress Indicator were the status methodologies adopted in 2019. And again, the status is measuring the rate of English learners who are moving towards English language proficiency. That is the whole purpose of this indicator. There is one student group in this indicator, English learners. Not long-term English learners, just current English learners. And so the status cut scores that were approved in 2019 have the 5 levels of the current year performance from very high to very low. And of course, this is in keeping with your dashboard priority 5, which talks about having the 5 levels based on percentile distributions based on actual district and school performance to create the 5x5 grid. So for 2023, we are looking to finally bring the English Learner Progress Indicator back on the dashboard with a color. And so we will, our plan to you is to evaluate the data, look at the data, and reestablish that grid, and make sure that we're incorporating for the first time students who take the alternate English learner, the proficiency assessment. Again, for our most severely cognitive disabled students, that 1%, that test was not around back in 2017, and so we are really excited to be able to bring that population of students into this measure. So as far as LP change, we are looking at, again, measuring the year-to-year rate of that change. We need to have 3 years of data, so we are finally, in 2023, capturing that 3rd year of summative assessments for the LPAC. And then we are going to be analyzing those multiple years of data to determine the change or place the change cut scores based on the methodologies that you've provided in the past or adopted in the past. We have a standard group of stakeholders that we look to for policy considerations, technical considerations, and then under the Every Student Succeeds Act, we have to take it to the California Practitioners Advisory Group because they're your committee of practitioners. That is not the only groups that we talk to. And so I know we're going to talk about this at the very end, but we are going to the CABE conference at the end of this month. We talk to the Regional Assessment Network. We talk to CISC, the county superintendents. We go to the Bilingual Coordinators Network. And then anybody who wants to invite us to a meeting to talk about accountability, we pretty much show up. So I would just say, this is not limited. We've had a lot of conversations around this, and English learners, as you can see, is at the core of the students that we need to serve because we see them identified through differentiated assistance this year at numbers that we're not used to seeing. So in terms of the 5x5 color grid, again, we need to, we're calling it reestablish because you had already adopted, and our state plan actually includes a 5x5 color grid under the Every Student Succeeds Act for this indicator. We are looking at those multiple years of the LPAC summative, and so we are also going to be looking at past and current LP data to, I think this is a duplicate side, to produce the colors. So in terms of the alt LPAC and the LP, again, traditionally, we've not had access to these test scores. So for the first time, we have access to the information. This is an assessment that you adopted back in 2019. And so we are able to look at the 2 years of summative we had the field test in 2020-21. The operational is this year. So as far as plans for looking at these data, we need to review the data from the assessment's results from 2022, and we are in the process of doing that currently, and so reviewing that information, again, with the work groups that we've already talked about. And then with the availability, again, of the second year of data, we can incorporate it into the calculation of the LP status, at least for the 2023 dashboard. So again, really fully making sure that every student is included that has the opportunity to be included. This topic has received a lot of attention, not only from previous board meetings, but the current board meeting. And so I just wanted to address some of the concerns directly about the request to revisit the status cut scores, which is not currently on our work plan. So we did hear from the California Practitioners Advisory Group, and the letters from the field have said, some of them have asked for a reset of the status cut scores that were adopted back in 2019. And really one of the arguments that keeps being brought up is that this is based on the amount of school districts that are in the very low. And of course, there's not a predetermined number of districts or schools that need to be in the very low. There is no minimums, especially when you get to differentiated assistance. There is no minimum number of school districts that need to be, or local educational agencies that need to be eligible for differentiated assistance. That's not how the methodology that was adopted by the board works. But I wanted to make sure that we walk through some of these considerations. So the concerns also talked about that the significance of this indicator would be diminished and give districts a false impression as to how other students have progressed in learning English. The other piece that we saw, and we've heard this in a couple of different ways, is that the performance expectations to align, they're asking for the performance expectations to align with what we know from research and not based on a normative distribution of our school systems under performance in this area. And those comments really remind me of the No Child Left Behind era, where you were looking to hit a certain bar for students. And instead, what the board has adopted again is percentile distributions based on actual district and school performance so that you can see achievable progress for our students, especially in that middle set. That's where a lot of that is concentrated. And then also see some schools or districts in the very high or the very high status. And so just as a, going back to our July meeting, we talked a little bit about how we created or the methodology that we've used to create the status levels for every single indicator. This is not different for any of the indicators that you have on the dashboard today, whether it's graduation rate, our academic performance indicators, suspension, college career indicator. So we look at the results for all LEAs and charters, again, based on student level data. We order those results from highest to lowest, and then we look at 4 cut points established based on percentile distribution. So we look at a very low status point set on a small percent at the lowest end of their distribution, usually under 10%. And again, this performance level is equivalent to an unacceptable performance level and may likely result in intensive or focused support. The high we were looking at for each of our indicators, meeting the Every Student Succeeds Act requirement for states to set ambitious goals. So this is, again, in line with, we're looking at LEAs to obtain this ranking for each of the state indicators. That's the aspirational goal. And the remaining cut points were established, again, based on this percentile distribution. So in terms of looking at the status cut scores and the history of resetting them for other indicators, in 2018, the state board did look at status cut scores for academic indicators, so for mathematics and English language arts, because there was a change in the distribution that year. Due to the change in distribution of status. And so the board did adopt adjusting those cut scores. We see in 2022 that the distribution for this particular indicator is similar to that distribution that you adopted back in 2019. So we are not seeing the large changes that could be made to the cut scores, and there's no large changes in the overall distribution. So this is the reason that we have not brought this back to you for reopening. Otherwise, we would have, looking at the data, and we've, again, spent a lot of time talking about this indicator in prior meetings, we would have brought it to you. And so just a quick revisiting of what the current status levels are for this indicator. At the very high, we're looking at 65% students or more making progress towards English language proficiency, and at the very low end, it's 34.9% or less. And of course, if we were to honor the request from the California Practitioners Advisory Group or those that have advocated for this change, you would, we're looking back at the principles for each of the other indicators, and it would mean moving towards a criterion referenced cut scores as opposed to the percentile distribution. And again, that would require that it be set on a predetermined performance level that you all would get to determine. So the percentile distribution allows you to work off of actual data, and that's how those distributions were made. I'm going to step down, and I'm going to have my colleague come up unless you wanted to pause for questions, clarifying questions.
Are there any clarifying questions on that element? Kim, you look like you want to ask a question. I could see the furrow in your brow.
In terms of understanding the distribution across the five, the current cohort of folks or districts that are identified for in the lowest represents about, is it about 20% or is it higher than that? Like, I'm just wondering if it actually tracks to a roughly proportional distribution across the five.
So, I realize in looking at some of the documents, and Kimberly Munn-Hinkes here is also to help with some of the more technical questions, is that we, in some of our documents, we did not show, at least at a state level, the distribution including charter schools. So when we think about differentiated assistance this year, we didn't have charter schools in the mix. And when you include charter schools, and when you originally adopted the status cut scores back in 2019, they actually make up a bulk of what is considered on the very low piece. So when we think about the distribution being a little bit under 10% for very low, it's made up not only of our traditional districts and county offices, but charter schools. And so that piece is missing from, deliberately missing from differentiated assistance this year because we were prohibited from thinking about including charter schools in the mix. So it is, when we look at it, it does come up to similar numbers, but because, again, differentiated assistance this year was only for traditional districts. You don't see that in our document, in our memo to you all from December.
Thanks. And I'm just going to remind all the board members to pull your microphone close and be sure you turn it on when you are speaking. And Vice President Glover Woods.
Cindy, just to clarify, the districts that will be eligible based upon the 2023 dashboard, the LP data we will be looking at will be based on the performance grid now that we have status and change cut scores, as opposed to when we did not have change cut scores. Is that correct?
That's correct. We'll bring in change cut scores this year, and we'll bring in, of course, charter schools to the fold for differentiated assistance.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
All right, let's move on ahead.
Thank you, everybody. So I have my timer. I'm going to slow things down a little bit, but you guys have a lot of the rest of this plan in the item. So I do want to let you know that there are brief slides on everything here, but if there are additional questions at the end, more than happy to go through all of them. So nice to see everybody in person and see your faces as well. And I'm going to try not to fog up my glasses today. So the graduation rate indicator is also very familiar to you because we have been dealing with some bumps in the road around the graduation rate indicator, specifically in the last year. So since 2017, with the adoption of the dashboard, the graduation rate indicator calculation has really varied each year for both traditional non-DAS schools and for DAS schools. So originally we had a 4-year cohort rate across the entire dashboard for all of our schools that were on the dashboard. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to have to do this. I apologize. It's not going to work that way. And then the 4- and 5-year combination rate came into play in the 2018 dashboard for all of our traditional schools. And then the 1-year graduation rate in 2019 debuted for our DAS schools as a modified method that we're able to include. And then we had merges of a 4-5 1-year rate in 2019 as well for our LEAs. So we have seen a cavalcade of methodologies for actually measuring how students are graduating and matriculating at our schools on the dashboard. Now, as we remember, back in 2022, in July, we had submitted a waiver, which you took a lot of time in last March at this meeting, to request that we could continue to use modified methods for calculating the academic and graduation rate indicators for our DAS schools. Unfortunately, ED did not agree with that waiver and specifically requested that it did not sufficiently demonstrate how the request would advance student academic achievement. So unfortunately, we were left with the inability to apply that 1-year DAS rate methodology to our DAS schools and to merge that into our LEA rates as well. So with this shift in federal accountability for DAS schools, you approved a recommendation for us to work on developing long-term options to support these schools. So we're happy today to be here to present some of those options to you. And specifically, we were going to review the options presented in the letter, which was very kind of them to offer some suggestions, and asked that they specifically stated that we could propose to incorporate multiple extended year adjusted cohort graduation rates to give credit to schools and students that are receiving a regular graduate high school diploma in 6 or more years, hint, hint. So we unable in this last system and cycle, as Cindy just displayed to you, to utilize any sort of 1-year or modified rate for our DAS schools for federal identification purposes. And specifically under comprehensive support, we have to identify schools that have the lowest graduation rate in our state under CSI graduation rate identification. And so we knew collectively that changing that graduation rate methodology was likely going to impact the number of schools that were identified for support. And so I want to show you exactly what that did over the time. So in the 2020-21 school year, we saw 236 DAS schools identified utilizing our modified methods even for graduation rate on the dashboard. In 2021-22, that was 151 schools. But this year, for 2022-23 support, we see 293 DAS schools collected within our CSI low graduation rate identification process, which is a significant number of them, and obviously is measuring for some schools students that had long passed their 5th year of eligibility, right? We're grabbing students that they can't even capture in a graduation rate at those schools. So therefore, our work plan for 2023 is that CDE plans to review and analyze data with our educational partners and work groups to identify options and methodologies to calculate a multiple extended year rate, and to look at how specifically this multiple extended year rate would affect DAS schools. And while we know that this multiple extended year rate will apply to all schools, right? Well, we're going to have to, if we develop something and we want to apply it to DAS schools, it has to apply to all of them. The intended outcome really that we're looking for is an advantageous rate for DAS schools. We're not looking to layer on additional complexity if we're not seeing, right, an advantageous result for these schools in that way. And in turn, we might want to look at other methodologies and see what we're going through. So that's what we're going to be devoting our work to within the graduation rate this year. Next up on the docket, the College Career Indicator. And as Cindy pointed out on our summary, the CCI wasn't published in the 2021 statewide summative because of the summative assessments in 2021. We had flexibility, and therefore, as those summative assessment results are an integral part of the CCI, we did not report on any status for the 2022 dashboard. However, we will be releasing shortly this spring the results of how LEAs and schools did perform on the metrics within the CCI. So look forward to that in our school dashboard additional reports coming soon. Now, in the 2023 dashboard, CCI will come back, and we've already developed some lovely cell phone bar graphics, so it can have a status only for 2023. And then change or performance levels will not be reported for the CCI, so it's still going to stand alone as its own special indicator on the 2023 dashboard. However, in 2024, it will return with status change and performance levels similar to those reported in 2019. Now, specifically for 2023, we have a lot of work ahead on the plate. And as Cindy mentioned, essentially, this is the stagnated, backloaded workload that we were unable to work on for the past couple of years. So specifically, we're looking at analyzing and validating data for 4 new career measures. Those are internships, student-led enterprise, simulated work-based learning, and the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery, ASVAB, Armed Forces Qualification Scores. Those are all career-based measures that the board had actually asked us to look into and had walked through in the 2020 meeting in March to look forward and explore options of inclusion in the CCI. Unfortunately, over the past couple of years in collecting data on these indicators, options for students to engage in career-level participation at a high school have, as we kind of know, been limited. So our data collection in this way has been limited over the past few years, so we're hoping that this year the collection is even more robust, and the cumulative information that we have over the past few years can assist us in figuring out if that is something that the board wants to incorporate into the CCI. So we will look to see whether or not that these are valid for inclusion with all of our partners, as well as what would be prepared or approaching prepared criteria, and present that to you in September for a decision. Additionally, over the past few years, we want to explore some modifications to the currently adopted CCI measures, specifically looking at the expansion of work-based learning activities in schools, and also the impact of implementing work-based learnings during the COVID-19 pandemic and what schools are currently available to offer. So there was a lot of fluctuation and change which was going on with work-based learning over the past few years, and we want to make sure that we update that and, subject to our continuous improvement goals and responsibilities within the CCI, and make sure that our terminology and that what we were asking for from all of our schools and districts matches what we're looking to see. And then finally, we also want to establish some data collection guidelines for 2 new CCI measures, specifically civic engagement, and also for industry certifications. At this time, we do not collect any information formally within a formal data collection, as we do from LEAs, on civic engagement. We have, some kind of, seal reportings and such of counts and who's requesting things, but we don't have any student level data that we would need to be able to fold that in to the CCI and or evaluate, measure validity across student groups, participation, right, schools and LEAs, all of the work that we do for validity and reliability. We don't have that yet, so we would look at how we would get that, and additionally, same with industry certifications, the process that we would go through to do that. Then we also have, outside of our indicators, some additional data on the dashboard. And specifically, over the past few years, we've been asked to add additional information to the dashboard based both on requirements from statute as well as prior state board action. So from statute, we have a requirement to add least restrictive environment data as well as teacher assignment data under priority 1. And then from prior board action and your requests, we have requests to add science data to the dashboard as well as information on student growth. So first up, least restrictive environment. So we have a request on or before November 30th of this year to publish data related to federal measures of least restrictive environment for pupils with disabilities on our website and include it as a resource for the dashboard. And that information needs to be disaggregated by race, ethnicity, and LEA. So we'll be looking at the best options for this and be presenting those options for you for approval in September. As far as priority 1 teacher assignment data is concerned, and this is another priority that you have been a part of and folding into. For the 2022 local indicator resources, we just want to point out that we do, as Cindy talked about our toolkit, have multiple resources available to parents and educators around how things work and the purpose of things on the dashboard. So we specifically have a flyer entitled Information on Local Indicators for Parents. It's on our dashboard toolkit. And additionally, our other offices have a self-reflection tool document available on the local indicator webpage. And we wanted to link those resources here for you to have access to. As we can remember, Senate Bill 75 requires that the standards for local indicators on which the department collects or otherwise has access to relevant, reliable school data for all schools statewide shall, to the extent practicable, be based on objective criteria. And they may include, but are not necessarily limited to, the extent of disparities across school sites within a school district, county office of education, or performance relative to statewide data. So specifically, we are going to be developing objective criteria for reporting the teacher component of priority 1 this year. And we've spoken to how this work has already started with a work group, the formation of a work group who's already met once and will meet again once the release of the second year of teacher data is available. That has not been published or made available yet, so when that is out, we will be able to evaluate that data and start developing that objective criteria. Additionally, we'll be gathering feedback for reporting the information and additional resources that we need to develop for the 2023 dashboard in order to communicate this information clearly to the public and to all of our constituents. Science data on the dashboard. So first off, let's just remember that the first operational test of our CAST, our California Science Test, was in 2018. And then obviously we had some little interruptions going through, but at the March State Board meeting, when none of us thought anything was going to be, bumps or bruises coming ahead in 2020, this was the first time we talked about incorporating science on the dashboard formally. And then in 2022, last March, we had an update specifically to you about the feasibility and timeline of incorporating science data on the dashboard and walked through that. And in September, you approved adding a link to our on the dashboard through our additional reports page specifically to the science data. And that is available right now and live on the dashboard. This prior year's assessments in 2021-22 was the first year that we had a significant proportion of eligible students take the CAST. So we had 91.8% of eligible students take the CAST that year, as well as 72.8% of eligible students taking our alternative assessment for science, which is also important, right, for us to look at and incorporate into the overall results as well. So therefore, this year, our work plan includes continuing the process of providing a link on for each school and LEA through our additional reports website, and we have a flyer, in fact, helping people identify where that information is. And then in late 2023-24, when we are in receipt of another additional year of data, we'll evaluate the inclusion of science into the dashboard. So we will, that information will come through, and our ability to engage in that information will, I promise, begin right after we get that data in and move forward late this fall. And then finally, an update on the student level growth model. This process began in January 2017 when the State Board discussed the initial criteria for selecting a student level growth model to be used for school and district level accountability. And if my memory serves, pretty much every State Board meeting after that involved some update on the growth model moving forward, until we reached May 2018, when the State Board directed the CDE specifically to explore residual gain models for possible inclusion in the dashboard. And right after that, we took a small pause in developing things. We came back in May of 2021 and approved the empirical best linear prediction, the EBLIP model, a weighted average methodology for measuring student growth. And that fall, we were able to release all of the data that we used to evaluate and adopt the EBLIP for use. And so we released that historical data from 2017 to 2019 for folks to preview and get a sense of what growth data would look like when, in 2024, we are able to release that data again. So the first official set of student-level growth data will be released in the fall of 2024, utilizing the 2021-22, 22-23, and 23-24 data. The weighted average and the necessity for using a weighted average, if anybody needs a refresher on that, I would go back to the May 2021 meeting to walk through how we really need those 3 years in order to provide valid and reliable results for a student-level growth model. So therefore, that's the first time we can do it is in fall of 2024. However, that doesn't mean that we can't do anything this year, and therefore we are working as we speak on soliciting feedback from focus groups, educational partners, as well as you this year on the best approach on how to display growth data to various audiences. And specifically, we are looking at parents. We're looking through and speaking to parents. We're looking to speak to more invested researchers, right? A little bit, LEA users and such, and get all of the perspective that they can share on the best way for us to access and display information in a clear and cohesive way. Because if this information is going to be accessible through the dashboard in some way, we feel that onus and responsibility that it is clear and it makes sense to everyone that's engaging with it. We don't want to add any additional confusion. And as you know from the dashboard, right, we're looking for a clear and cohesive way to be able to share that information with all of our parents and educational stakeholders. Now, finally, this is the last point before I'll bring Cindy back up, is our work plan for addressing data quality issues. And this has been, something that Cindy spoke to earlier about our chronic absenteeism data, right? Things coming through and the bumps and bruises that we have in data collection in those early years. So this year, we're looking to specifically explore the alignment of implications for both schools and LEAs that failed to certify their data in our California Longitudinal Pupil Achievement Data System, or CalPADS, or if they identify issues in their data submission following that submission and report to the CDE that that data is incorrect. This year, we have had many instances of that occurring and happening, and we are looking for some direction on how we would like to universally handle and work with the implications of what that means in either not submitting data in a timely way or any data in the system, or identifying that it's incorrect after the fact. So we're also going to, trying to align all of the indicators on the dashboard, review our participation rate penalty for the LPAC and provide suggestions and alignment for the participation rate and how it's incorporated into the LP, specifically in alignment with how we currently measure participation on our English language arts and math indicators. So we would like to have some consistency across all of our indicators and expectations for participation on our assessments. And we would like to align that participation rate. So we'll be looking with our work groups and working with our educational partners to see how best to do that. And with that, I will invite Cindy back up to close this out.
Thanks, Kim. And I think Kim failed to mention that she is a manager in our division. She is the manager of the Accountability Development and Policy Analysis Unit. She has a colleague, Ryan Lamb, who is responsible for measurement and technical analysis, and those two together produce the dashboard. So we have a fantastic team at the department that the administration has consistently supported with more positions and funding when asked for to put out what you see today, to respond to, again, numerous questions from not only the public, but our local educational agencies to support them with these efforts. So just to close out, the California Petitioners Advisory Group is your Title I Committee of Practitioners, which is required under the Every Student Succeeds Act. They meet a couple of times a year, and we always take first to them anything we're going to take to you, and we get their feedback. So member Glover Woods is your representative or liaison to that group, and she participated in the meeting last month, but specifically just wanted to briefly give you their feedback. They do not vote on anything. They simply have a lot of ideas about how we can do things differently or suggestions for improvement. So they did discuss the revisiting of the cut scores for the English Learner Progress Indicator, and again, looking at actually splitting the cut scores into the school type. So elementary, middle versus high school, which is what we have actually for our suspension indicator. They also talked about chronic absenteeism and looking at support determinations that their words saying not fair due to COVID, that students need to stay home because of the requirements from local health departments. Also looking at the growth model, support for that, looking at school climate, which you're going to hear a lot about in the next item, and then not only support for science, but support for links to the science assessments. There was also interest in looking at a long-term strategy for the college career indicator. You may hear about that at a future meeting. We did have a lot of some consternation about where we're at right now with that. Additionally, looking at a balance of new information and just an overwhelming amount of information that's being asked to be added to the dashboard. So sometimes we don't get to make that decision. The legislature sometimes tells us things that need to be added, and with your feedback, we make sure that we meet those requirements. But there is limited resources, or limited real estate rather, on the dashboard, and it can become very overwhelming if we add every single data point that someone asks for. So that was a consideration from one of the practitioners on the group, who I believe is a local superintendent in the Sacramento area. Also, interest in looking at the criteria for differentiated assistance, and specifically looking at our dashboard alternative school status schools. There was support for exploring the multiple extended year graduation rate, and then there was also interest in refining the dashboard look for an easier view and access. And so even though we've done a revamp of this once, there still is interest in, again, continuous improvement. So for next steps for you all, we'll be back probably between September and now to talk about other things. But for September specifically, our goal is, assuming that you'd like us to proceed with this work plan, that we complete the English Learner Progress Indicator, and we provide you updates and suggested revisions to state indicators as needed. We also, Kim talked about the business rules updates, and then finally, some of these pieces that you would potentially make decisions on require us to reopen the Every Student Succeeds Act state plan and submit an amendment. So we have had some early discussions with the U.S. Department of Education. They are very aware of what we're doing in California. It's nice to have that open dialogue, and they are ready to help expedite those amendments should you all approve them in September. And so just to close out, we have been busy. We've gone to a lot of conferences. We've done a lot of virtual meetings. And so you can see just the amount of of efforts for those activities for the time in which we last updated you back in November. I also just wanted to give you a preview of some things that we're tracking when we look at the dashboard itself. We use Google Analytics, and we're seeing an average for the last 3 months of about 500,000 views. As far as unique users, of course, that's a much smaller number, but we are able to look at which pieces folks are looking at, which districts they're looking at, sort of like a top 10 list, who's using the PDF function, which has been something that districts like to use, especially as they're preparing their local control and accountability plan. So those are things that we'll try to incorporate in future items, but I just wanted to give you a heads up. This tool is being used. Of course, it has to be used for certain things, but we do believe that members of the public are utilizing it as well. And with that, I will put up the recommendation, and I do have the slide for public comment.
All right. Having taken account of the recommendation, why don't we go ahead and put up the slide for public comment? And so we'll open the phone line for the public comment queue while we then take some public comment in person. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so in person or by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that's shown now. While we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask our liaison, Vice President Glover Woods, if she has any initial comments before me, and then I'll add some. We'll see if we have any clarifying questions before we go to public comment.
Yes, thank you, President Darling-Hammond. Just a couple of points to bring forward for consideration as we go into our discussion. But let me pause and just first thank Cindy and her team for the phenomenal work that goes into ensuring our accountability system reflects what the board, both present and previous, have called to do. It's they make it look easy, and it is not. I realize that very, very much. And I also appreciate Cindy and her team for the way they are really on a road show, if you will. They don't just stay here in Sacramento, but they make themselves available at a variety of conferences and meetings to be able to share as well as to be able to get feedback. So thank you so very much. And I will say that I believe our 2023 work plan is indicative of the philosophy we have for our accountability system, which is continuous improvement. And we continue to look at pieces that are working in the way designed and expected, and also look at how we might be able to do things improve. That's what continuous improvement is. So just a couple of very quick areas for us, our consideration. I want to start first with the LP. And just to encourage us and help us to remember that this will be the first year, the 2023 dashboard is going to be the first year that since we've had a break, that we're going to have the performance level grid that's going to be based on both status and change, similar to some of our other indicators. So as we are considering where adjustments may need to be made as it relates to cut scores on the status side and even on the change side, I just encourage us to let's get the first full performance level grid. Let's take a look at how that indicates where our schools are, our LEAs are, as far as eligibility for differentiated assistance and other support, and then, as necessary, engage in conversations about making changes. But we don't have the full picture in front of us just yet, and I think it will be important for us to do that before moving forward. As it relates to the graduation rate indicator, just to, I encourage our partners at CDE to keep us informed on how the modeling goes when we are looking at applying that multi-year graduation rate. I think it's a great step that we're going in that direction, and we want to be sure that our DOS schools are benefiting just as well as the other schools. So it'll be important to, similarly to how we had that modeling for differentiated assistance when we knew there were going to be some changes, and we kind of got a preview of this is how many, the number of LEAs that are going to be eligible in comparison to past years. I think something like that will be helpful as we explore utilizing a multi-year graduation rate, but quite excited about going down that road as well. And I'll close my comment with chronic absenteeism. And again, thank you, Cindy, for including and spending the first portion of the presentation to clarify how the chronic absenteeism indicator is determined, as well as giving us the data that is available on DataQuest. And I want us to be sure, especially in light of the comment that was made at the close of the presentation, that people are accessing the dashboard and utilizing that dashboard to make decisions. How might we indicate on the dashboard the impact the data, the impact that the data has had based upon what we know has been the messaging and expectation for student attendance as it relates to the pandemic. So let me clarify, because I want to be very, very clear. Our chronic absenteeism rate, of course, is including much more than just what has happened as a result of the pandemic. But we also know that the messaging has been, when students returned, and especially with the vaccines not being available, that it was safe to stay home. Students should stay home for their safety as well as the safety of staff. So I do have a strong belief that that has had an impact on the past chronic absenteeism data that we've had in the past year or two. Knowing that and moving forward, looking out the windshield and not the rearview mirror, if you will, LEAs need to very much so really dig into why their chronic absenteeism data is what it is, to ensure that it's not just the assumption that it's a result of the pandemic. There may be some other causes, as well as the county offices that are supporting those that are eligible for differentiated assistance, as chronic absenteeism is one of those data priority areas, to really, again, just dig into. Let's not assume it's just the pandemic, but we do need to acknowledge that the pandemic and the response and the messaging that we have given to schools and to families has had some impact. So I'm wondering on the dashboard, is there a way that we might be able to indicate, I don't know quite what that might look like, but considering the use of it. And I'll close my not so brief comments at this time.
Thank you very much. I'll add mine simply to say that, yes, I think we're going to have to think about chronic absenteeism differently. It's not that year is, I don't think we can assume that year will be a blip from the pandemic. I think we're going to continue to see climate-related disasters and other things that confuse the question, as you put it, of what is something that is students not getting to school when they could and should, versus not being able to be in school. And so I do think that we're going to have to continue to think about how to evaluate that indicator, and maybe even consider whether we want to change the way in which we disaggregate or collect the data. I mentioned in my earlier remarks too that we asked districts during the first year of the pandemic to prepare a continuous instruction plan, so that they were prepared, to be able to get laptops to students and, keep them learning. That idea originally came to me from Miami-Dade, where they had done that because of flooding, and where it's a continuous part of the planning. So I think there are these kinds of issues that we're going to need to take up. I really want to give appreciation as well to the team that's been doing this work. They're doing amazing work, and you can see the work plan is very ambitious. We appreciate it. I think the directions that you're going in terms of thinking of additional indicators are all things that are going to be very helpful to us in terms of the extended graduation rate, in terms of expanding the CCI in the ways that you described. I think we'll need a new acronym for EBLIP. We'll have to figure out what we're doing with it. And I will just simply note at this point that I would love for us to plan down in the near-term future for some additional presentation to the board about that indicator. I know when we looked at it, a couple of years ago, as we were before the pandemic, There are going to be issues because you're trying to link the same student to their own record in the same school. There are places where you get a very small sample size, and you cannot maintain an indicator for some schools. And so we're going to have to think through how we handle those kinds of things. And so I'd just love for us to get something on the agenda in the next couple of meetings so we can begin to think about how we're going to take advantage of the possibility of a growth measure and get a new acronym. And with that, I'm going to see if there are people who are ready to provide public comment in person.
We have one person in the room, Andrea Ball from Orange County Department of Ed.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. Andrea Ball here on behalf of the Orange County Department of Education. I was here 3 years ago at your last in-person meeting. I'm pretty sure I was speaking on behalf of Orange County Department of Ed. Anyway, it's great to have you all here in person, so thank you. President Darling Hammond, Chief Deputy, and board members, the Orange County Department of Education supports the points made in the letter you received from the county superintendents related to item 3, and I just want to call out 2 points and examples from Orange County. On the English language progress indicator, we support the CDE's recommendation on the work plan, and I just want to say that Orange County Department of Education has been the state lead on the multi-tiered system of support grant program, the statewide grant program, for about 8 years. And as you all are familiar with, that's a program or a framework to really provide support, whole child approaches to all students. And Orange County has taken that approach in the work they do across areas, topics, academic, social, emotional, to support the districts, the 28 districts in their county. I saw that firsthand during the pandemic. And so I want to say that in relation to the English language learners, for example, Orange County is actually the national and regional center for the guided language acquisition design model known as GUIDE, and they work using research-based methodologies to support English learners in the 28 districts, the over 400,000 students in their county. And we think this approach is really important and to keep in mind. So we do support the CDE recommendation for this indicator to continue working on that before making a change. Second, I want to thank you. I want to thank the department for the work on the graduation indicator for the DOS schools. Orange County has a large alternative education program working with students referred from different districts involved in the juvenile justice system, and really support the work the department has been doing and trying to do with this federal Department of Ed on this indicator. So we look forward to being a part of that ongoing work group. Thank you again for all your work, and the department too for this great presentation.
Thank you. And I think at this point we can move to the caller queue on the phone.
It looks like we have roughly around 34 people signed up for public comment on the phone. I will open the phone line now. Good morning, State Board of Education. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Vanessa Calderon, Assistant Principal at Channel Islands High School over Ventura County. Over the last several years, the one item from FPM instrument that has consistently called out of compliance is designated and integrated ELD. Sadly, there's a lack of urgency to improve the district and school site ELD programs. And with only 24 school districts having to address their students' progress in learning English as designated by the ELIPI status results, the evidence from the federal program monitoring should urge us to revise the ELPI status cut scores, large improvement in the district and school English language development program and instruction. As a former ELD student learning English as a second language at the high school level, I firmly believe that our high school ELD students deserve quality ELD programs that are going to support students to achieve English proficiency to be able to move into higher education. We request a review of the ELPI status cut scores so that ELs in my county can be supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller with the
Madam
last.
President and board members.
Go ahead.
Is that my time? Good morning, Madam President and board members. My name is Dr. Fabiana Gonzalez, and I'm calling on behalf of Los Angeles Unified School District. We support the CD's work plan to maintain the ELPI cut score methodology. Los Angeles Unified is closely monitoring the performance of English learner students as we strive to support their academic and social emotional needs. We provide support to teachers through professional development and modeling high-quality EL lessons. Regarding the college career indicator, we are pleased to see the integration of additional measures that reflect the experiences of high schools today. We have concerns on the ability of aptitude tests to demonstrate college and career readiness. We believe the other three proposed measures have the potential to demonstrate much greater significance on college readiness than aptitude tests. Aptitude tests may be great indicators for the military, but they should not be an appropriate college and career readiness indicator. We support the inclusion of industry certifications. However, the state needs to identify these certifications for each industry sector, as community colleges offer a wide variety of certifications, but they are not necessarily industry recognized. Lastly, we wonder whether paid and unpaid internships will be considered and look forward to providing additional feedback as CDE continues to update the CCI. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, good morning. My name is Marisol Madrigal Uribe, and I'm a school board member for the Montebello Unified School District. Because it does appear that T.I.M.E Community School is attempting to blame part of its fiscal mismanagement on Montebello Unified, I do feel compelled to provide a public comment on this matter. Montebello Unified School District has always, and we continue to abide by the requirements. Yes.
I'm sorry, caller. I'm going to stop you right there. If you don't mind calling back in for item 10, please. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, President Darlene Hammond and members. I'm Carlos Machado with California School Boards Association, which represents nearly 1,000 school districts and county boards of education statewide. CSBA is a member of a coalition that supports the CDE's 2023 work plan for the English Learner Progress Indicator. Echoing board Vice President Glover Wood's comments, we asked the state board to retain the cut scores as previously set for at least the 2023 dashboard cycle. A complete LP indicator will be an important tool to LEAs to identify improvements that will help serve the needs of English learners. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Erica Cervantes, calling on behalf of Alliance for Better Community. We are a Latino policy and advocacy organization here in LA. We work closely with parents and families in LA County and LAUSD, recognizing that Latinos make up almost 75% of students in LAUSD, and looking at the unique needs of these students, especially their linguistic needs. We recognize that although not all Latino students are English learners, a large majority are, and therefore this is a prioritized population for us. We raise similar concerns that have already been highlighted by some partners. Again, according to LP, nearly half of ELs did not make progress toward English language proficiency. In LA County, less than half of ELs made progress toward English proficiency or scored at performance level 4 based on the LP. We request a review of the LP status cut scores so that ELs in our county can be supported and attain English proficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Madam President, members, this is Eric Premack with the Charter Schools Development Center, calling in support of the work on the alternative graduation rate methodology. And thanks CDE staff for their hard work on that. They correctly noted that one role of the dashboard is to identify schools in need of support. What they haven't mentioned, though, is that the dashboard is also used for very high-stakes charter school renewal decisions, and we would like to see the work plan expanded to review whether the indicators that are used in the charter renewal process are sufficiently stable coming out of the pandemic and methodologically sound for use in that high-stakes purpose, and we would like to see the work plan broadened to address those issues as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Melanie Morales Van Heck, and I am an assistant director at LMU Center for Equities for English Learners. Our center recommends that the ELPI cut score thresholds be adjusted to expect that more students attain annual growth. Our LCAP analysis and statewide compliance reviews point to a widespread need for LEAs to focus on comprehensive ELD for English learner students. However, the ELPI is not speaking to that same need. Current cut scores that assign a very low status when less than 35% of ELs make one level growth set low expectations and do not provide districts data to create the needed urgency to improve EL programs. We request a review of the ELPI status cut scores so that the ELPI can be a catalyst that sounds the alarm for LEAs and moves them towards more supportive practices so English learner students in California can be supported in attaining English proficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, I'm Sally Fox, representing the California Association for Bilingual Education. I'm also a native San Diegan, a retired bilingual educator, and a certified trainer for OCDE Project GLAD. As you know, California public schools serve over 6 million K-12 students, over 1 million of whom are emergent bilinguals. My comment today relates to the ELPI scores not being focused on equity for these linguistically diverse students. Advocates for English learners continue to warn that the current cut scores for the ELPI create complacency in our system. When only half of ELs make annual progress towards English proficiency, and that doesn't raise any alarms for district administrators, we're missing opportunities to improve programs and the quality of instruction. Our expectations should be set in order to produce equitable outcomes, not to maintain gaps from years past. Please prevent this inequity so districts that need to improve their programs will be supported to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Carla Santa Cruz, formerly known as Carla Herrera when I was an IQC member, Title III Los Angeles County Office Lead, and a District EL Program Specialist. Los Angeles County is home to 22% of ELs in California. Among my previous LACO positions, my Title III team and I provided technical assistance to districts who had not made sufficient EL progress. However, now according to ELPI, no districts in my county are going to receive support. This despite the fact that in LA County, less than half of ELs made progress towards English proficiency or scored at performance level 4 based on the ELPI. Should this low bar be considered sufficient for math or English for your children or any group of our students? We request a review of the ELPI status cut scores so that ELs in my county can be supported to attain English proficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Melissa Martucci, and I am a high school teacher in the Ceres Unified School District. My district serves a high number of Latino and economically disadvantaged students. I was excited to see the CAST results linked to on the California dashboard for 2022 and 2023, indicating the importance and relevance of science in our communities. However, I feel it is of the utmost importance to place science on the dashboard in a way that highlights and supports the need to make science a priority in all districts, especially at the elementary grade level. Districts rely heavily on indicators from the dashboard for guidance on setting budgetary priorities. Thus, I urge the State Board of Education to include a visible performance level for the CAST or even a status-only icon in 2023 so that all districts and principals can make science a priority as they develop and refine their LCAP plans and treat the core areas equally, especially in elementary. Every year we wait to add science as another year science is underfunded and or deprioritized, contributing to an overall state looking for highly qualified scientists and engineers from other states or even other countries. Now is the time to change that and provide greater opportunity for our students and strengthen our economic growth for our communities. In summary, please increase equity and opportunity.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Leticia Garcia on behalf of Riverside County Superintendent of Schools. We support the Education Management Coalition letter to maintain the LP cut scores. Through our County Level 1 support for our 23 school districts, we offer monthly network meetings where district EL leaders focus on best practices and legal requirements to support their EL students, whether in DA or not. We also intentionally reach out to districts with consistently low performance on the LP and offer data and root cause analyses, program evaluation, training on evidence-based practices, workshops for district leaders, principals, teachers, instructional coaches, one-on-one sessions with new district-level EL leaders, customized services such as designated and integrated ELD support, demo lessons, intensive intervention. Again, we ask that you stay the course on the LP cut scores at this time, and if changes are necessary at a future date, we look forward to being part of that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Eden Morrison from Go Public Schools. We and the families we serve are concerned about the performance of English learner students. And as such, we want to add our voice to those who are encouraging the board to revisit the English Learner Progress Indicator standards to set higher expectations for districts in their service of English learner students. The current status performance levels are inconsistent with students reaching classification within the standard 5 to 7 years, which allows for schools to fail in supporting nearly half of these students from making adequate progress on the road to reclassification. Because of this, the board should add to the work plan a revisit to the ELPI performance expectations prior to finalizing the change component.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, this is Patty Chavez with SEAL, SEAL.org. Acronyms are for reals. Thank you for your presentation and your comments. We look forward to seeing you at CABE. The number of English learners will only continue to grow. SEAL has provided professional development in more than 200 elementary and preschools, and we're seeing success. And through our work, we know that a whole school strategy encourages district leaders, principals, educators to establish systems and practices that support language development, literacy, and engaging, joyful learning for all our students, and specifically our ELs are thriving and succeeding. We need this for our students and for the future of the state, a state where right now nearly half of ELs do not make progress toward English language proficiency according to LPI. This is alarming. It should give us all pause. I join my colleagues today to ask us to just slow down. Let's do this right for our students. We request a review of the LP status cut scores so all ELs can be supported to attain English language proficiency, and we create a strong foundation for now and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
My name is Kim Moreno, and I'm an educator with over 20 years of experience in San Diego County, where only 3 of 37 LEAs were identified as needing assistance for their English learners. So while I understand there is no minimum quota for identifying districts with very low status, there is a need to continuously revisit these scores. When districts with only 50% of their EL showing progress receive medium status, it does cause concern. My mind immediately goes to this being a recipe for a continued creation of long-term English learners in the state. With the current cut scores, over 99% of all California ELs were enrolled in districts that are not flagged for needing attention, indicating our accountability system is not capturing the need of ELs for more support. This lends itself to EL programs not being given the attention needed to refine practices that serve their students, with district resources being diverted to other areas. Revising cut scores will identify more LEAs needing support, and hence their EL programs will have the support to continue to improve. I support the continued review of LP status cut scores so that our ELs in my county can be supported to attain English proficiency. Thank you for all the work that you do.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Pete Ahern, President of the California Association of Science Educators, speaking on behalf of a coalition of science educators and organizations. We are meeting tomorrow at the Exploratorium, if any of you would like to join us. We are energized by what we heard about assessment yesterday, and especially our good friend Stephen Pruitt's insights. We thank CDE for its work on adding science to the dashboard. Let's talk about what we know about science education. We know that many careers and the future of California's economy are in STEM fields. And the next generation science standards are all about STEM. Engineering, data science, integration of math and technology, and computer science, it's in the NGSS. And we know that in learning to read, students need to engage with rigorous and compelling content like science. We know that hands-on science with the proper supports is a powerful vehicle for English language learning. And despite this, we have heard from districts and administrators over and over again, all over the state, that they won't invest in science because it's not on the dashboard and their priorities are set by the dashboard. Please help us give students the science education they deserve by putting a science status-only icon on the dashboard. Let's do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Lillis. I'm Executive Director of Teach Plus California. I want to thank the staff for all their hard work on the 2023 Accountability Work Plan. We're really excited to see the development of the visualizations and communication materials for the student growth data, as well as the plan to begin objective criteria for the teacher assignment monitoring outcome. We share concerns about the need to revisit the LP recommendations. We don't believe we can wait because we are worried about the message we're sending if we are not setting up our students to be able to reclassify within the 5 to 7 years. We also are eager to support the department in this year's work to develop communications and visualization tools for the growth model, but we would also ask the work plan reflect the outline and timeline for the work necessary to add student growth to the dashboard itself, as well as perhaps revisiting a name change. And as it relates to the college career indicator, we urge the board to direct staff to develop a plan and timeline for establishing a 4th level of preparedness, well prepared, which would allow us to transform this into a college and career indicator. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Lori Johnson. I'm an EL support teacher in the World Academy Newcomer Program at Mount Diablo High School in Concord, California. And I'm here this morning representing Contra Costa County, home of 28,000 English learners. According to ELPI, only one district in my county is going to receive support for helping ELs in learning English, thanks to the ELPI. This despite the fact that in my county, less than half of English learners made progress towards English proficiency or scored at performance level 4 based on the LP. This year, in our specific newcomer program, we have had over 100 newcomer students arrive in just 6 months. Many are coming to us unaccompanied or with traumatic backgrounds. We respectfully request a review of the ELPI status cut scores so that English learners in my county can be supported to attain English proficiency. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller, ending.
Good morning. My name is.
Go ahead,
Good morning.
caller.
My name is Viviana Martin. Good morning. My name is Viviana Martin. I'm a former English learner, but today I'm here as Unidos U.S. California policy strategist. Unidos U.S., previously known as the National Council of La Raza, is the nation's largest Latino civil rights nonprofit with an affiliate network of over 300 community-based organizations. We work to advance the academic needs of Latino and multilingual students across the country and in California. It is imperative we support English learners, and the best way to do that is by making sure ELs with the lowest initial proficiency receive the necessary support. That will only be possible with the review of the LP status cut scores. Our research shows that Latino families have high expectations for their children, including seeing them advance in English skills and academics. Unidos U.S. advocates for states to ensure that ELs are making meaningful gains in English proficiency and set ambitious and achievable goals for ELs. California, and we know that California can serve as a model for the rest of the nation. We request a review of the LP status cut scores so that California's ELs can attain English proficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond and members of the board. Angelina Gutierrez representing the LA County Office of Education. We are in support of the recommendations for the 2023 Accountability Work Plan, especially keeping the methodology for calculating the LP cut scores in alignment with the other indicators. We would also like to advocate that the SBE revisit the differentiated assistance eligibility criteria. specifically considering how to shift differentiated assistance identification for county offices to ensure that eligibility effectively targets those with county-run schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. This is Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. Ms. Cazanes did a fabulous presentation and really emphasized that the dashboard serves to inject urgency for improvement. We believe strongly in the Equity Coalition that the English Learner Performance Indicator needs that urgency. I echo comments by Sally Fox of CABE, which are included in the Equity Coalition's written comments. As the Department and Commission on Teacher Credentialing continue to work on the teaching assignment monitoring data, the T.I.M.E, released last year, we encourage them to conduct an analysis of the available teacher assignment data by student group and include that information on the dashboard and in additional reports, such as the School Accountability Report Card. We think that will help the establishment of objective criteria by which to judge teacher quality and equity that was required by the legislature at the school and the district level. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Araceli Simeon with the Parent Organization Network. We have been leading campaigns to improve outcomes for English learners in 3 school districts for the past 2 years. We learned that teachers need support to provide ELD instruction, and districts need better systems to monitor progress. Furthermore, we learned that many of our members who are engaged parents and serve on ELACs and DLACs have children who have become long-term English learners despite having A's and B's on their report cards and occasional 4s on their LPAC tests. Overall, there's an incoherence in the system. The reclassification requirements hold ELs to a very high standard, or they must prove 3 different ways that they're fluent in English. But the current LP only looks at LPAC scores, and the current cut scores set low standards for LEAs. Our recommendation is to align the LP to reclassification requirements. Otherwise, the only ones being held accountable to high standards and held back for it are the very students that LCFF is supposed to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, Chair Darling-Hamilton Board. I am Ken Falls-Graff, board member of Acton Aguadosa Unified School District, a small rural district in North Los Angeles County. We're at the competent direction of Dr. Eric Sahaki, and as you know, the annual publication of challenges at the state level can be seen by some as an opportunity to compare and paint out LEA or even local county levels as not as bad as most. Unfortunately, percentile achievement bar comparisons inherently discount and exclude success at the individual student level. I agree with the vice chair who just noted that consideration of individualities and responsibilities at the local level is key as a solution to performance at the state level, because local performance feeds state level success. Tonight at the board meeting, I will share my altruistic take on this part of the CDE meeting today and ask staff to compare our LEA numbers against the state trend and to celebrate the successes that make our district unique in the statewide data, and to take those successes to work on the other parts of the pie chart that are not so desirable while taking advantage of the state level support that
Thank
this
you,
very
caller. Your
board
time is up.
puts in place.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending with the last 4 digits, 7704. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, Lindsay Tornatore calling on behalf of the California County Superintendent. Thank you, Cindy and Kim, for your presentation, especially for always making very complex topics accessible for all of us. As explained in our letters, we support the CD's proposal for the LP. We want to point out that LEAs do not wait until they are identified for differentiated assistance to provide support to their English learners. For example, county offices have found great value in sharing the work of the eWIG-EL roadmap with their districts, specifically around disaggregating EL data through the LCAP, which we all learned about during the November board meeting. Also, in our letter, we request the board re-examine the DA criteria so that county offices with the highest needs are identified as opposed to all county offices being identified in perpetuity. We appreciate the attention to the grad rate, particularly as it pertains to DAF. However, currently we do remain concerned the multi-year rate will not make a difference. But of course, eager to discuss once data is run. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, this is Robert Manwaring from Children Now. First, I want to commend the board and the CD staff for their continuous improvement approach, particularly around the teacher assignment monitoring, science assessment, and growth models. We look forward to seeing how these indicators are eventually find their way to the dashboard. Also wanted to address the performance standards for the LP. As other public comment has suggested, there's a need to readdress those. The suggestion that there's a standardized process for looking at performance on a pure percent distribution is not true. Past boards have deviated substantially from that. As an example, the very low cut score for one indicator is at the 5th percentile, for another indicator is at the 24th percentile. Similarly, for the state performance levels, the high bar, that varies from 31 percentile for one indicator and 87th for a different one. There's dramatic board input in these standards, and we hope that this board will relook at the standards that you've set for this and adjust them upward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Michael Pilikowski. I am the Director of Curriculum and Technology for Gridley Unified School District, and I believe we are the small rural school district that Cindy Kazanitz referred to earlier in her presentation, where currently at day 100 we see 54% of our TK students with chronic absenteeism and 47% of our K. I call today in reference to the criteria that are utilized for ATSI determinations and how those negatively affect small districts. Our McKinley Elementary School is a TK through grade 1, which as a result of its grade spans and small size really only has one indicator, its chronic absenteeism rate. So it was identified for ATSI on the basis of a single indicator, chronic absenteeism. This also affects our Gridley High School of about 650 students. Because we have small numbers of English learners at the high school and students with disabilities, they do not test in 11th. Well, they test, but there's not enough students with disabilities or ELs to register. So also, Gridley High School was identified for ATSI on the basis of a single indicator, that of suspension rate for its special education and EL students. So I want to raise the board's awareness about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, I'm Dr. Lena Bakshi-McLean, Board Secretary for the California Association of Science Educators and Executive Director of the nonprofit STEM for Real, a professional learning organization. I also served as a former California science teacher and administrator. I want to ensure that science is seen as a prominent indicator on the California school dashboard. I say prominent because the indicator cannot be a series of clicks like the movie Inception, where the indicator is hidden under various web pages. Schools and district administrators must view science as having equal footing with mathematics and ELA instruction. Otherwise, science is not taught. Teachers have explicitly stated that they cannot teach science every day because their time is focused on math, writing, and ELA demands. Our accountability system must support science as teaching every day. Watch the magic that happens with decreasing chronic absenteeism and increasing language acquisition for emergent bilingual students, supported with research. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi. My name is Samantha Schmidt, and I am the Teen and Teacher Coordinator for a nonprofit called Montana's Wildlife Society that provides outdoor education for youth and families along the Monterey Peninsula. and I'm also a member of the California Association of Science Educators Environmental Literacy Committee. I would first like to thank the School Board of California for allowing the space to speak on the importance of science, and for me specifically the role of environmental education within that field. It would be so meaningful to see a science status only icon on the California dashboard, as it would provide data, links, and other helpful resources. Whether nature is brought into the classroom or on impromptu teachable moments on nature walks, environmental education has proven that there is an abundance of benefits for younger generations, school, and especially educators. Environmental education also helps with social, emotional learning, ecological, culture, and economic issues. Thank you so much for your time and consideration with adding science on the California dashboard.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good evening. This is Manuel Buenrostro with Californians Together, and we are again raising concerns about the low expectations that are being set by the LP indicator, and urge the board to not rubber stamp low expectations for our ELs. We cannot claim to have an equity-focused system when, despite the fact that nearly half of ELs did not make progress towards English proficiency, we are still okay with only identifying 24 school districts and 5 county offices of education. This represents less than 1% of ELs statewide. This is also not even close to an equitable distribution of LEAs, as we're only identifying 4% of school districts and COEs that are eligible for an LP rating. Again, according to LP, nearly half of ELs are not making progress towards English language proficiency. We again urge the board to look into revising the LP cut scores and ensure that our LEAs get the support that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Angelica Hurtado, and I'm a resident in Riverside County. I have been a bilingual educator for 30 years. I have been a bilingual teacher, district and site administrator, and presently I'm a county office of education administrator, where I lead multilingual programs and I provide services to 33 districts. I attended the Bilingual Coordinators Network on February 16th, where the discussion on the LP cut scores occurred. Most of my colleagues are concerned for our English learners because the current LP cut scores will not reveal the real need in all districts in California. We believe in our English learners and have high expectations for them. We urge the board to improve the status cut scores for English learners and revise the LP status cut scores before developing the change and the 5x5 grid for change. Again, we request a review of the LP status cut scores so that ELs in my county can be supported to attain English proficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending with the last 4 digits, 0414. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good morning. My name is Alyssa Nemechkova Fairfield. I am affiliated with the California Association of Science Educators as a former board member and current policy committee member. I'm an elementary instructional coach in Palm Springs Unified School District and a parent of a California student with special needs. I would like to first thank the CDE and State Board for their commitment to all of California students. We need to see an icon for science on the dashboard. This would be a clear indicator, clear signal to LEAs that they need to invest in science education at all levels. Science results in a tab or pull-down menu are not sufficient to signify science education as a priority, and because of this, LEAs have not adequately invested in science professional learning for teachers. Science can be integrated into daily elementary education to support improving California students' literacy skills. Science provides authentic and common experiences that give students equitable background knowledge they require to be able to comprehend the text that they read. Students love science, but unfortunately are not given access to it daily due to the prioritization of subjects that do appear on the dashboard. Please help us give our students the education they deserve by placing a science icon on this year's dashboard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Ruth Barajas with Californians Together. We're very concerned that the CDA's work plan does not include a review of the LP cut scores for status. We believe the current status performance levels are far too low and inconsistent with the research findings that ELs should be expected to reach reclassification within 5 to 7 years. Others have mentioned, and I will reiterate, that those current cut scores only identify 1% of ELs for support, yet California has nearly half of the ELs, 49%, not making progress or who are below level 4 proficiency. If we look at identifying numbers based on percentile distribution, which is based on the actual data, some people would call this maintaining the status quo. This is a big concern, especially if we want to prevent high numbers of long-term English learners in the future. Shouldn't a system of accountability hold all of us accountable to our student success? We're asking you to slow down and revise the status cut scores for LP. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, Sarah Kennedy at the California Association for Bilingual Education. Previously, I've worked in multiple California charter schools as an educator and EL coordinator, and now collaborate with counties and districts across the state. So I know the importance of ensuring that all students get the support they need to progress in English proficiency. Looking for progress each year a student is with us should be the bare minimum, and I'm concerned about the low bar set by the current cut scores, as so many others have mentioned. As an educator and advocate, having less than half of students making progress would indicate a clear need for support and further analysis. With the current cut scores that is labeled as medium status, is progress for less than half of our students acceptable for California? We request a review of the LP status cut scores so that ELs in our state can be supported to attain English proficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. Patty Herrera on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. As part of a statewide education coalition, ACSA supports CDE's proposed work plan for the English Learner Progress Indicator. Furthermore, LEAs proactively assist English learners well before they are identified for differentiated assistance, if ever. For example, one of our districts offers daily ELD through a deployment model based on LPAC performance levels and domains. They provide on-demand model teaching or side-by-side teaching moments and integrated ELD professional development to all teachers in order to support their English learners throughout the comprehensive program. Parental support is also offered through literacy nights and through a 9-week course that shows them how to better support their students and how to navigate the education system as a whole. Therefore, we think the answer to better supporting our English learners is in leveraging the Level 1 universal resources that are available to all LEAs regardless of DA status. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
My name is Arlene Lorison. I am a 9-12 science teacher from Elk Grove Unified School District and a member of the California Association of Science Educators on the NGSS committee. We appreciate the work that you have done in promoting science education in California. Thank you. As a 9-12 educator who has been using NGSS since 2014, I know firsthand that the students entering my class are behind. We are asking that an icon for science be added to the dashboard. This will send a clear message to districts to increase funding for science. Why is more funding needed? Currently, the vision of the California framework for science education for all students is not being met. Most elementary school teachers, as well as science teachers in general, are not prepared to use the new instructional shifts, and many of them have inadequate instructional materials to assist them. The K-12 progressions outlined in the framework are not possible if students enter middle school with a science background resembling Swiss cheese. Science education will not improve unless funding is increased. Please add a science icon to the dashboard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond and members of the board. I'm Dr. Yuling Lee, Executive Director of Authentic Preparation Today, or APT, a statewide group that has been collaborating with CDE on the State Seal Civic Engagement since 2018. We appreciate and support your articulated vision of migrating the CCI to CCCI to include civic readiness when the seal was approved, and your direction to form the Civic Engagement Work Group to support this vision. However, that effort has been halted due to CalPADS upgrades. The Civic Seal is a very important indicator because high-quality civic engagement projects encompass relevant, rigorous, and engaging student learning experiences and authentic assessments that support college, career, and civic readiness. However, given the lack of state support for consistent implementation, there are equity issues playing out in the field. So I would like to request for the state to reinstate the Civic Engagement Work Group to ensure that equity and excellence is adhered to and the seal will be included in the dashboard. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 3.
All right, thanks to everyone who's called in. Thanks again to the staff for all of the work. We're now open for board discussion. Member Orozco Gonzalez.
In listening, let me make sure. In listening to all the comments and Cindy and your team's presentation, I come back and I kind of reinstate some of the comments that I did in July. I mentioned the importance of having a science icon on the dashboard. Sorry, it's hard to speak with the mask. This would provide districts and schools with a clear message that science results are important and that science instruction needs to be planned and implemented and that science learning matters. When we have discussions about chronic absenteeism, I know firsthand as a science teacher that science gets kids excited about coming to school to explore and work on hands-on experiments. Even yesterday during our assessment study session, that was even some of the conversations over performance tasks and them continuously working on these performance tests in science. And it aligns to our principles, focusing on elements that express the commitment to a well-rounded, well-supported education, a clear visualization and clear communication when it comes to like Principle 7. I think it's also critical that the CAS be included on the dashboard in 2023 because districts are unlikely to make investments and improve science instruction if it's not clear on the dashboard. I know as a teacher when we have conversations around assessments in the dashboard, mostly they're around language arts and mathematics. And with a background in science and my father was an engineer, I always think of the importance of continuously shedding light to school districts, how important, equally important science is. So I think that we should look into that as part of the work that we do as we go forward.
Thank you. Cindy, do you want to remind us what the status of science as a element on the dashboard is?
Sure, I'm happy to review science. And so we are waiting for another year of test scores. So the 2023 administration that I guess is probably starting any day now will help to feed into allowing us to look at establishing cut scores for a science indicator. I think what is unclear to us and what we need to explore with you all in 2024 is where does this live? Does it live as part of the academic indicator? How is it used or is it used in differentiated assistance? How is it used or is it used for identification or eligibility for school eligibility under the Every Student Succeeds Act? And so there's some real deep policy considerations that we will absolutely elevate as we move forward with reviewing those cut scores. And so at this time, the way that we have approached science per your direction is it is available off of the dashboard. There is a link from the dashboard. It is one click away. I think what you were asking for, Member Orozco Gonzalez, is that we put it as an icon, and an icon for the dashboard means something. There's usually something that looks like the dashboard numbers behind it, and because we don't yet have that available set of data, we can't provide the context that we're used to seeing on the dashboard. And so I believe what you may be proposing may lead to some confusion if it was elevated as an icon prematurely. But with that said, we have provided support for this metric through a flyer. And I think if anything, because we've had so much interest from the science community, is again presenting to their audiences or to others, maybe it's through CISC, just talking about how, our road ahead, and that we welcome everybody's input as this develops into a potential indicator.
Thank you. And I think there's just to flag for the board, a question that we'll need to take up. When the dashboard was designed, it was designed with the idea of let's bring the state and federal accountability systems together. So what's on the dashboard is used in the federally required determinations of districts that will be, in a support or intervention context. We can make a decision if we, deliberate on it and choose to do so, that there would be things on the dashboard that are not used in the federally required determination. That would be a very different decision than the board had made before, which, they made that decision for good reason to try to bring things together. But, that's a part of the context here, is what is going into those determinations as well as what goes on the dashboard. The Department of Education has actually invited states to revise their plans and to incorporate additional indicators, especially of learning opportunities. And they have made it clear that they stand ready to look at those, potential changes. And Cindy let us know earlier that we will be going back around some of these things. So it's a conversation for us to have on another day, because we won't have time today to have that big conversation. And I think it would be very helpful as we come back to some of these things, if you could put the LP slides back up again, because there's a lot of commentary on that. And I wonder if everyone is understanding the indicator the same way. So I don't know if you can find those and help us with that again. My understanding is, as you explained it earlier, was that the progress on the number of students making progress on the indicator is determined by how many move from, like level 1 to level 2 or level 2 to level 3. Is that correct? Level 3 to level 4.
Yeah. Yes, that is the calculation, and then
there are 4 levels, right?
There are 6 levels. Okay. There are four levels of LPAC, and it's translated into 6 levels for the LP.
So then
you can see on the. So just wanted to make sure which slide you were interested.
Yeah, and so if a student moves up a level in the 6 levels, they are counted as making progress on that indicator. And so the assumption underneath it is that if you have moved up a level every year, you would have acquired English language proficiency if you started at the bottom level in 6 years. Is that the right way to be interpreting that?
Yeah. Yes. And that's
so it's a little more ambitious than, many people say 5 to 7 years is the sort of expectation. So it's a little more ambitious than the upper tier of that, a little less ambitious than the lower tier of that. And then when you look at the cut scores for district identification, this is the percent of students making progress toward proficiency. It's not the percentile ranking of the district against other districts. It is the percent of students making progress, right? Okay, just want to be sure everybody has that, because I heard it referred to as percentile rankings of districts, which is not what's going on, just so everybody's clear that this is about the movement of students.
And these are matched students as well, so we are able to capture the same student moving through the system.
And when a student changes schools or districts, what is the rule about where they are counted?
So we would be able to capture them at their last school or district as reported, and the California launched pupil achievement system. That's one of the advantages of having a statewide identifier for every student in public school in California is to allow for credit to be received at the last place in which the student was enrolled.
So there's a question that that was bubbling around is whether this is really a criterion reference system. It really is a criterion reference system. The number of students who make progress each year, the percentage of those, is set to the criterion that is on the LP or on the LPAC and then translated over to the LP. So it is a criterion reference, which means that the percentage of districts that falls in any one of these categories in a given year will change based on the progress of the students, how many of the students make a category of progress each year. I just wanted to start the conversation, if there is any question about this, just with us all being clear about what's going on. Yes, Member Tari Yashimoto.
Thank you, Board President. Just briefly, I wanted to just say about the science assessment. I second your interest and urgency around it, but I now understand that there is a lot of conversation that has to happen. So for another day, but that is where a lot of other content areas come together and students' interests heighten. So on the LP, I'm going to separate the conversation around differentiated assistance from the experience of our young people for just a minute. Because at the risk of oversimplifying my concept of differentiated assistance, like a common fairy tale, I always think of it as like having too many schools for differentiated assistance, not enough schools identified for differentiated assistance, and the just right amount. And it seems like with NCLB, we had too many schools. It seems like now there may be not enough schools identified. And so I'm interested in hearing about the feasibility of a solution that brings us to a just right amount. Because I think we know that multilingual learners deserve the expectation to demonstrate annual growth, to move levels. And to address sort of the experience of a young person, their experience is very different if they haven't reclassified by middle school, and particularly by high school. So it affects programming, as you know, as many of you know. I mean, it affects programming, it affects their ability to take electives, it affects their ultimate college and career outcomes. And it's not just our multilingual learners, including our multilingual learners, many of them are also duly identified as having, as being eligible for special education services. So it's very nuanced around the supports that our students need to be able to classify. So I say all that to say there is a sense of urgency, and I worry that the current norm reference that on the status portion alone does under-identify supports, and from a parent's perspective feels low to me when we look at the actual percentages of students that we're expecting to show annual growth. I'll pause there.
Yeah. And this may be another one that needs a deeper dive. I want to just see if Cindy wants to offer any comments about that, but whether we should be anticipating diving back in on that question.
We look to the board for that direction. I think we've, what I've tried to convey through the slide presentation and in prior presentations is the desire of the board to have indicators that are designed the same, and so that you can go to any one indicator and you can look at the distributions of how they were set up, and that it's not an arbitrary, we expect very low to be set at 50%. That's not how the system was designed. If there's a desire to change that and to have something that is different for this one indicator, again, we're here to serve you, and so we would take that direction. I think you will see opportunities for this metric to potentially identify more. I mean, I can't guarantee it because I don't have the data for this coming year, but with the adoption of the change cut scores, that's where really a lot comes in. The expectation of if you're maintaining or if you're declining, you're going to be in the lower end of our performance color system on the 5x5 grid. So, we will be, that is absolutely on our plan, as we've discussed already, that we will bring back in September. But if there's something different you want us to do with the status cut scores and revisit something that you've already adopted, again, we would look for direction from the board on.
And forgive me if this has already happened and I neglected to attend to it, but I'm wondering if a memo on this that gives us like the detailed data about both the history and the current distribution and the distribution each year would be helpful for people to really get their brains wrapped around the history and the current status. And then in September we will see additional data. We'll be able to think about what the path forward ought to be. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think you're asking us to bring together pieces that we've brought to the board at various meetings into one location. We can absolutely,
I think that would help us, and then when we have our next conversation, we'll have all of the background. Yes, Member Escobedo.
And I understand that, there's systems, but I think the purpose, right, is to hopefully utilize the data to inform instruction, maybe create different systems and structures to help students, right? And when I look at the CAS scores for English learners, they seem to be very low. However, when you look at redesignated students, they're much higher. And I just wondered, where's that sweet spot when you look at percentages moving from one level to the other? Where do they become reclassified? And if we can somehow figure out a way to look at that area of reclassification, because really that is the threshold that we want students to achieve, right? And use that perhaps as a end in mind, because this is where we know when we look at the facts that once you achieve reclassification, you're going to do well in many of those metrics. So it just may be looking at the system in a different way to ensure that we are focusing on the success for students. Just an FYI.
That's helpful, and I would just also offer, I think it would be helpful for you all to be to know what the other indicators have, because we don't have other indicators that have that high threshold of over 50% for in a very low status, right? So, this operates as a system, and each of these were developed off of each other. And so I think, again, historically, it is very in the weeds. Seems like you all want to delve into the numbers. And so if we could also provide the context for the other state indicators as a reference point, because I think one of the callers brought up that I think some information that needs to be clarified. But yes, we can do that as well, Member Escobedo.
Thank you. And I don't want to, restrict our conversation at all, but I do want to let you know we are not on point to get out early. So we should try to, give direction about what we'd like to have come back to us. Member Gordon-Woods.
So I just would say, I think more comprehensive discussion is needed. What I fear is us piecemealing, tweaking one part of the system and then another part of the system without looking at the system as a whole. So as we look at how to ensure that our English learners are receiving the supports they need to make the progress, and that our system is supporting that and supporting LEAs, I think, again, we need to look at the system as a whole. Once we have the performance level grid in place for 2023, that will help complete part of the picture and then go into a deeper discussion. And the other aspect, as President Darling Hammond acknowledged, is us really looking at the intent of our system. At the very beginning, we were trying to have a system that was one-fold, meaning meets both the need of the state and the federal. As we start looking at different areas, I think it's part of the board's responsibility to discuss, is that still the direction that we want to convey for our students in our state. And again, with the indicators, do they all follow the same methodology, or are there certain indicators that should follow a different methodology? Large conversations definitely not to be had today, but again, I just encourage all of us to not piecemeal what we're doing, but to have a very comprehensive conversation looking at all pieces at the time in the future.
Thank you. And I think with that, Member Olken, did you want to make a motion? No?
I can make a comment then a motion.
Make a very quick comment and a motion.
Okay. Just thinking about the thinking of what you said about piecemeal. There's lots of places that we have data about how students in schools are doing that serves for accountability, and I think trying to make sure we're not putting everything in one place and also knowing the breadth of other tools that we have would be useful. So, yeah, anyway. All right, I'll talk about that more later. And my motion is to...
recommendation. We probably should put the recommendation back up.
Yeah, if we put the recommendation up, I'd be happy to make it.
Board President, as we're putting the recommendation back up, I just wanted to say I appreciate the idea of being thoughtful about this, because it is, from a district's perspective, important that we don't ping pong.
Yeah.
But I maybe would suggest even another study session like we did yesterday. I think this is very nuanced. And
It is. And I think a study session, on this accountability set of questions is very good idea.
I think it would be very helpful to all of us to have that study session on the LPIs. And also, so what, before we vote, what is going forward on the science icon? Are we going to revisit that in our next meeting?
That would be a conversation for later. We don't have the data we would normally use to put an icon yet. So we have time to think about, how that will appear when we have the data.
Okay.
Can I actually sneak in one other comment or question? Just related to the school climate conversation, I had raised previously the possibility of whether examples could be brought forward as part of the sort of work in between now and September of looking at the age cohort of TK to 5, which is the largest of 6th grades as compared to 3 or 4 for middle or high school, of even highlighting any sort of best practices for incorporating TK to 3 as distinct from relying exclusively on 5th graders as the survey climate. This doesn't require a change to the...
And we are also going to take up school climate in the next item.
Right, okay. I thought we were doing both. Okay.
The recommendation slide is up on my screen.
Is it number 80?
Yes, it's number 80.
Great. It's up on my screen too. Back to me? Yeah, I got it. Yeah. So I'd like to move that we yeah, what it says there. I would like to move
What she said.
that we
Well, we actually have already provided guidance.
yeah, that's why I'm not sure what that we
We're not taking any additional action.
yeah.
So do we even need a motion?
My first motion. I'm failing.
Accept the work.
Okay, why don't we move to accept the work
that's
plan? Okay.
I would like to move that we accept the work plan proposed to us by the Department of Education with the guidance provided.
Is there a second for that motion?
Second that.
Thank you very much. How do you want to do the vote? Kim did. Do we do a roll call vote, or we just could raise our hands now that we're in person? Okay, all in favor say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion passes. Thank you. because we are going to try to, accelerate our progress, we're going to do some agenda recovery. I'm going to suggest that those who need a break, and I'm sure everybody is going to need a break at some point, please take it as you need it, and we're going to proceed ahead. Item 4 is the developing an integrated local, state, and federal accountability and continuous improvement system. And its recommended action regarding the local indicator self-reflection tool for priority 6. CDE recommends that we approve the proposed revisions to the local indicator self-reflection tool and that we provide further guidance on these recommendations. And this item will be presented by Will McGee. Hi, Will. Good to see you. Please begin when you're ready. I am going to hand the gavel at some point to my vice chair so that I will take one of those breaks.
You got it.
And we apologize for the fact that you will have a moving crew here.
No worries, and we understand totally. So thank you for the introduction, and good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, State Board of Education, Chief Deputy Officer Nicely, staff and community. My name is William McGee, and I am the Division Director for the Student Achievement and Support Division. And so we will give you all a brief overview of the item today, the background on the development of the Priority 6 self-reflection tool, summary of the recommendations, and then comparison of the current tool prompts and proposed tool prompts, and then recommendations of next steps. So quick background, we were before you all in January of this year talking about the item, and we received the information that provided the State Board with the background on the history of the Priority 6 school climate tool. Based on the discussion at the January meeting, we revised the Priority 6 climate self-reflection tool for use of the beginning in the 23-24 school year. And so I'm excited to welcome back one of our administrators, Mr. Josh Strong, who will talk to us about the recommendations of the changes and information.
Thank you, Director McGee. My name is Joshua Strong. I'm the administrator of the Local Agency System Support Office here at the California Department of Education. President Darling Hammond, Board Member Nicely, Chief Deputy Nicely, and board members, it's a pleasure to be with you today. So, in terms of summary of the recommended changes, the recommended changes are being provided to you in attachment 2 of the item. The current item as the current self-reflection tool as it stands is attachment 1 for comparison purposes. But just to provide you with an overview of the recommended changes. First is to require LEAs to conduct a school climate survey on an annual basis as opposed to every other year. Second, to require that the report of the survey data be disaggregated by student group. Those would be the student groups that are required within Education Code Section 52052, the ones that are used within the dashboard and our accountability reporting, as well as CalPADS data. Thirdly, to add an introductory section within the self-reflection tool itself that provides a description of the importance of school climate, the research in support of school climate, and the need to use current school climate data to inform comprehensive planning. Continuing on, the fourth change that we're recommending is to add instructions that provide LEAs, local educational agencies, with clarified guidance on how they're to address the narrative portions. And then the most probably the biggest overall of the updates is related to the narrative prompts, whereas before there was one narrative prompt that was broken in that had 3 components: data, use, and meaning. We're recommending to break those narratives into 3 separate prompts, each of which would be responded to by LEAs. The first of those prompts would be to describe the local data, including disaggregating the data by student group. The second would be to report key learnings, including identified needs and areas of strength. And the third would be to describe the changes needed to address local needs. What we want to do at this point in time is take you through a brief look at those three particular prompts and compare the current version to the proposed version so that you can see the differences. So in the current self-reflection tool, under the data component, the current requirement is to reflect on key learnings from the survey results and share what the LEA learned. The proposed revision to that, you can see, is much more substantial. Describe the local school climate data, survey data, including data disaggregated by student groups. LEAs using surveys that provide an overall score, such as the California Healthy Kids survey, are encouraged to report that disaggregated student group data as well as the overall student score. And then responses, LEAs are also encouraged to include an analysis of the subset of specific items on a local survey and additional data collection tools that are particularly relevant to school climate and conditions. So pointing LEAs towards those school climate and conditions piece within this data analysis. Secondly, within the meaning, currently the meaning asks, what do the disaggregated survey results, if applicable, and other data collection methods reveal about schools in the LEA, such as areas of strength or growth, challenges, and barriers? The proposal that we're bringing to you today, the recommendation that we're bringing to you today for adoption is as follows. Describe key learnings, including identified needs, areas of strength, and what the data reveals about schools in the LEA, determined through the analysis of data described in Prompt 1, including the data disaggregated by student group. I do want to specifically point out to the board that on this slide, we're proposing to include a specific clause related to schools in the LEA, which the current tool includes, but the draft that you have in attachment 2 did not include. That's taking into account feedback that we heard from some of our educational partners as part of input. We want to ensure that we're not only looking at student groups, but we're also ensuring that there's comparability between schools when we're looking at that school climate data, so that the full picture of that school climate data is being looked at and analyzed by the LEA. So we want to ensure that that data revealed about schools in the LEA is included in that self-reflection tool. Third, the use. In the current self-reflection tool, the use is what revisions, decisions, or actions has or will the LEA implement in response to the results for continuous improvement purposes. Why have you already implemented acts? If you've already implemented actions, did you see the results you were seeking? The revised, what we're proposing as the revision is describe any changes to existing plans, policies, or procedures that the LEA determines necessary in order to address areas of need identified through the analysis of local data and the identification of key learnings. Include any revisions, decisions, or actions the LEA has or will implement for continuous improvement purposes. And seeking to really hone in on not just the improvements that are being made for continuous improvement purposes, but within plans, procedures, policies, and how that overall analysis is informing the LEA's decision-making across the board. At this point, I'll turn it back over to Director McGee in order to present the recommendation.
Thank you, Josh, for that concise information. And so, again, board, with that information and the feedback that we receive from you all and the community, the revised recommendation is as follows. Beginning with the 23-24 school year, the CDE recommends that the State Board of Education approve the proposed revisions, approve the proposed revisions to the local indicator self-reflection tool for priority 6, school climate. Additionally, the CDE recommends that the State Board of Education provide further guidance on these recommendations and take additional action as deemed necessary and appropriate. So the next steps as well, we are working with the Comprehensive Center to design a process to explore the possibility of a small subset of standardized questions that can be implemented per you all's desire and the community's desire. And then additional details will be available upcoming, and will provide information via memos and regular updates to the board. And then with that said, President Darling Hammond, we'll turn it over to you.
And I'm going to ask Vice President Glover Woods if she has any comments as our liaison.
Thank you. And I'd like to just thank Director McGee and the department for being responsive to the comments that were made at earlier board meetings around this particular item. And lastly, just to say, we know that the school climate survey for this particular local indicator is so critical to performance that students make on the state indicators. We were just talking about chronic absenteeism and how students feel connected to school and how they feel about the conditions at school impact if they come or not, which impact the others. So again, thank you so very much for these revisions, and I turn it back over to you, President Darling Hammond.
Thank you, and I want to ask that we put the public comment slide up so that we can get folks into the queue if they are going to call in. Members of the public who want to provide comment on this item can do so in person or by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. And I just want to +1 to Vice President Glover Woods' comments about how much we appreciate this moving forward and really building on the comments that we've been making in the recent board meetings. And see if there is anybody in the room who wants to make public comment, or then if not, moving to the phone line.
There is no public comment in the room.
All right. There is some? I'm not seeing anyone. Did you say there's none or there is some?
None.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I misheard you. I was waiting for somebody to appear. And do we have anybody on the phone line?
We do. It looks like we have 4 or 5 callers signed up. I will open the public phone line up now. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, Madam President and board members again. My name is Dr. Fabiana Aranjo Gonzalez, and I'm calling on behalf of Los Angeles Unified School District. We are grateful for the ongoing improvements in the school climate indicator. We have always administered the survey annually and have disaggregated survey results since 2019 and have posted them in a publicly accessible dashboard. We have preliminary concerns about the possibility of standardizing the survey items that would be used by all LEAs. As CDE staff continues to explore what the process for developing these items will be, Los Angeles Unified staff welcomes the opportunity to be a part of the conversation to help inform the outcome. We'd like to share a perspective on the total number of questions that may be added to ensure it will not result in survey fatigue. The types of questions, since we have reservations about more open-ended, qualitative questions rather than quantitative, and how these standardized questions would resemble the existing questions and efforts already being administered by our district. We expect the concerns in many of these questions we have will be resolved and answered over the coming months as this process continues to move forward, and we look forward to being part of these ongoing discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. Patty Herrera on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. AXA supports CDE's recommendations and believes the edits will help LEAs better understand where their strengths and weaknesses are, thereby creating a sustainable, positive school climate that fosters student success. If the state were to explore the development or standardized questions, however, AXA would respectfully request to be part of the conversation. We believe that it is important to include the input of practitioners who administer these surveys and interact directly with students and their families. Furthermore, as the state continues to make edits, we would ask that the state remain cognizant that there is a cost to utilize the survey instruments and any adjustments to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning again, board members. This is Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. I want to appreciate the very quick turnaround of this item from the February board meeting, and especially making the changes around the administration of the test from every year to every year from every other year. And also for making the change today on the disaggregation of school level data. We still have concerns, though, about some of the other language, which we believe is still too permissive. So, for example, in the introduction, yes, the measurement of school climate provides LEAs with critical data that can be used to track progress. It should be used to track progress. And also in prompt 1, LEAs using surveys that provide an overall score are encouraged to report the score, and they may include an analysis of a subset of specific items. We think this language should be strengthened to require that they report the overall score. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, members of the board. This is Lindsay Tornatore calling on behalf of the California County Superintendent. Express appreciation to William and Josh for your presentation and work to ensure students and staff have voice in ensuring their school is a safe place, arguably the most important indicator we use to measure our school success. We would like to express our support to the proposed edits to the LEA self-reflection tool, and also, again, express appreciation to the board and CDE for continuing to honor the local control flexibilities for LEAs to choose the tool that makes most sense for their unique communities. Also, if the standardized items are explored, we request to be a part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, this is Robert Manwaring from Children Now. I wanted to thank the board for the deep dive that you did in January and following up so rapidly with these changes to the tool, and specifically for making the adjustment based upon feedback to add the school sub-analysis. We look forward to continuing to make progress towards identifying standardized questions, a subset of standardized questions that can be included on all surveys. We think that will be really critical in being able to benchmark school climate against other schools, and look forward to working with staff as that work continues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. This is Sarah Lillis, Executive Director of Teach Plus California, and I also want to echo the appreciation for the work of the staff and the board in turning this around so quickly. We're really thrilled with the changes that have been made. We're particularly supportive of increasing the required cadence of survey administration from every 2 years to annually, and we appreciate the quick response on the need for school-level disaggregation. We also are really eager to learn more about the process in developing the possibility of implementing a small set of standardized survey questions. As we shared previously, meaningful accountability for improving school climate for students requires that LEAs analyze and report their climate data in standardized ways, and even more importantly, that they use standardized surveys or at least a set of standardized questions. And we really appreciate the board's leadership on this, and we hope to also be included in the process. Our educators are they share Ms. Tornatore's idea that this is one of the most important measures of school performance and hope to be a part of it. So thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning again, President Darling Hammond and members of the board. Angelina Gutierrez representing the LA County Office of Ed. LACO supports the CDE recommendation for changes to the Priority 6 School Climate Self-Reflection Tool and appreciates the maintenance of flexibility so that LEAs may continue to choose which tools best meet their unique needs.
That concludes public comment for item number 4.
Thank you very much. We are very grateful to the staff for getting us to this point and appreciate all of the public comment. Is there any board discussion? Member Patilla Bronson?
So I just wanted to add on to the next step slide, which I think is 13. Certainly also actually Let me start by saying thank you to Director McGee for the presentation and also appreciation for the move towards annual and disaggregated school and student group data. As we think about sort of the next steps in your work with the Comprehensive Center, if there's the potential to highlight how some of the TK3, TK2 districts are actually looking at the school climate work for the younger ages, I think that's a really streamlined way to actually incorporate how to do this for districts that may not be doing it currently. So it's more looking forward, but otherwise I'm very supportive of the motion.
Do we have a motion?
I move that we approve the proposed revisions to the self-reflection tool as outlined in the CDE recommendations for this item.
I'll second.
All right. Thank you very much. All of those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Any opposed? No. Just want to be clear. Any abstentions? All right. The motion passes unanimously. All right. And I really thank everyone for helping us move this along, and we are going to continue. And there is going to be lunch served in a little bit, and we're going to go out sort of 2 by 2 and grab our lunches. When will that happen? At noonish? Okay, around 12:15. So meanwhile, we're going to go right on ahead and take up the item 5, which is the State Seal of Civic Engagement Program Update. And I thank the CDE staff for hanging in there with us on this accelerated pace.
Good morning, and thank you, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, State Superintendent of Public Instruction Tony Thurman, and members of the State Board. I'm Cheryl Cotton, Deputy Superintendent of the Instruction, Measurement, and Administration Branch at the California Department of Education. The mask is very difficult to talk and breathe at the same time. It's okay. Well, okay. Thank you for inviting us today to share program updates about the State Seal of Civic Engagement, or SSCE. You'll hear that a lot today. We're especially happy to be here during the first National Civic Learning Week, during which Superintendent Thurman was honored to participate on a national virtual panel examining the role of civic seals in reaffirming the civic mission of schools. Superintendent Thurman and our civics team at the CDE have been excited to see the growing attention paid to civic learning and engagement at the statewide level in recent years, most notably with the passage of Assembly Bill 24 in 2017, which paved the way for development and adoption of statewide criteria for the SSCE in September of 2020. We've been so excited to see the SSCE develop since the 2020-2021 school year, the first year the insignias were available. We will share more details about the SSCE with you today, but first I'd like to briefly spotlight a few of the other civic initiatives that the superintendent and the CDE have been supporting. The IMAB, or Instruction, Measurement, and Administration Branch, continues to work with the California Court's Power of Democracy Steering Committee to promote the annual Civic Learning Awards and the popular Judges in the Classroom program. The CDE also facilitates the annual U.S. Senate Youth Scholarship Competition, a highly competitive program that recognizes high school students each year for their exceptional civic leadership and learning. The CDE also promotes voter education and engagement efforts led by the Secretary of State's office, including the California Student Mock Election and High School Voter Education Weeks. And finally, the CDE Educator Excellence and Equity Division, or EED, is also excited to collaborate with California volunteers on the new California Serves program, which aims to increase access to the SSCE through high-quality service learning. You'll hear some more general updates about California Serves program as well today. We'll begin with a general overview of the SSCE, as well as some information regarding the current status of the SSCE implementation and insignia requests. I do want to share, looking at the screen, this is a recent graduate from Centennial High School in Bakersfield, Kern County. He earned the seal in 2021 through his exceptional civic engagement. The student helped pass a board resolution to recognize Dolores Huerta Day in Bakersfield City School District. He led substance abuse prevention programs for middle school students and hosted Holocaust survivor talks. That's what this is all about. As established by California Education Code, sections 51470 through 51474 in 2017, the CDE and State Superintendent of Public Instruction worked with a variety of educational partners to draft statewide criteria to guide local education agencies, or LEAs, in awarding the SSCE to students. The State Board of Education adopted statewide criteria and implementation guidance for awarding an SSCE in September of 2020. This adoption opened the doors for LEAs to develop and implement local programs to award the SSCE to eligible students in their communities. Soon after adoption of the criteria, statewide organizational partners began supporting LEAs throughout this process. And continuing, the adopted statewide criteria states that students must earn an SSCE by being engaged in academic work in a productive way, demonstrating a competent understanding of United States and California constitutions, functions and governance of local governments, tribal government structures and organizations, the role of the citizen in constitutional democracy, and democratic principles, concepts, and processes. The picture displayed on the screen is an example of what the actual seal looks like. The adopted statewide criteria continue with participate in one or more informed civic engagement projects that address real-world problems and require students to identify and inquire into civic needs or problems, consider varied responses, take action, and reflect on efforts. It also includes demonstration of civic knowledge, skills, and dispositions through self-reflection, and exhibiting character traits that reflect civic-mindedness and a commitment to positively impact the classroom, school, community, and/or society. LEAs may still choose to adopt additional local criteria, but nevertheless, all students who earn an SSCE must, at minimum, meet these 5 criteria. To share more about this work, I would now like to introduce Monique McWayne. She is Director of the Educator Excellence and Equity Division here at CDE. Monique will provide an overview of the SSCE implementation since the statewide criteria was adopted in fall of 2020, and we'll also talk about updates related to the CalSERS program and the SSCE data collection. Thank you for the invitation and this opportunity. Monique, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. All right. So good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover, and Chief Deputy Nicely. Thank you for letting me present today. I am Monique McWayne, as Cheryl introduced, and I have additional details on our state seal of civic engagement. So I'm going to start with the implementation components. Local educational agencies that choose to offer the state seal of civic engagement are responsible for developing their local programming before offering the award to eligible students. Local programming refers to all local resources, infrastructure requirements, and procedures that need to be determined in order for students to earn a state seal of civic engagement. This may include, but is not limited to, specific student requirements such as coursework, assessments, civic engagement project guidelines, requirements, service learning expectations and/or reflections, internal application procedures that students follow to earn, apply for, and receive the state seal insignia, and record-keeping procedures at the site, school site, and the local educational agency. Because these decisions are made locally, the requirements and process for earning the state seal of civic engagement differ from district to district. The state seal of civic engagement is an optional opportunity Local educational agencies at the district or county level must have adopted local state seal of civic engagement programming in order for the students to earn the seal. Students may not apply for an insignia directly from the California Department of Education. All right, some data. I will now review the data on the State Seal of Civic Engagement insignia requests for the 2021-22 school year and the 2020-21 school year. This data is based on insignia requests submitted by local educational agencies in the spring of 2021 and 2022. In making these requests, LEAs, or local educational agencies, do not identify the specific students anticipated to receive the State Seal of Civic Engagement. This data is not collected via CalPADS, or the California Longitudinal Public Pupil Achievement Data System. The table shows data outlining the total number of insignia requests for each year the State Seal of Civic Engagement has been available. And it breaks down these requests based on the development on the document to which they will be affixed. So diplomas, general education development or GED certificates, certificates of completion, grade 11 transcripts, or grade 12 transcripts. Please note that for 2020-21 school year, requests for transcripts were not broken down by grade level, so we do not have that data on our table. This data is posted each fall on our State Seal of Civic Engagement webpage. And then I would also like to highlight a couple of elements from the data. One, the total number of insignias requested roughly doubled from 2020-21 to 2021-22. The number of the local educational agencies also more than doubled, from 28 local educational agencies to 65 local educational agencies. The number of insignia affixed to diplomas rose from 4,794 to 8,354, comprising an 83% of total insignia requests for the 2021-22 school year. No insignias were affixed to GED certificates for 2021 to 22, while there were 6 in 2020-21. However, the number of insignias affixed to certificates of completion rose from 7 to 59. 1,630 insignias were affixed to grade level 12 transcripts for the 2021-22 school year, and 61 were affixed to grade 11 transcripts. One of the challenges to earning the State Seal of Civic Engagement in grade 11 is fulfilling Criterion 2, which requires students to demonstrate an understanding of the United States Constitution. This is traditionally something students focus on in grade 12. Local educational agencies continue to develop strategies to help students fulfill the SEAL Criterion 2, which also requires a student to demonstrate an understanding of not just the the United States Constitution, the California Constitution, as well as tribal systems of government. As I mentioned in reference to the statewide State Seal of Civic Engagement insignia data, local educational agencies do not identify the specific students anticipated to receive the insignia, and it is not collected via CalPADS. The State Board of Education also discussed this while reviewing and adopting the statewide State Seal of Civic Engagement criteria and recommendations that recommended that the California Department of Education investigate ways to incorporate additional criteria for recognizing civic engagement in the college career indicator on the California School Dashboard. Okay, sorry, is that better? Okay. Since adoption of the statewide criteria in September 2020, the my division, the Educator Excellence and Equity Division, has worked internally with the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division to facilitate a civic engagement work group. It met several times in 2020 and 2021 to invest what this possible additional criteria may look like and develop recommendations for the incorporation of the civic learning and engagement into the college and career indicator. Internal teams are meeting periodically to check in. The work group reconvened in August 2022 to share updates and review statewide State Seal of Civic Engagement data while the re-architecture on CalPADS continues. At the county level, the 2021-22 school year saw a significant increase in the number of counties with local educational agencies that offer the State Seal of Civic Engagement. 11 more counties submitted requests for the first time in 2022. This is in addition to the 14 counties that requested insignias for both 2021 and 2022. General trends. Of course, there have been a small number of local decreases in insignias requested from 2021 to 2022. However, the overall numbers of students earning a seal and the number of local educational agencies offering the State Seal of Civic Engagement has increased. This is especially notable given that the first 2 years of implementation coincided with the COVID-19 pandemic and the related school closures. Those local educational agencies that requested insignias in 2021 but reported a decline in students earning the State Seal of Civic Engagement in 2022 or did not have students who earned a State Seal of Civic Engagement in 2022 mostly attributed this to student, educator, and administrator exhaustion or stress. Staffing shortages at county, district, and site levels have also created challenges in implementing the State Seal of Civic Engagement. The map on the right side of the screen shows location of insignia requests statewide in 2022. This is at the school district level. You will note that requests are concentrated around Los Angeles, San Diego, as well as the San Francisco Bay Area and Sacramento regions. This was also the case in 2021. It is apparent that rural or otherwise hard-to-reach regions will require additional outreach and support in order to develop local State Seal of Civic Engagement programming. Recent grant funding made available in 2022 budget through the California Serves program may also help regions implement the seal. Finally, there's also a need to refine the process by which local educational agencies submit corrections to the requested data, the requested insignias. Statewide State Seal of Civic Engagement request data is drawn from the online insignia request form that LEAs submit in the spring. Some local educational agencies reported requesting an excess of insignias in 2020-21 in case additional students ended up qualifying. This resulted in them asking for fewer this year. The State Seal of Civic Engagement insignia request form also allows for corrections, and local educational agencies are to use that form to make the corrections to the insignia requests. The form is open through the summer, however, it can be challenging to ensure that all the corrections are submitted, and we are working on increasing communication before and after insignia requests to address this. Expanding our view of it, California is one of several states that has developed or is developing ways to recognize students for civic engagement and learning. Last year, the California Department of Education supported the National Council for the Social Studies in developing some general resources to support states seeking to offer civic seals. As part of that research, the National Council for the Social Studies is to track which states offer the civic seals and what those opportunities look like. California, Arizona, Georgia, New York, and Ohio have statewide civic diploma seals for qualifying students. Ohio's is the newest program, which is on its pilot year. In addition to a citizenship seal, Ohio also allows local educational agencies to develop and offer the seal to recognize community service, as well as a seal to recognize student extracurricular engagement. Several states recognize schools with active civic programs. This includes Kansas, Tennessee, and Illinois. Arizona appears to be the only state that offers a seal to both schools and individual students. And each state approaches the Civic seals differently. However, most states that offer the Civic seal restrict seals to graduating students, require specific coursework and performance on assessments, and instruct students to engage in a project and or complete a set of number of service or volunteer hours. Of the states that offer seals for individual students, California is the only state that allows juniors to earn seals that does not factor in grades, that does not use a standardized statewide assessment. I will now move on to share more information related to the local state seal of civic engagement implementation, including information about the new California Serves program. And on this slide, there are two students from Riverside STEM High School explaining a recycling program that they developed over 3 years for their school district. And they used this program for a state seal of civic engagement. First, I'd like to briefly share how our division approaches the state seal of civic engagement implementation throughout the year. There's a timeline on the slide. After updating the insignia request form and stocking up on the insignias, we post an online insignia request form. For the first 2 years, it was posted in March, but we were able to post it in February this year. Division staff then fulfills the request throughout spring and into summer, and with the majority of the requests being processed in April. And we're processing insignia requests right now. Throughout the summer, division staff processes the insignia request data, including requesting the LEA SMIT corrections as needed. This statewide data spreadsheet is posted onto the State Seal of Civic Engagement webpage each fall after corrections are processed. Division staff also supports local State Seal of Civic Engagement implementation throughout the year. They provide technical assistance, they present on the State Seal of Civic Engagement, promote resources and opportunities provided by State Seal of Civic Engagement partner organizations, share information on the State Seal of Civic Engagement to internal and external organizations, and facilitate internal and ongoing partnership to investigate incorporating the civic learning and engagement into the college career indicator. Although students in grade 11 and 12 are eligible to earn a State Seal of Civic Engagement, a key purpose of the legislation was to create pathways for pupils in elementary and secondary schools to become civically engaged in democratic governmental institutions at the local level, the state level, and national levels. Encouraging long-term civic engagement was also the theme of a November 2022 Civic Learning Summit, which brought together students, educators, administrators, lawmakers, and the judicial branch to recognize and celebrate bright spots in student civic engagement at all levels. For example, to encourage students to begin this process in elementary or middle, some local educational agencies are developing pathways for students to become civically engaged before reaching high school. Anaheim Unified High School District is partnering with feeder elementary school districts to facilitate vertical learning to encourage civic learning that begins in kindergarten. Fresno Unified School District is implementing the State Seal of Civic Engagement regionally, with Fresno High School as the epicenter that works with middle and elementary schools in its region to integrate civic learning opportunities vertically. Participation in Fresno Unified School District's Fresno State Bonner Award also incentivizes schools to encourage students to pursue civic learning in younger grades. Orange County Department of Education created a civic learning pathways document and slide deck to help support projects for students to earn civic learning pathway certificates in elementary and middle schools. Sacramento County Office of Education is exploring options for awarding local intermediate civic engagement seals to elementary and middle school students. And Sacramento County Office of Education Leadership has been openly supportive of implementing the State Seal of Civic Engagement locally as a civic experience that starts in kindergarten and feeds into programs offered at every school level. In addition to encouraging long-term civic engagement pathways, local educational agencies are also developing programming to support students in alternative education settings seeking to earn a state seal in civic engagement. I'd like to highlight two of those: Santa Clara County Office of Education and Sacramento County Office of Education. Santa Clara Office of Education developed a state seal of civic engagement implementation toolkit that guides local educational agencies implementing the state seal to ensure that no student is excluded from an opportunity to earn a seal based on academic ability, alternative school setting, or unique or unconventional expressions of civic engagement. Santa Clara's local state seal of civic engagement programming includes options for students in Santa Clara's County Office of Education special programs. It's developed through a special programs advisory committee, which is dedicated to providing equitable and inclusive opportunities for all students to earn a seal. This includes students in court and community programs, the Opportunity Youth Academy, and the Special Education Department. Santa Clara County Office of Education also developed special programs criteria to provide examples for local educational agencies to implement the state seal of civic engagement in ways that support all students. Sacramento County has also developed local programming that supports access to the seal in alternative education settings. This includes developing programs based on what it means for students in alternative education programs to earn a seal through learning to navigate local work and service systems. For instance, Sacramento City Unified School District's local criteria includes guidance and specific examples to support students in alternative learning programs to work towards a seal. We are also seeing increased support for civic learning and engagement in the state legislature and the governor's office. This became evident with the 2022 Education Omnibus Bill, which included language to establish the California Serves program. Beginning this school year, this appropriates $5 million annually to the California Department of Ed to develop and administer the California Serves program. It's in collaboration with California volunteers, and it's for purposes of promoting access to effective service learning for pupils in grade 12 with the goal of expanding access to the state seal of civic engagement through service learning. This includes $5 million annual grant program in which eligible local educational agencies may apply for grants to support the implementation of the state seal through local service learning programs. We posted the request for applications for this program on January 26th, on January 26th, 2023. Applications are due this Friday, and we held a webinar for local educational agencies that are interested on February 3rd, 2023. Following the Readers Conference for this program, we will post the intent to award. We anticipate posting it on April 21st, with the final awards posted on May 12th of this year. The intent is that this is a pilot year of the grant, and it will form the basis of an innovative, continual program to support equitable access to the state seal of civic engagement for eligible California school students. Moving forward, as we continue with year 3 of the state seal of civic engagement implementation, our division is focusing on the following areas: improving the accuracy of data provided by local educational agencies and reported statewide each fall, posting the insignia request form earlier for those students who graduate earlier, improving the state seal of civic engagement access in rural areas, underserved areas, and for students in alternative education programs, and supporting and promoting examples of local educational agencies that have implemented civic engagement pathways for students in elementary school and middle, and also, where possible, address issues related to consistency among the local state seal of civic engagement programs to make it easier to analyze from community to community, including the quality of local programs and how equitably the students are accessing the seal. We're also exploring the incorporation of the State Seal of Civic Engagement into the College and Career Indicator. We continue to work internally to investigate ways to recognize and incorporate the State Seal of Civic Engagement into the indicator, and we're excited to move forward with this project in the future. We anticipate that the department will also provide updates on this project in a future State Board of Education meeting this year. And finally, our division is also moving forward with implementing and growing the California Serves program along with the State Seal of Civic Engagement. Thank you for inviting us to share this information today. My colleagues, Deputy Superintendent Cotton and Sarah Smith, an education programs consultant within the Educator Excellence and Equity Division, are here with me. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge Sarah Smith today. She leads this program on behalf of the department. She does an amazing job. She's very dedicated to civic engagement, and she was recently honored by the California Council for the Social Studies for her work highlighted. And so thank you for the conversation, and we're happy to take any questions you have at the appropriate time.
Thank you so much, Monique and Cheryl. Let's put the public comment slide up if we may. We'll open the phone line for the public comment queue. Members of the public who want to call in may do so in person or by calling the telephone number and using the access code that is on the slide that is shown now. And while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask our liaison member, Yoshimoto Tari, if she would like to make a few comments.
Thank you, Board President. I think the fact that we're one of 10 states that have a civic seal is very promising. I wanted to make 3 quick points. No, it's a speaker. We have an echo over here. The creation of promising practices are exciting, so thank you for recognizing the county offices and the districts that are doing this work, which can provide support both for the less urban adjacent districts and also for students whom traditional instruction hasn't been as effective. Secondly, it's exciting that juniors and seniors are eligible for this because students could put it on their resumes and their college applications. I think that's really important. And then lastly, I did want to connect the Seal of Civic Engagement to yesterday's dream session on assessments. There's a lot in the Civic Engagement Seal that can really be connected with real life, culturally relevant, giving back to the community, and demonstrating civic mindedness. So I think for the future, that may be something for us to explore. Thank you, Board President.
Are there any speakers in the room who wanted to give public comment?
There is no one signed up in the room for public comment.
All right, and do we have anybody on the phone?
Yes, we do. We have 5 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Good afternoon, State Board of Education. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending with the last 4 digits, 5491. You are unmuted. Please start your public comment now. Okay, moving to the next caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. I believe we're having a problem with the phone line. I'm not sure if I'm still muted or not. I will try the next caller, though. Caller with the last 4 digits, 5596. Please start your public comment. You are live.
Good afternoon. This is Liz Guillen with Public Advocates and also with the LCFF Equity Coalition. We really appreciate the work that's been accomplished so far and all the information provided to lift up the seal of civic engagement. We wanted to just emphasize what the staff memo made clear, that the original intent of ensuring equitable access for all students is not being met currently, and I would expect the board to provide direction to help the department try to get more LEAs involved, and especially those that are in areas such as rural areas. We also appreciate the lifting this up as a potential measure of accountability. However, until there is student group data on the recipients of the seal, we would be concerned about adding this metric to the college and career indicator. It seems like there would be a lot of work to do before we get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. I'm Huling Lee, Executive Director for Authentic Preparation today. We appreciate the State Board and CDE's commitments to this work and our collaboration with CDE on this. Given the equity implications of inconsistent state seal civic engagement implementation in the field, we would recommend that the state, one, reinstate the civic engagement work group to improve and refine the seal criteria requirements based on local promising practices and needs. Two, revise the seal criteria to prioritize the civic engagement project, student reflection, and evidence with more specificity, so these requirements are not watered down unintentionally. Three, require, not just recommend, that LEAs meet the state's baseline state seal criteria. And lastly, four, to use the 10% California serves set-asides to provide high-quality examples and resources as guidance across the state, and to determine a process for state oversight to ensure equity and consistency of excellence across the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. Thank you, President Darling Hammond. I'm John Trisvenia, California Senior Advisor for Generation Citizen, who promotes youth civic engagement nationally and in California schools throughout the San Francisco Bay Area. I want to express our strong support for full equitable implementation of the state seal and availability of academically rigorous and civically conscious programs. I associate myself with the remarks of Ms. Liz Guillen and Ms. Huling Lee on these subjects, particularly in terms of equitable access. Schools and local education associations need strong support, strong state support to make civic engagement a reality, especially for pathways up to grades 11 and 12. The numbers that we're talking about thus far in the first few years of implementation are very strong, very weak, and really in order to make an impact at this critical time following the January 6th, we need the state leadership in order to support all the school districts in being able to have this program. California should be a leader. Much more needs to be done to reach out to all students. We look forward to assisting wherever we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Tatiana Pittman, a senior at Sunnyside High School in Fresno, California, and I'm a core member in California for Justice. I'm calling in about the seal of civic engagement. Getting the seal will allow me to show that not only did I make a difference in my school, but also in my community as a young student of color through my work at the Toronto's Peace Mural, and how it led to decreased student conflict and brought a sense of belonging. Getting the seal also recognizes the work I've done at CFJ in gathering data on issues that are important to students and making sure students know their rights. Students should have more opportunities to create projects and also more clarity on qualifications, because there are so many students that qualify for it but don't know they do. We want this state seal of civic engagement to be more accessible to students of color and low-income students like myself, and to get there, we could collect more information about schools and students that is available to the seal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending with the last 4 digits, 5156. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Yes, hello. This is Time for Community Schools, correct?
No, I'm sorry. This is for item number 5. If you don't mind calling back in. Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending in the last 4 digits, 7145. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Thank you. My name is Erica Hodgen with the Civic Engagement Research Group at UC Riverside. I want to thank the board and CDE for their commitment to use civic engagement and support for the State Seal of Civic Engagement. I'm calling to share 3 preliminary findings from a study where we assess the extent to which this new civic initiative is accessible throughout the state and how the landscape has changed, and to urge the board to support district implementation and collect additional data to help us and districts promote this kind of high quality civic learning. In this study, we examined district LCAPs and mission statements, and we did this same study in 2020 and then have compared to 2022. And the first finding that we see is that civic and democratic goals have increased only slightly in California district mission statements and LCAPs. And we also find that there's comparatively less staffing to support history, social science, and civic agendas. The fact that many districts have no individuals focused specifically on civics or very few in social studies may be constraining the implementation of the seal. The second finding that we've been looking at based on available data is that the seal is being adopted by districts of varying sizes, but the state's 10 largest districts, only 4 offer the seal. And when we compare the 12th grade population of the districts that have adopted the seal, we found that on average, districts are only requesting 11% of their 12th grade population to earn the seal. So we urge you to think about collecting more data and equity and access around the seal.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 5.
Thank you very much. This is not an action item, it's an information item, but if we have comments that we want to make for the staff as they move forward, this is the time to do that. Yes, Naomi.
So thank you so much, truly, for the work that you've been doing. It is so impactful. So I wanted to make 2 quick comments. First, in my own service learning leadership class, we participate in this thing called a 20-time project, in which we dedicate 20% of our time in class towards a passion project similar to those that would count towards the seal, and this has been wildly successful, and so many students want to take this course simply because of this project. And students have created mental wellness kits, taught art classes, and re-engaged in hobbies that they no longer felt they had time for given rigorous course schedules and other time commitments. And I believe that when students have autonomy over what we want to dedicate our time to and directly impact how we measure success in our project, directly kind of parallels to Member Yoshimoto Toweri's point of the conversations that we had yesterday about ensuring that students are workplace ready. So I think that providing examples of successful projects for the seal is important so students can get an idea and some guidance of successful projects and kind of how to turn their ideas and their passions into tangible projects. And then secondly, with a different perspective, a few student board members from across the state have reached out to me about their districts being wary about the seal being used as a tool solely to write on college applications or to build a resume rather than its intent, which is to bolster civic engagement and understanding and really encourage that. And so I'm curious if there's data about this and the seal's effectiveness, or if that's just something to consider for future updates.
Just one thought to share. I think what makes California unique is that we do not require GPA. We don't require any of those things in order for students to earn their civic seal of engagement. I think that that's one positive, and I agree with you that the focus is on encouraging student learning, but one of the byproducts is also student engagement and school climate and making school a more fun and engaging place, as you're describing with your passion project. for students as well.
Thank you.
Yes, Member McQuillan.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I'm so thankful that you've included tribal students understanding their own tribal structures and tribal organizations. It's really good. It's such a refreshing item and overdue. I'm reminded just a couple of weeks ago, I saw students at a peaceful civic protest to bring attention to the missing and murdered indigenous peoples that was happening over at the state capitol just 2 weeks ago, and I saw some high school students as a part of that, so it's great that they will possibly be acknowledged academically for that involvement. I also hope that we will be tracking and getting numbers of who's applying and what subgroups are applying for this seal also in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other advice or commentary? Vice President Glover Woods.
Thank you. Just to build off of Board Member McQuillan's statement, I again thank everyone for all that they've done. This is just a wonderful opportunity for students, and just strongly encourage us to look at how we can get to some student level data to address the issues of equity that might be in place, and also to utilize that information to help determine how we can support LEAs that may not be offering these opportunities to students, especially if we're going to look at including this as one of the criteria on our college career indicator. Thank you so much for the work that's been done, and I look forward to future information around this topic. Thank you.
Member Olken.
Thank you for your presentation today and all the work on this, and anything that gives Member Porter the opportunity to share her good work, I'm in favor of. But I also just wanted to build on what Vice President Glover Woods just said about the link between this program and access and equity from a different angle, which is the ways in which encouraging and rewarding civic engagement amongst our youth, particularly in a way that is equitable and really supports some of our vulnerable and disadvantaged populations to participate, actually is helps us build the tomorrow that we want. So I think there's been a lot of talk about how this is good for students to engage in, but I think remembering to frame this work around that it's good for us as a society to encourage and to reward, because it's going to help us have more democratic institutions in the future, is important. And I think we know from history that our youth are often where the real solutions come from. And so I think there's a lot more to be gained by growing this program than, for example, college resumes.
Thank you so much. So I think that we're moving toward the place where we can consider this as part of the seal of, as part of our college career and civic engagement index. That will encourage people in the field to take it up, I think, once that is now something that could possibly count. Obviously, we've heard a lot about the need to create a support system to figure out how to make this a meaningful element. And so we're going to look forward to seeing you again soon with some of those answers. And we just want to applaud keeping the work moving forward. Thank you so much. And I'm going to now reopen item 2 because State Superintendent Tony Thurmond is here and it is time for his report. Thank you, Tony.
Madam President, thank you to the members of the board, Madam Vice President, and just want to thank our team for the presentation and thinking about the more than 10,000 state seals that have been provided in California. And it was an honor for me to join a conversation with state superintendents from across the nation and to be able to say that our state does not require a GPA, that we think that the state seal should be available to all students. And so thank you for your leadership and for making it available for all of our students. As always, I want to start by being in gratitude to our teachers and our classified staff, and to our students, our family members, for all that you do for our 6 million students. And acknowledge again that it's Women's History Month, and I would like to plus one all the things that I heard President Darling Hammond say about the real-life mathematicians who, for which the film Hidden Figures was created. And just acknowledge the incredible leaders on this board. If you look around, we have incredible leaders here. And it's an honor to serve with all of you, and just to thank you. I'm also reminded about a school visit last month to Robla Elementary School District, where I was given the honor to present to some students the Ruby Bridges Award. And the room was full of many young students who appreciated that Ruby Bridges had to sacrifice so much to make education possible for us all. Being escorted by police officers and troopers, and just the kind of hate that she experienced and sacrificed to ensure that our students would have access to an education with equity. And so grateful to all who continue to support our students, and happy to share just a few reflections from my visits. Again, it's National School Breakfast Week. And this week I had the opportunity to spend time with the first partner and with the U.S. Secretary for Agriculture at Betty Reed Soskin Middle School. Betty Reed Soskin Middle School is named after the oldest park ranger in the nation, a 100-year-old woman, an African-American woman who's been a trailblazer as we talk about Women's History Month. And at the school, a great conversation about how we provide healthy, nutritious meals to our students. As you all know, we provide universal meals for our students, and it was great to see the meals prepared by the staff and students, and working with farmers and others to make sure that great resources are provided to our schools to provide healthy sustenance for our students. It is also National School Social Worker Week, and I want to acknowledge all the school social workers, and take a point of personal privilege as a social worker, grateful for what you do. And I know that later in the agenda you'll hear from Deputy Superintendent Zimmer and our team from Alameda County Office of Education some updates about community schools. I want to welcome them today, and we'll continue the conversation about the great work that social workers do and other mental health clinicians do, and remind those that anyone who wants to become a mental health clinician and work in a school, California offers a $20,000 grant to do that. And we are excited about our ability to support our school staff. I also, this week, had the pleasure of participating in a Capitol visit with students from Palos Verdes Peninsula High School, the home school of our own trustee, Naomi Porter. And I saw in action what we see in action here all the time, well-informed students who are very well-researched, and they came to the Capitol very focused on how do we expand mental health services. And their perspectives were incredible, and I think that we need to do all that we can to follow the suggestions of our students. We all know we have a shortage. We all know that of mental health clinicians, and we know that there's still stigma in the world, and that we can do more to help our students. And on that note, I'll just mention, as I always do, that anyone who needs to talk to a counselor can do so 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, by texting or calling 988. You can text or call 988 to talk to a counselor 24/7. And again, it was a great visit. Thank you, Board Member Porter, for allowing us to spend some time with your colleagues this week. I do also want to acknowledge that today we're being visited by students from the California School for the Deaf in Riverside. This is one of the schools managed directly by the California Department of Education. There are 6th and 7th graders here, go Cubs, and they are doing a makeup visit. And just like how the board has come together to be in person again, these are students who were not able to do their 4th grade trip during the pandemic. And so this is their makeup visit. And next month, we will be visited by the actual fourth graders from the California School for the Deaf in Riverside. And so big shout out to our school there and to our students at the California School for the Deaf in Fremont and the California School for the Blind in Fremont. Big shout out to all of our students. As you know, many of our schools are still grappling with weather-related closures. Hundreds of schools are impacted, tens of thousands of students. Difficult times, but I want to acknowledge the resilience of all of our school leaders and students, the Office of Emergency Services, our emergency team at the California Department of Education, our Deputy Superintendent Abel Guillen, who's visited many of the schools, and the work of our Director Elizabeth Deerstein and her team, trying to support these schools and helping them to get to safety and to not be worried about questions related to ADA, but focus on what can we do to support our schools. Also want to remind you that we continue our efforts around recruitment. As you know, we've established what I'm calling a one-stop information and referral system where we can help anyone who wants to learn about what it means to be a teacher. We've established a public service announcement that you will soon see where our California Teachers of the Year are featured in that PSA. I also want to share with you that, remind everyone that we have the Golden State Teacher Grant, $20,000 scholarship for anyone who wants to become a teacher. We have a partnership with College Core, which has 3,000 folks working in schools as tutors and mentors, and they receive a stipend and money to go to college. And anyone who wants to learn more about any of these resources can reach us at teachinca@cde.ca.gov. I want to also acknowledge President Darling Hammond for joining us just a few weeks ago on a great webinar discussion about what we do to support California schools in reducing discipline and addressing disproportionate discipline. And the department is putting out guidance to support our schools. Thank you for being a part of that webinar to show our districts how to use programs like restorative justice and others that we know allow us to address the needs of our students in an appropriate way. I also want to acknowledge that upcoming, we will continue our conversations around literacy and how we help our students reach literacy by third grade. And on March 23rd at 4 p.m., there'll be a webinar focused on many aspects of literacy, including the English Language Arts, English Language Development Framework. And again, I want to thank the president of our board for your work to help to lift this up and conversations about creating a literacy roadmap so that we have ways to make sure that every educator knows about the ELA-ELD framework. And so thank you for your leadership there. There'll be updates on new requirements from the CTC for teacher credentialing programs in terms of how we prepare teachers to teach reading. We'll be talking about Freedom School, an Afrocentric evidence-based literacy intervention program, and some grants that we hope to provide to school districts. We'll be talking about Primary Promise. If you followed any of the remarks from President Darling Hammond, you know that our largest district in this state, LA Unified, saw improvement in 4th and 8th grade literacy on the NAEP in terms of their NAEP scores. We'll be talking about ways to engage English learners and to support bilingual education as part of that webinar. That webinar is also an opportunity to introduce 2 new state co-directors for helping California students reach literacy by 3rd grade. Some of them are folks that you know. I want to acknowledge the addition to our staff, Nancy Brynelson, who most recently has served as a consultant to the CTC and as a primary writer for the ELA-ELD framework, and her co-director, Dr. Bonnie Garcia, who's worked at the Desert Mountain SELPA with more than 40 school districts, including work to support their literacy efforts. And she works as a literacy dyslexia interventionist. And so you'll be meeting them and hearing from them, and we're formally introducing them on March the 23rd. One additional new hire is our new computer science coordinator, Catherine Goyette, who has worked for nearly a decade as the educational technology and integrated studies consultant for Tulare County Office of Education, and was the primary writer for California's inaugural computer science standards. And so we want to invite you to welcome them to the department and to acknowledge someone who's not new to the department but new to the role as our Chief General Counsel. We're excited to announce the elevation of Len Garfinkel, who many of you have had the chance to work with in his role, who's worked in our CDE legal office since 2011. It's needless to say he's jumped right in and is continuing the incredible tradition of work that we get from both the Department of Education and our partnership with the State Board of Education. So we ask that you welcome these new folks and new folks in their role, and happy to share these highlights. And this submits my report. I'm not sure if Len's in the building. Len is in the building, so once again, for Len Garfinkel, who is in the building, he'll probably sue me for that, but that's okay. Our two new literacy statewide directors are already at a nationwide training on statewide literacy programs with some of our staff from the Department of Education. Welcome. This completes my report.
All right, terrific. Thank you so much. We're now going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to reset the phone line so that it will operate properly, and the board members will get their lunches and bring them back, and we can all go at once and do that and be back in 5 minutes. But we are going to continue to barrel on ahead, and I am aiming to have us out of here by 3 so that we can get ahead of the worst part of the storm. So that's what we're aiming for. We're now going to take up the regular consent items 6 through 8, and we will open the phone line for the queue for public comment on consent items 6 through 8. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on those items may do so in person or by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. Do we have any speakers sign up for public comment in person?
Yes, we have Lorraine Richards signed up for item 6.
Right. Is Lorraine in the house? Okay, there we go.
Thank you. Great to be back. My name is Lorraine Richards, and I'm a classroom teacher representing the California Teachers Association. CTA would like to express our continued concerns with the funding determination process with non-classroom-based charters. There is a significant disconnect with the state-level process, and it was on display at the February ACCS meeting, in which some commissioners raised significant concerns regarding the funding determination process and the intersection of the authorizer. Chair Walsh expressed, "It is clear that there is still work to be done on the process and the systems and becoming clearer about the charter authorization responsibility." These disconnects open the door to bad actors such as the people who ran the A3 charters and others who have taken advantage to steal hundreds of millions of dollars in public funds. CTA looks forward to working with CDE, State Board of Education, and ACCS to fix this broken process. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other in-person speakers? Seeing none, do we have any callers on the phone line?
It looks like we do have one caller in the queue. I'll open the phone line now. Good afternoon. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Romaine, and I am the head of school of Virtual Preparatory Academy at Lucerne. We are an independent charter school operated by a nonprofit public benefit corporation serving 700 students in grades TK through 11. In partnership with our chartering authority, our school serves an array of non-traditional students and families who require an alternative to traditional classroom-based learning. We're proud of the growth of our student experience at our school and our commitment to sound operations. Last year, our school began working with a highly respected California-based fiscal advisor to support excellence in all aspects of our fiscal operations. We appreciate the State Board of Education's approval for funding determination. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes public comment for regular consent items 06 through 08.
All right, thank you. Given that there's no further public comment, I'll ask for a motion on consent items 6 through 8. Do I have a motion? And a second? Member Yoshimoto Tari? I saw you trying to get your hand up there. All right, all of those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much. And we're going to move to item 9, the California Community Schools Partnership Program, which is approval of the second cohort of planning grantees and an update from the State Transformational Assistance Center. The CDE recommends that we approve the CCSPP Cohort 2 Planning Grant Awards, and this item will be presented by Steve Zimmer and Pete Callis of the CDE, and then Navdeep Purewal from the Alameda County Office of Education. Steve, it's great to see you. Please begin.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I want to first acknowledge the leadership of our state superintendent and my gratitude to him. We celebrated his inauguration at the RFK campus in Los Angeles, one of the flagship community schools really across our nation. Looking forward also to a visit that we have together with the superintendent on March 30th, where in Fullerton, California, in Orange County, they will be opening their new community school center, and the superintendent will be cutting the ribbon and helping to inaugurate that program. It's an honor to speak to you today. We have a very simple item. We are asking the board for the approval of our second cohort of planning grants. We will be recommending 226 planning grants today, is in your attachment, and this is a more than 30 more that we had in our first round. And I want to acknowledge that we have, together with community partners, together with our lead state transformative assistance program, we have really done a lot of outreach as we committed to you last year to try and make sure that this program is reaching all parts of our state. And as you know, with this recommendation, all of the LEAs that we are coming to you for recommendation today meet the qualification of 50% or higher of their students with that are designated as unduplicated, or a few of the other qualification guidelines set forth by statute and this board. We're pleased with the diversity of these planning grantees that we will present today, and look forward to answering any questions you might have about our process. A brief overview. You have more in the item. And I know flying into the atmospheric river this morning, I know that want to respect your process in terms of being able to get out and get everyone home safely today. So there's more information in the item. Brief reminder, it's a $4.1 billion allocation for planning grants, implementation grants, to transform and support community schools within LEAs, and also to provide a robust infrastructure at the county level, the regional level, and the state level to support strong statewide implementation. And I think if there's a theme that I would have for today's presentation, it is that implementation is happening. We came a year and a half ago with a program we were just launching, and I think that we can say today, and Pete will touch on this in his presentation, and you'll see it from Dr. Purewal from Alameda County, implementation is happening. This is taking hold. So far, you have approved 193 LEAs last year for planning grants, 76 LEAs for implementation grants, and 458 individual school sites, 38 county offices of education to support grantees in their county, a lead technical assistance center, or transformational assistance center, I should say, and 8 regional technical assistance centers. And now I'd like to introduce to you our lead partner at the Alameda County Office of Education, Dr. Navdeep Purewal. And I just want to say, as Nav comes up, this partnership has been really extraordinary. We, as I shared with you that we would a few months ago, our teams meet multiple times a week. The collaboration is both intentional and it is detail oriented as well. And I can't speak highly enough about Nav and her team and the work that they have done to date. She's going to detail it for you right now, but just on behalf of the superintendent, on behalf of our team at CDE, I just want to express my gratitude at how this relationship has developed and the partnership that we have, Dr. Purewal, with your team. With no further ado, let me introduce Dr. Navdeep Purewal.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, President Darling-Hammond and board members. I'm delighted to be here on behalf of the State Transformational Assistance Center. I also want to share that since the update in November, our Alameda County Superintendent of Schools, Elise Castro, has joined us and has been tremendously supportive of the work and the transformational vision of the STAC. Today, I will touch on the topics listed here in the overview, and I'll be closing with the next steps that are on the horizon for the STAC. Since we started our work in July, we have facilitated 7 webinars, 6 communities of transformative practice, and 27 collective learning spaces, all grounded in the California Community Schools framework. The webinars designed for grantees, educators, students, families, and community members have been a space for us to share how to create community schools that are racially just, relationship-centered, and foster shared decision-making. We have also been intentional about representing our diverse state by lifting best practices and strategies from practitioners who represent our rural communities as well as our tribal communities. We have also engaged our county offices of education in our communities of transformative practice, trying to really identify the opportunities for coherence from the grantee levels at the school sites to the LEAs, as well as our county offices of education, to really support this transformational implementation of programming at our school sites. We have encouraged our 31 county offices of education who have been receiving grant allocations to support grantees in their areas to join us in this community of transformative practice, and also invite all other county offices of education through presentations at our California County Superintendents meetings, as well as our Curriculum and Instruction Steering Committee meetings that engage leaders from the County Office of Education level. In the 27 collective learning spaces, as well as our phone calls and email support, we have been able to really provide more of the targeted and intensive support to differentiate the needs that our grantees have on the ground as they are implementing and planning community schools. We are extremely elated that we have 8 partners in this work with us, along with our phenomenal CDE team, the 8 regional transformational assistance centers that have been approved throughout our state. We have been engaging with our RTACs. We visited each RTAC in person over the last several months to really strengthen and to begin this relationship building process. We've been able to really glean and learn about how these regional transformational assistance centers have been leads in their counties, and at the state level, to really determine how we're going to be able to maximize that expertise as we implement community schools across our state. A few notable strengths that we've already identified that can really be supportive of this work is RTACs who are the state leads right now for Medi-Cal billing. We also have a state regional transformational assistance center that is the community engagement initiative lead. We also know that one of our county offices of education that's an RTAC has themselves set up medical clinics across their county. That's just to name a few. We are very excited, really trying to just lift the strength and the capacity we have to really implement this program to be meaningful, student-centered, and serving families and communities. We've also established monthly meetings with these county offices of education just to continue the alignment and coherence of TA across our state. We also find it important to develop a shared understanding among our STAC as well as our RTAC partners. In December, we invited our RTAC partners to engage in a UCLA community school study tour where we went through a community school. We were led by students as well as administrators in learning more about what that community school looked like, what the planning process was and implementation, and how they are continuously learning from the community members and students on how to really support the access and success for these students and families. We're also excited to share that we will be engaging in another shared understanding opportunity funded by the Stewart Foundation, who is getting together other leads, statewide leads who are focused on secondary programming, such as the dual enrollment, the Golden State Pathways that have been mentioned. And so we'll be coming together to really engage in a deep learning experience in April, and we're very excited to continue that shared understanding work. Now I'm going to switch to our implementation growth chart, which as part of our STAC contract, we were been asked to develop a rubric. One thing I want to name that, we really thought about the word rubric and thought, gosh, how can we really talk about and express that this is, it's not an accountability measure. This is supposed to be used as a tool. So how are we using a growth chart to really lift and identify that this is a process? Implementation is going to take time. It's going to be iterative. So in response to our grantees that we have heard from through our collective learning space, through our emails and our phone calls, we have created a growth chart that's very soon about to be released, which is tethered in the values of the California Community Schools framework, but it also highlights this California way. And when I share that, I want to just really lift the multitude of investments that are coming our way in our schools and our LEAs. And how can we really think about sustainability and implementation in this new California way? We have so many opportunities to bring together funding and investments to support this meaningful work. Additionally, we acknowledge that we are providing chronological guidance while recognizing this nonlinear nature of implementation, really wanting to meet folks where they at as grantees in planning and implementation grants. So this growth chart actually includes resources and tools such as self-assessments, and they ask questions related to, for example, healthcare services that are going to be provided for students and what access they have. Also, summer learning experiences, what's being put in place for students in the summer, and also other aspects such as other student services that families and students may need. So the self-assessments will help to really shape and inform the needs for implementing community schools. We have also received feedback from our advisory board, our regional transformational assistance centers, as well as the our CDE partners to really adjust and iterate this process of creating this growth chart. As we release it, we are wanting the community to engage and to provide us feedback as they are using this tool as a resource to design their community schools. The implementation growth chart is tethered to the 4 overarching values that you see here. that operationalize the California Community Schools framework. Classroom community connections, really emphasizing that we're continuously linking classroom instruction to the broader community, and that the school is rooted in the assets of the students, families, educators, and local community members. Racially just, relationship-centered spaces are another value that we want to lift in this growth chart, and that's really spotlighting the importance of authentically valuing diverse cultures, perspectives, and strengths in our communities. Co-ownership really speaks to the idea and the grounding in the belief that schools belong to all of us, students, educators, families, community members, and that these spaces are democratic, recognizing and building towards shared ownership and deep engagement. And finally, a focus on continuous improvement. Can't stress this enough. We are going to iterate, we are going to listen, and we are going to continue to try to meet the needs of our students and our families in our communities. The growth chart contains 9 capacity building strategies that are actually within 3 phases of growth and development: visioning, engaging, and transforming. And these capacity building strategies are associated activities that build the structural and organizational capacity for collective efficacy and action in meeting the shared goals and values listed in the previous slide. Now I'll be moving on to an implementation plan template that was recently released to the field. This implementation plan template was derived from the implementation growth chart. This has been a very strong collaboration between our STAC and our CDE partners. We had a lot of back and forth and how to meet the needs of our grantees. It is in response also to the Cohort 2 Community Schools Partnership Program implementation grant RFA requirement, which now requires that each site include an implementation plan. So we really wanted to provide this TA to support applicants in wanting to really engage in this work moving forward. We have also, as an STAC, facilitated 2 webinars in the last 2 weeks, receiving a lot of great feedback and support around how this tool is going to help them with their applications. And those webinars really focused on the purpose and use of this template. Next, I'm excited to share that we are engaging this process as an STAC around transformation partner deep dive sites. Very excited, and really the purpose of these deep dive sites are a way for our team to partner with 3 CCSPP implementation grantees over a period of time to really capture a vertical slice of the broader system from the school, the district, the county, and the RTAC. We're really looking to understand implementation from a systems perspective and build collective capacity to learn, improve, and transform, and really support grantees across the state. We plan on doing this by collaborating at each level of these deep dive sites, from the site to the county office to the RTAC, and really building this understanding and shared understanding of what implementation looks like in response to what we're hearing in asset mapping gap analysis through our advisory board and steering committees, and also finding those nuggets of how do we think about sustainability and how do we leverage the investments of several of the allied reforms that we have here, and how do we do this in our California way. Very excited to now announce that over the past 4 months, we have analyzed the Cohort 1 implementation grantee abstracts, coded them, identified them for evidence of the California Community Schools Framework, really thinking about whole child principles of learning, sustainability, and collaborative leadership. And we've conducted interviews with 6 finalists that we selected based on these analysis of abstracts. And after much deliberation, we are very excited to share with you all today that we have selected these 3 deep dive sites: our Shasta Consortium, the Anaheim Union High School District, as well as the West Contra Costa Unified School District. Together, these 3 deep dives sites provide a diverse geographic and programmatic context within which to learn and assist the state in its transformational goals. And so the next steps on our horizon, which we are very excited about, we will be hosting our first annual Community School Summit on June 16th. Very excited to plan with that. We'll be working with our regional transformational assistance centers as well as other partners to lift this, the great work of this summit that we are planning. We are also focusing our work on Cohort 1 planning and implementation grantee surveys for our planning and implementation grantees. And so really thinking about for planning grantees with the end goal after the 2 years being that they're creating an implementation plan that they're going to execute. So really seeing what is the progress on them completing this implementation plan. For our implementation grantee progress reporting, we're thinking about questions and data around, so in addition to the California School Dashboard data, you know, of absenteeism, of academics, we're really thinking about what are the services? What are the services that students are getting access to and are actually utilizing? What are the services for the families and community members? So dental, vision, health checkups. So this reporting will be a little bit more detailed, and it'll help us get a baseline for annual reporting. We are also working with West Ed on surveys for our planning and implementation grantees, which should be released shortly, to also collect more data around how this year and how planning and implementation has been going. Alignment among allied reforms, I've mentioned this, really thinking about coherence and sustainability. We are going to be having meetings with Children Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, our partners at CDE that are implementing Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, Universal Pre-Kindergarten, to really recognize models where these reforms are in coherence and how sustainability of braiding and blending, funding and layering is helping to support these schools and communities. And lastly, we are excited to continue our transformational assistance and really maximizing the expertise of our regional transformational assistance centers. I want to thank you for your time today. That concludes my presentation, and now I'll pass it on to Pete Callis.
Thank you. That's totally fine. I'm going to bring up Pete right now. Thank you, Dr. Purewal. Thank you also to the board members for having lunch with community schools today. We hope we provide you good companionship for the good nourishment of the heart and the soul and the mind. I do want to bring up our division director, Pete Callis. I want to introduce you as well to our new educational administrator for community schools, Hamed Razawi, who is here with us. And also thank Lisa Reimers, who many of you know. I just want to say, as I bring Pete up, the work that this division has done is really extraordinary on community schools to really get us from vision to action to implementation. And I can't tell you how hard they've worked, a small team, to really bring this to fruition. Director Pete Callis.
Thank you, Steve. So a brief overview of our planning grant awards. Originally, from the original amount of money, the $3.1 billion, 10% of that was set aside for planning grantees. So just over $287 million was set aside for planning grants for 2021-22 and 22-23 program years. Up to 2-year grant period for each of them. Some of them may choose to get all of their planning done in 1 year and move forward to an implementation grant. Each of them received up to $200,000 per qualifying entity. LEAs, they had to be LEAs with no existing community schools in place. So in 2022, SBE approved 193 LEAs for planning grants for a total of just over $38 million. For Cohort 2, we had 226 LEAs. We're recommending 226 LEAs for planning grant awards. There was an error in the item. We had put in 227. We've made that adjustment in the item, so we'll be reposting the item with the correct amount. We had 140 school districts, 10 county offices, and 76 charter schools included in this 226. The total planning grant allocation for Cohort 2 is $44,894,432. The CDE will allocate the funding to Cohort 2 for them to begin their program work on their planning for the 2023-24 fiscal year. From the original 10% that was set aside for planning grants, we have just over $204 million left, which should roll into some of our other work for implementation grants. Cohort 1 implementation grants, just a brief overview. SBE approved just over $625 million to support 458 schools in 76 LEAs. Cohort 2, the RFA, was posted on January 24th, 2023. Applications are due on March 21st, 2023. The Cohort 2 RFA includes the submission of an implementation plan for every school site listed in the application, the submission of artifacts showing that each school site has conducted a community asset mapping and needs and gap analysis, established a shared decision-making council, and evidence that the activities are aligned to our framework for community schools. Next steps for CDE is to process and send grant award notifications for Cohort 2 planning grant awardees, present Cohort 2 implementation grantees for approval at the May 2023 State Board of Education meeting, release a formative evaluation RFP in spring of 2023, conduct outreach to Cohort 2 planning grantees for technical assistance, complete contracts with the 8 regional technical assistance centers that we've selected, and disperse just over almost $13 million to county offices of education for the 2022-23 fiscal year, and determine next year's funding after the Cohort 2 implementation grantees are determined. So we've had, you want to do it now?
Sorry.
Thanks, Alex. We've had to make an edit to the recommendation based on the error that we had from the 227 originally in the item to the 226, along with the total dollar amount. And the total dollar amount changed because one of our school districts, we actually had to recalculate their budget, and it came out to actually $200,000. They had actually submitted less than $200,000. So we wanted to make sure that was reflected in the recommendation. So the new recommendation is the CDE recommends that the State Board of Education approve the CCSPP Cohort 2 Planning Grant Awards as set forth in the item, but amended as follows. Total award amount is $44,894,432. Total number of 2022-23 grant awards is 226, and Rockland Unified School District was the budget that we had to amend to the 200,000. So that's our recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thank you so much, not only for this report, but for all the work that you have been doing to get us to this point. It's really quite impressive. We're going to open the public comment phone line for setting up that queue. The members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so in person or by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that's shown now. And while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask member Yoshimoto Tauri if she has some initial comments.
I'll be very brief, Board President, but again, I want to thank not only the department team, but also the collaboration that's happening and being modeled at the State Transformational Assistance Center. And it's profound that we're calling it transformational as opposed to technical, because community schools is an opportunity to tie in everything around MTSS, expanded learning opportunity grants, its ongoing funding, the new arts and music dollars, community engagement. It brings it all together to braid everything. So we're continue to be excited about that, and thank you for modeling the distributed leadership.
And I will simply add a +1, and I'm especially excited about the 3 district/county offices that are going to be sort of demonstration sites, if you will, to really model the practices. It's a very innovative and helpful idea. Do we have any public comment in the room?
Yes, Lorraine Richards.
Lorraine.
Going for frequent speaking points here. Good afternoon. State Board of Education members, my name is Lorraine Richards, and I am a classroom teacher representing the California Teacher Association. CTA continues to appreciate the work of the CDE and State Board of Education in helping the state progress further down the path of community schools implementation. CTA is appreciative of the updated RFA for the Cohort 2 implementation grant and strongly believe the requirement of artifacts will help the fidelity to the California Community Schools framework and to ensure LEAs are authentically engaging in shared decision making. CTA is impressed and supportive of the STAC and feels that Alameda County and UCLA have been tremendous leads for this work. Their work continues to be grounded in the framework and is cognizant of ensuring that all 4 pillars are ever present. We would like to recommend that each of the RTACs and the county offices of education receiving coordination grants establish their shared decision-making structures so they can be seen as models for grantees. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment in the room or on the phone?
There is one caller in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Good afternoon. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. Deanna Niebuhr with the Community Schools Learning Exchange. CSLX has been working directly with several LEAs, regional TA centers, as well as planning and implementation grantees to support the development of strong and effective community school strategies. Our comments today are from this on-the-ground vantage point. Regarding the current implementation grant RFA and the new requirements to submit artifacts related to needs assessments and advisory councils at the site level and for all sites as part of an LEA's application. While we understand how these requirements reflect the practices of a mature community school, we also see that such requirements, when tied to a competitive grant application, incentivizes a compliance orientation for potential grantees. For example, having to complete site-based needs assessments before they have adequate funding and staffing infrastructure, like site coordinators, to do this work well. Thank you very much for your consideration. CSLX is here to help.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes public comment for item number 9.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point, if there's any other board comment, questions, or discussion, Vice President Glover Woods.
Just a quick question. As it relates to LEAs that receive planning grants, are they then required to apply for an implementation grant, or can an LEA receive a planning grant and not do anything else as it relates to establishing a community school?
We certainly hope, thank you for your question, Vice President Glover Woods. We certainly hope that they would apply for implementation grants. That is the intention, and that is where our, and I want to get this right, I always say, I still revert back to technical assistance, where our transformational assistance is directed. It is the case, however, that because our planning grants are at the threshold of 50%, and our implementation grants have, at least to date, been a much higher threshold in terms of our equity threshold for implementation grants, that we do see the possibility that the work of the planning grants in many LEAs, we hope, will be, if you'll forgive me of using the term wall-to-wall. We hope that LEAs will consider community school implementation for all of their schools. We want them to prioritize the schools that they select to implement first. We want them to prioritize an equity lens. We understand that our implementation grants have funded those schools that have the greatest needs, and that an LEA may have schools that don't qualify. So in terms of our expectation, absolutely, we would expect that planning grantees then become our implementation grantees. But because planning grants are at the LEA level, implementation is at the site level, we know that, or we expect that, some of the work of planning will be applied to school sites that don't end up as school site implementation grantees. I will also note that there is a 2-year timeline for the planning grants. So, and this relates a little bit to the public comment that came in. Planning grantees are not required to apply for implementation grants 1 year after they receive the planning grants. They can apply, throughout the cycle of our RFAs for implementation grants. Planning grantees are welcome to apply for those grants. So I hope that answered your question. What I want folks to understand is that the work of the planning grant process may apply to schools that are not necessarily funded for implementation grants. And so, we're going to be interested to see, this will be our first kind of data set, if you will, this year, how many of our planning grantees, how many of their schools then became in this next cohort implementation grantees. But we won't know that until May, and I'm going to look forward to sharing that data with you.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing that and that data as well. I do believe everyone has the most positive intentions when applying for the planning grant, and it's helpful, I think, for our board to know if there are those who do apply for the planning grant, but it does not come out in fruition to actually establishing a community school or bringing those practices pervasive in their LEA or school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or clarifying? Yes, Member Roscoe-Gonzalez and then Member Patillo-Bronson.
I just have a comment. My comment is in the requirement of artifacts as outlined on the RFA. I think this is good. This will help ensure that there's adherence to the California Community Schools Framework and help to ensure that the LEAs are authentically engaging in shared decision-making, because I think that's where the core of this transformative education in community schools is to shifting. So I think that will be that shared decision-making key to this process.
Member Patillo-Bronson.
Also in the category of comments, I just want to thank you for the presentation and also for highlighting the Shasta Consortium as one of the 3 deep dive sites and flagging that it would be great to hear more as you learn more about their pre-K to 3 focus. Thanks.
Thank you.
And at this point, yes, Member McQuillan.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It's great to see the list of places like Happy Camp and Willow Creek and these Trinity Valley, these really remote, on top of remote locations. But the breakdown in terms of remote applicants for the planning phase, are we on task there? Are we fairly representative?
We are, I think we'll always have more work to do. And I think we always have to have our, I think we always have to look very, very carefully and kind of get very granular. You're right. We do see a larger number of rural communities in this round than we saw last year. Are there still, as I describe it, are there still deserts? There are still deserts. And trying to understand, where we have potentially qualifying LEAs that are still not subscribing, if you will, is something that we're continually reflective on. We do see more applicants from our small and rural LEAs. And I think the deep dive into Shasta, I think that the attention that we are giving to making sure that this is in the consciousness, in the intentionality of the planning for the regional transformative assistance centers, we hope will have a high correlation, going back to Vice President Glover Wood's question, between planning grant process and implementation grant applications. But again, we're going to have an interesting data set for us all to look at in May when we look at that correlation. So it is a work in progress, but I'm happy to report that we are doing better this year than we were last year.
I wonder if we could get a motion to adopt the board's the CDE recommendation. Thank you very much, Member Lewis, and a second. Thank you very much. At that, all in favor, please raise your hand. Say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. We're going to move right on ahead to the waiver consent calendar. We will put the public comment slide up, if we might, for the waiver comments. I'd like to take up waiver consent items W1 through 12, and we'll open the phone line for public comment, and we'll give a little bit of wait time so that people who are trying to come on the phone may. And are there any in-person public comments?
There is no one signed up for public comment.
All right, well, let's give it a minute and see if we get anybody on the phone. Anybody calling in?
No, we do not have any callers.
All right, thank you. So given that there's no further public comment, I'll ask for a motion on consent items W1 through 12. Thank you, Vice President Glover Woods, and may I get a second? Thank you very much, Member Porter. At this point, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Just noting that Member Olkin.
Was that an aye?
Was.
Okay. I thought maybe you were recusing yourself or something. All right, we're moving on to item 10. Item 10 is the T.I.M.E Community School. Consider issuing a notice of violation pursuant to California Education Code section 47607G. The CDE recommends that we consider issuing a notice of violation to T.I.M.E pursuant to EC section 47607G, as T.I.M.E has failed to exercise prudent fiscal management and meet generally accepted accounting principles. And I will leave the rest of the proposal to Stephanie Farland, who is going to present the item, along with staff from the Los Angeles County Office of Education. When the state board authorized this charter school, the board delegated oversight and monitoring to the LA County Office of Education. Therefore, CDE and LACOE are jointly presenting the staff recommendation. Stephanie, please begin.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, board members, and Chief Deputy Mary Nicely. So as mentioned, we are requesting a consideration of the issuance of a notice of violation to T.I.M.E Community pursuant to Ed Code section 47607G. The oversight of T.I.M.E, as mentioned by President Darling Hammond, is being conducted by the Los Angeles County Office of Education's Charter Schools Office. In previous action, the state board voted to approve T.I.M.E in July of 2020, and in July 14th of 2022, we did come before this board and ask the same to issue a notice of violation to T.I.M.E That motion failed to gather 6 votes. It was a 5-4 vote, and we need 6 to have an action. So the SBE in effect took no action that day, and a notice of violation was not issued. Over the course of its oversight duties, LACO has expressed their concerns regarding T.I.M.E's fiscal sustainability. A lot of this was presented to you in July. It has not changed. It has only deteriorated. LACO has consistently collaborated with and provided guidance to T.I.M.E in an effort to bring the school into a more stable fiscal position. Despite LACO's issuance of numerous letters of concern to T.I.M.E, the school's fiscal condition continues to deteriorate, and the school is in even a worse fiscal position than it was in July 2022. So, as stated, our recommendation today is to ask the State Board of Ed to consider issuing a NOV to T.I.M.E pursuant to 47607G. For our purposes today, we did want to provide a definition of fiscal mismanagement. Fiscal mismanagement is the term used in Ed Code to describe the condition that we can use to issue a notice of violation. And for our purposes, a failure to appropriately manage an agency's finances, thereby creating a substantial risk to the agency's ability to function or accomplish its mission. Possible indicators of fiscal mismanagement for charter schools may include one or more of the following: unreliable or insufficient budget development, monitoring, or updates, inadequate cash management, mismanaged employee compensation, continuing deficit spending, inattention to enrollment and attendance reporting, inadequate fund balance and reserve for economic uncertainty, ineffective internal controls and fraud prevention, lack of multi-year planning, inattention to debt and risk management. This is a definition that we're using. Obviously, on occasion, fiscal mismanagement can include fraud, but in this case, it does not. But I think you will see throughout the presentation that T.I.M.E charter does meet many, if not all, of the indicators listed here. And I'm going to hand it over to Indra Chickarali to present their oversight and their concerns.
Thank you so much. So good morning, board members. My name is Indra Chickarali. I am the director of the Charter Schools Office at the Los Angeles County Office of Education. As you know, T.I.M.E Community School began instruction in July of 2021 in Montebello, California, within the boundaries of Montebello Unified School District. In its first year of operation, T.I.M.E planned to enroll 260 students in grades 9 and 10. However, the school opened with only 27 students, eventually enrolling a total of just 41 students for the remainder of the school year. For the current school year, as of December 2022, T.I.M.E had 65 students enrolled. The school's mission is displayed on the slide in front of you. The operating entity is T.I.M.E Community Education. Since T.I.M.E's authorization, LACO has taken many steps to support the charter school, including 9 site visits by LACO staff, including the charter school office, our facilities unit, pupil attendance accounting and compliance, Los Angeles County SELPA, and even our LACO board members have visited the school. 2 comprehensive meetings with the executive director and members of the T.I.M.E governing board, monthly fiscal monitoring, bi-weekly Zoom meetings with all county authorized charter schools, and of course, regular meetings, calls, and emails with their LACO assigned coordinator. Unfortunately, T.I.M.E has been unwilling to implement much of the fiscal guidance offered by LACO staff based on LACO's extensive experience with new charter schools. Therefore, despite this widespread support, LACO staff were prompted to send 2 notifications of concern delivered to the T.I.M.E. board on January 26th and June 28th of 2022. I'll now pass the presentation over to my colleague, Dr. Brown, to review some of our fiscal concerns with the T.I.M.E School. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Board President and board members. The following fiscal concerns were listed in the LACO January 26, 2022 Notice of Concern. T.I.M.E failed to demonstrate fiscal viability for the 21-22 school year and subsequent fiscal years due to its enrollment shortfall, deficit spending, potential cash deficiencies, reliance on debt, and a negative net ending position for the 21-22 fiscal year. LACO sent T.I.M.E a second notice of concern on June 28, 2022, based on continued unrealistic enrollment and average daily attendance projections, which grossly impacted revenue and school operations. Additional concerns were documented in the notice, including the school's projected fiscal insolvency, debt accumulation, and unreliable cash projections. The current concerns regarding T.I.M.E Community School are listed on the slide in front of you and will be detailed in the slides to follow. One more? Thanks. No, we're good. Pardon me. The current concerns regarding T.I.M.E Community School are listed on the slide in front of you and will be detailed in the slides to follow. Of note is the fact that the school's adopted budget for the current school year again included unrealistic enrollment and 88 projections, in spite of guidance from LACO to plan more conservatively based on the enrollment and attendance shortfalls from the previous school year. This pattern of planning will continue to perpetuate a structural deficit and fiscal insolvency, despite any significant one-time funds secured by the school. Both LACO and CDE staff found that T.I.M.E.'s budget and multi-year projections are based on unrealistic enrollment and ADA projections. In addition, T.I.M.E. is fiscally insolvent, for the current school year and subsequent 2 fiscal years due to structural deficits, inadequate cash, and continued accumulation of debt. The table before you illustrates T.I.M.E.'s unrealistic enrollment and ADA projections for the last fiscal year and current fiscal year. In 2021-22, T.I.M.E. projected an ADA of approximately 156 students, but its certified P2 report showed an ADA of approximately 34 students, a shortfall of 122 students, or 78% below the projected ADA. In 2022-23, T.I.M.E. projected an ADA of approximately 104 students, but its reported P1 ADA showed approximately 55 students, a shortfall of 49 students, or 47% below projected ADA. It should be noted that in correspondence to the State Board on July 8, 2022, T.I.M.E. stated that enrollment for its second year included 70 fully registered students with an additional 15 registrations in progress for a total of 85 students. However, T.I.M.E. began the 22-23 school year with 63 students. In addition, the school is considering projecting 125 students for next school year, which is almost double its current enrollment. The table before you summarizes T.I.M.E.'s financial projections for the last fiscal year and current fiscal year. T.I.M.E.'s 2021-22 adopted budget projected an operating surplus of approximately $375,000 and an ending net position of approximately $468,000. However, the school ended the fiscal year with a deficit of just over $378,000 and a negative ending net position of $268,436. T.I.M.E.'s 2022-23 adopted budget projected an operating surplus of approximately $509,000 and an ending net position of approximately $285,000. However, the school's first interim report updated its projections to incur a deficit of approximately $68,000 and an ending net position of negative $336,748 for the 22-23 school year. T.I.M.E.'s actual revenues and expenses from July 1 through December 31st reflect an operating deficit of $424,269 and an ending net position of negative $692,748. $704. LACO remains concerned with T.I.M.E's fiscal insolvency status due to the level of deficit spending, rising debts, and cash deficiencies. T.I.M.E's reserves for economic uncertainties is negative 23.3%, which is substantially below the 3% minimum reserve required pursuant to the LACO Monitoring Memorandum of Understanding. The table before you summarizes the changes in T.I.M.E's fiscal position based on reported actuals from July 1 through December 31st. Due to deficit spending, as previously discussed, T.I.M.E's total assets have decreased from $226,663 to negative $19,432, a decrease in total assets by approximately $246,000. The negative net assets of $19,432 is due to the sale of future state aid receivables of $247,600, offset by other assets, including a cash balance of $14,189. T.I.M.E's total liabilities increased from a July 1 balance of approximately $495,000 to $673,273 as of December 31st, an increase in total liabilities of approximately $178,000 or 36%. Total net assets decreased by $424,269. As previously stated, T.I.M.E's unrealistic projections have contributed significantly to its current fiscal position. The school's adopted 22-23 budget included approximately $247,000 in revenue from subleasing space within the school's facility. LACO staff met with T.I.M.E to express concern regarding the school's ability to secure subleases totaling the budgeted amount. The amount was later revised to $150,000 in anticipated subleasing revenue. T.I.M.E has actualized just $16,140 in subleasing revenue through January of 2023, which projects a shortfall in subleasing revenue of approximately $101,000. I will now turn the presentation back over to Mr. Ciccarelli.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. So this table further illustrates T.I.M.E's ongoing realistic revenue projections. I know Dr. Brown just talked a little bit there about the leasing, but I want to highlight that this is sort of an ongoing issue with the school. So in 2023, their adopted budget for the school year projected $247,500 in annual revenues for subleasing, as Dr. Brown just said. At the start of the year, these leases had not been executed, and a revised budget in October then projected $150,000, despite still having unexecuted leases. In December, school leadership assured LACO that a January lease for $10,000 a month was forthcoming. In January, this was revised again to begin in February, and in February revised yet again to begin in March, now for $6,000 rather than $10,000. Just as T.I.M.E's projected lease revenue in year 2 was unrealistic, so too has their budgeted attendance rate. Despite historic data to the contrary, T.I.M.E budgeted at a 95% attendance rate this year. This significantly impacts the projected and budgeted ADA. This slide here illustrates the concerns with debt accumulation and cash management. As of December 31st, 2022, T.I.M.E has a total liabilities of approximately $673,000, comprised of the following: 6 promissory notes totaling over $279,000, 5 of which are due to the executive director, and 1 to a private individual, and all of which have been defaulted for at least 6 months. Accounts payable and accrued liabilities totaling over $307,000, and a California School Financing Authority loan balance of over $86,000. Additionally, T.I.M.E has not submitted a plan to retire this outstanding debt. As of December 31st, 2022, T.I.M.E had a cash balance of just over a little over $14,000, or just 4 days of operating cash. The school has been late on several facilities lease payments, incurring late fees. And so due to its structural deficit, rising debts, and inadequate cash, T.I.M.E may not be able to meet its financial obligations, including payroll and related expenses in the current and subsequent fiscal years. Lastly, the T.I.M.E board's approved fiscal policies included in the charter petition state that the governing board will approve all loans from third parties. On January 31st, 2023, LACO received a promissory note for a loan to T.I.M.E executed on January 12th, 2023. The school's executive director confirmed that the board approved the promissory note after it was executed and in direct violation of the adopted fiscal policies. This matter poses concerns regarding the school's adherence to the checks and balances delineated in the fiscal policies. So, as this board can see, we have serious concerns with T.I.M.E's ability to meet its fiscal responsibilities. We understand that there have been challenges. Having been a charter leader myself, I was often faced with challenges that were beyond my control. Good school leaders don't lead problem-free lives. They're simply able to respond to challenges and adjust accordingly. Unfortunately, at every point where T.I.M.E leadership is given the opportunity to adjust their budget according to real numbers, they refuse to do so. They do not use historic or baseline data and therefore fail to manage their money accordingly. This is why in 2 years, the school's debt has ballooned to almost $700,000 without a realistic plan to remove this debt. T.I.M.E continues to have a structural deficit, such that even if the school were able to receive significant one-time funds, this structural deficit would maintain its fiscal insolvency. We've given advice. Our seasoned and experienced fiscal advisors have given advice. We don't want any of our schools to fail. We would love to see T.I.M.E's latest plan come to fruition, which includes income from community bingo. Maybe the nonprofit will start making $5,000 a week from bingo. However, we can't ignore historical data evidencing an inability to follow through. We cannot, in good conscience, simply hope for the best without planning for the worst. A positive vote from you today doesn't close this school. Again, the nonprofit could start making $5,000 from bingo next week. And when the actual closure vote comes in May, you could be looking at a very different financial picture. We sincerely hope that's true. But we need to advocate for the students and staff that will suffer if it's not. We need to stop this debt train before there is a mid-year closure that would be devastating to this community. Again, your vote today does not close this school. We urge you to issue a notice of violation today and give the school one last chance to make good on its promise to this community. I'll now hand the presentation back to the CDE staff. Thank you.
Thank you. So the conclusion and recommendation is that T.I.M.E has failed to meet generally accepted accounting principles and has engaged in fiscal mismanagement. The CDE recommends the State Board consider issuing a notice of violation to T.I.M.E pursuant to Ed Code Section 47607G. Upon the chartering authority's issuance of a NOVE, the school is provided with a reasonable opportunity to remedy the violations. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. While this item is not a public hearing, we would like to provide an opportunity for the charter school to make a brief presentation. Dr. Gabriel Ramirez, the Executive Director of T.I.M.E Community School, will now have 5 minutes to address the State Board. And I believe he may be zooming in.
May I share my screen?
Yes, you're with us. We see you.
Dr. Hammond, can you see the screen?
Yes, I can see you, and I can see your slides.
Great, thank you. I'll begin. Good afternoon, President Darlene Hammond, State Board members, and Dr. Thurman. My name is Dr. Gabriel Ramirez, and I'm the Executive Director and founder of T.I.M.E Community Schools, a charter unanimously approved by the State Board in July 2020 to serve the underserved community of Montebello. I'd like to reacquaint you with who we are and who we serve. We are a community where only 30% of students upon graduation are eligible to apply to a four-year university. After the age of 25, only 16% have a degree of AA or higher. Approximately 70% of the students who have come to TCS come with an average GPA of 1.5. In our first year, 45% of our students were EL and 40% were SPED students. Both rates are 10% higher than the district's. Here's what we've accomplished in our first 2 years. After year one, our students had an average GPA of 2.5. This year, year two, after semester one, our students had an average GPA of 2.8. Ninth grade students scored higher than the national average on NWA in English. 100% of our students participate in our dual enrollment program with East Los Angeles College. 100% of our students pursue CTE pathways and internships. 100% of our students participate in clubs. 100% of our students receive tutoring. T.I.M.E is fully WASC accredited. TCS has been accepted into the League of Innovative Schools, the first single school to receive this honor. TCS was just awarded a $78,000 grant so its teachers can participate in the Modern Classroom Project, a grant typically given to district schools but awarded to TCS because of our innovative model. TCS has identified and secured partnerships with 6 middle schools to promote our school and to allow us to recruit on sites. TCS has established 25 community-based organizations and businesses that have committed to promoting time to all its families and providing internships. I will now review with you where we departed in our understanding of the issues from what is written in the board item. The October 6th and 11th letters from LACO were not letters labeled letters of concern, and they did not warn about revocation. They were letters following up on submitted reports, asking for additional information and plans. No further follow-up to these letters were made, which we reasonably understood to mean that LACO was satisfied with our response. We do not have declining enrollment. Our enrollment grew 50% in year two. We currently have 60 new applications with the goal of acquiring 125 applications. Of these, T.I.M.E needs approximately 30 students for next school year to remain viable and address our financial deficits. Our preliminary budgets were not unrealistic. We were constantly updating them as actual enrollment was determined. It is important to understand that a key problem here is not mismanagement, but rather the failure of LACO and CDE to provide the mandatory letter of good standing in order for us to obtain the funding our students are otherwise entitled to. Our fiscal shortfalls are not a result of mismanagement or failure to follow accounting principles. They are a result of being denied a letter of good standing, which impacted several funding streams typically available to new charter schools, including PCSUP, SB 740, Prop 39, the revolving loan. Denial of these funds required legal intervention and legal bills totaling over $140,000. Our first year of operation 21-22, Montebello offered substandard inadequate Prop 39 facilities. We agreed mid-year to settlement, which the district then breached. So we had no real school year during the 21-22 school year. You considered a notice of violation in July 22, but voted against it to allow a chance to operate in a new facility. The January 23rd letter identifies a due date of March 9th, today, to respond. Any action today seems premature, but I'd like to address the concerns in the draft notice. The draft notice states that T.I.M.E is in default, but this is incorrect. No lender has claimed default on any loan for non-payment. New agreements have been approved to allow an extension of repayment, and one lender has agreed to gift their portion of the loans totaling over $218,000. The remaining notes are intended to be addressed this school year. CDE staff also states that the final audit for the 21-22 states that T.I.M.E is in default with loans, but again, this is incorrect. The audit had no findings. The audit does mention that the recurring deficit as a going concern, but the audit further states that the leading cause is due to enrollment issues in part due to the pandemic. To clarify CDE's misstatement regarding defaults per the audit, the charter school revolving loan is not in default. Monthly payments are deducted from our monthly apportionments from state aid. Lastly, the audit does recognize the school's plan to reduce the deficit. In regards to enrollment, we have conservatively budgeted for the next 2 years, starting with 23-24, with an enrollment of 92 students, 30 more than we have now, at an ADA rate of 90%, which mirrors our P1 numbers, allowing us to end the year at a surplus of $209,000. In the 24-25, we intend to eliminate the cumulative of all years deficit to meet the minimum MOE reserve of 3%. By enrolling 166 60 students and maintaining a conservative 90% ADA, which is 143 students. Beyond state aid, we have two other revenue streams in the forms of subleases and fundraising via bingo. If bingo revenue materializes as planned, to be able to address debt this year and the coming years, reducing debt sooner than expected. As you
Thank
can
you,
see,
sir. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so in person or by calling the telephone number and using the access code on the slide that we are about to put back on the screen. The public comment slide. And while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask our liaisons, Vice President Glover Woods and Member Olken, if they have any initial comments. And then I'll ask board members if they have any clarifying questions before we go to public comment. Vice President Glover Woods.
Thank you, President Darling Hammond. And I'd like to start my comments by thanking Dr. Ramirez for his presentation, and also thank you to the LACO staff and CDE staff. This is always a very difficult conversation for a board to have. I just want to point out to the board that we, as was shared in the presentation, have been here before, if you will, and the fiscal situation is worse than it was when it was before us. We had some concerns about the language around fiscal mismanagement, and I believe the CDE staff and their definition have helped to clarify what that means. The other aspect of it is we, if my memory serves me right, we were recognizing the impact of the pandemic on the enrollment. Unfortunately, again, as we see the numbers, the enrollment has not reached the desired ADA that the school has, and the hole is getting deeper and deeper and deeper. So I just bring all of that before you for consideration. I will close with the statement that was made from our staff, from the staff from LACO. Any vote that we put forward today for a notice of violation is not closing the school. It provides opportunity for the school to come back to the board, provide additional information, and then determination can be made on next steps from that point. And I will conclude my comments and give the rest of the time to Member Olken. If I didn't take everything, and if I do, I apologize.
I can always come up with something. I also want to thank all of our presenters today. This is a serious and weighty issue before us. As we listen to the presentation from the school, you hear so many positive impacts on kids, and that's ultimately what we're about. And at the same time, as the authorizer of this school, we have a responsibility. And so I want to just take a quick second to review what that responsibility is, because it may be new to some of us. So as we've heard, this is a school that was authorized by us, the state board, and in fact, it was one of the last charter schools that was authorized by the state board before AB 1505 changed our role as an authorizer. And as you can see, as you heard, LA County Office of Education is providing the oversight and monitoring rather than the district. And this is the second time that we've had before us this recommendation that we issue a notice of violation. So just to explain the statement, explain the notice of violation, all charter authorizers are required by Ed Code to notify their charter schools when a violation takes place. And that's important because schools need to know when they are in serious jeopardy. When the issue arises at one of the state board authorized charter schools, the responsibility for issuing that notice of violation lies with us. The board also has the obligation to provide its charter schools with a reasonable opportunity to address concerns. So as we've heard a couple times, this notice of violation would not mean that the school closes immediately. it means that they would be back before us to try and address some of the issues that we heard today. And specifically, if we issue a notice of violation today, T.I.M.E will appear before our advisory, the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools in April, and to share their plans to address the issues that we heard about today. They would also, it would give them time and opportunity to demonstrate their plan and strategy for fiscal stability, which is ultimately what this is about. And so that's sort of the big picture. They would return before us in May. It would allow time for the ACCS, CDE, and LACO to consider the strengths of T.I.M.E's plan and return to the full board in May with a recommendation regarding next steps for us to consider. That's the end of my comments.
All right. And do we have any public comment in the room?
Yes, there is one person signed up for public comment.
Okay, thank you. What a surprise.
I'm back. All right. Good afternoon, State Board of Education members. My name is Lorraine Richards, and I'm a classroom teacher representing California Teachers Association. I am also a teacher from Montebello High School, where T.I.M.E was co-located originally. CTA supports the CDE recommendation to issue a notice of violation to T.I.M.E Community School. There is substantial evidence T.I.M.E has not engaged in prudent fiscal management and has failed to meet generally accepted accounting principles, resulting in projected revenues that are insufficient to meet its operational expenses and financial commitments. This will be the third instance in which T.I.M.E has been in front of the State Board of Education, and each instance the CDE has expressed significant concerns with their financial models. The additional concerns regarding the personal loans made by the executive director to T.I.M.E are extremely troubling, and the fact that the recent loan in January 2023 did not follow the adopted fiscal policies exasperates these concerns. CTA supports the CDE recommendation to issue a notice of violation to T.I.M.E Community School. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we have about 15 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Good afternoon, State Board of Education. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, State Board of Education members. My name is David Navarre, and I am president of the Montebello Teachers Association. MTA supports the CDE recommendation to issue a notice of violation to T.I.M.E Community Schools. All students deserve a quality, free public education. Education dollars are mismanaged. Students are denied what they deserve. It seems public education dollars are making their way to bankers, to lawyers, to property managers, where it is clear public education dollars are not going to students. MTA supports the CDE recommendation. It is time to issue a notice of violation to T.I.M.E Community Schools and time to move toward revocation. Thank you and have a great rest of your meeting.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Alexandra Soto.
Go ahead, caller.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Alexandra Soto, and I'm a board member for T.I.M.E Community Schools. For 3 years that I have served on the board, it has been an uphill battle that we face and overcome year after year. I have seen TCS go from being an idea to sharing physical space with a district school to standing on its own in the building it is located in now. In a similar way that other industries are struggling coming out of this pandemic, so are schools. An analysis by the Associated Press Stanford University, Big Local News Project, and Stanford education professor Thomas Dees found an estimated 230,000 students in 21 states whose absences could not be accounted for. They didn't move out of state. They didn't sign up for private schools. In short, they're just missing. And this is just schools, all in general. So you can understand that a school that was born in a pandemic, facing extremely adverse conditions, should not be penalized for surviving.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, President, Handman, and board members. My name is Ociel Canales, and I'm a student at T.I.M.E. This is my second year at TCS. I'm a student who has never really liked school. To be honest, it is still not my favorite, but ever since I've been coming to this school, I have been doing better. Dr. Ramirez and teachers never give up on us, even when we're messing around. They always support us. And if it was for Dr. Ramirez and T.I.M.E, I don't think a lot of the students here will be doing well somewhere else. The students here need this school. We want to be successful. Please support T.I.M.E and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending with in the last 4 digits, 5357. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hello. My name is Jessica Zwell, and I am a teacher from Montebello High School, as well as a member representing the Montebello Teachers Association. MTA supports the CDE recommendation to issue a notice of violation to T.I.M.E Community School. T.I.M.E continues to be brought up before you for wrongdoing. While co-locating at Montebello High School, the site and the district work collaboratively to meet T.I.M.E.'s requests. However, its inability to be responsible with their budget is leading to failed promises to students that represent the community of Montebello Unified. One of the many examples of failed compliance is T.I.M.E continues not to provide a counselor with the proper credentials issued by the state of California, which was an issue of concern last time they came up to board. This mismanagement of funds that brings T.I.M.E before you is taking away from students who represent some of the neediest in the state from being provided an equitable education. This is concerning. With the needs of students in mind, it is time to issue a notice of violation and time to move towards revocation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Ms. Samarenko.
Go ahead and start your public comment. You are live.
Thank you, State Board of Education members. My name is Mrs. Samarenko, and I'm the principal at Montebello Christian School. I have a master's in education as well as a bachelor's in business management and economics. I want to thank you in advance for your opportunity for my voice to be heard. It is imperative that you understand what a positive impact T.I.M.E Community School has been in the Montebello and LA County community. I think it's imperative parents have a choice and options on where to send their children for high school, and T.I.M.E has been that choice for our own alumni students. With a short time of existence, T.I.M.E has been a place for our students to flourish, have their voice heard, and a place where they finally feel like they belong. Not everyone can afford a private education, trust me, I know. And unfortunately, the public high school options are slim and unappealing in our community. And T.I.M.E has been literally a lifesaver for many of our graduates. I leave you with my favorite quote: flowers bloom where they find room, and so do children. And I urge you to vote no on the violation so the students can continue to attend T.I.M.E where they have found their room to flourish. I also want to address the quote where it says that Dr. Ramirez should be a good school leader.
Thank you. Your time
Good
is up.
leaders need support. I ask you to stand with him and be that support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Kevin Yun. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services with the Montebello Unified School District. I'm calling to comment on the notice of violation for T.I.M.E Community School. From the beginning of the Proposition 39 process with T.I.M.E, which began in November 2020, T.I.M.E barely met the minimum threshold for in-district students to qualify for Prop 39. The district approved shared use of facilities with T.I.M.E and provided equal and comparable facilities, equipment, and furniture to T.I.M.E. Throughout the school year, T.I.M.E.'s enrollment did not meet their Prop 39 projections. In fact, their enrollment declined. The district went above and beyond to meet the requests that T.I.M.E had for facilities. We installed new and separate network just for T.I.M.E, installed a new phone system, provided laptops to all students and staff, rented a copy machine for the T.I.M.E administrative office, and gave them microscopes for the science classes. Because of T.I.M.E.'s under-enrollment, which caused them to have excess facilities, the district was able to charge an over-allocation fee to T.I.M.E per Prop 39. However, the district decided not to seek payment of approximately $230,000. In a way, the district saved T.I.M.E close to $250,000. To blame the decline in T.I.M.E.'s enrollment or financial woes on the district is a fallacious argument. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending with the last 4 digits, 8838. You are now live. Please start your public comment. Okay, moving on. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Dylan Smith, and I'm from Charter School Capital. We've worked with T.I.M.E since just before they opened doors in fall of 2021. Charter School Capital, as a financial partner, does extensive underwriting in areas of fiscal responsibility, educational progress, and authorized relations. T.I.M.E has been proven to be an incredibly transparent and dedicated partner and shared the concerns of LACO in the fall. We did not feel they were true letters of concern, as they would have triggered further underwriting processes and a cessation of fundings for the school until those concerns were alleviated. Dr. Ramirez and his leadership team have dealt with every challenge a startup charter school normally faces, as well as a multitude of others. Every time they've experienced lower than expected enrollment, they make the financial adjustments and share those updated budgets quickly and accurately. We also evaluate those and feel the school has demonstrated positive fiscal management. I'd also like to note that Charter School Capital considered purchasing the school's facility, as it's currently for sale, and want to reiterate their lease is secure for the full 5-year term, no matter who ends up purchasing the facility. Tom has been a phenomenal member of his community, with one of the strongest leadership teams I've had the pleasure of working with in the charter space. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Sarah Herrera. I am the English teacher at T.I.M.E Community Schools. I want to start by expressing my gratitude for being able to be a part of the dynamic team here. What we are a part of at T.I.M.E is truly unlike anything I've seen. We have an innovative model, we are community-oriented, and we focus on building strong relationships with our students. I take pride in the fact that we know each and every one of our students by name. We know the challenges and struggles they face in and outside of the classroom, and most importantly, our students trust us. T.I.M.E is a truly special school because of our pursuit of individualized learning, which is the benefit of having a smaller school. I urge the state board to vote no on the notice of violation and to support the operation of T.I.M.E. To do otherwise would be a disservice to our students and to the community of Montebello. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, members of the board. My name is Nicholas Watson, speaking on behalf of the California Charter Schools Association. CCSA opposes the issuance of a notice of violation at T.I.M.E. T.I.M.E was authorized in 2020 and has not yet completed its second year of operation, during which T.I.M.E has been forced to overcome numerous obstacles, including Montebello Unified's refusal to provide a reasonably equivalent school facility and the refusal of Montebello and LACO to allow T.I.M.E to fully access critical state funding programs, including the Public Charter School Grant Program, the Charter School Revolving Loan Program, and the Charter School Facility Grant Program. Despite these challenges, T.I.M.E is providing a quality public school option to students in need. Enrollment is increasing, and T.I.M.E is working to address the financial challenges that have resulted from the school's inability to access funding programs available to other schools. T.I.M.E should be able to continue the great work it's doing with students without the issuance of a notice of violation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending with the last 4 digits, 2528. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Alejandro Munoz, and I lead the outreach community here for T.I.M.E Community Schools. I have more than 25 years of experience and have assisted Dr. Ramirez with the establishment of many new community partnerships, including the Montebello Youth Institute, which includes a roundtable of over 20 very public organizations. I want to say that the hypocrisy and audacity of Montebello is staggering, really. Enrollment seems to be down everywhere, yet we're being told we're down in enrollment. Counselors, there's protests in the street for counselors, yet we're being told we don't have a quality counselor. They're saying there's fiscal mismanagement. How can you have fiscal mismanagement when the scenario the people you're counting on to give you an offer of good standing are refusing to do it and then accuse you of mismanagement? And this is really, Dr. Ramirez is not just a good leader, he's a great leader. This whole community knows that. Montebello, I'm sure the high school knows that as well. And I was there when we asked them if we could use the water for the chemistry, for the lab to do scientifically, and they said they did not have water.
Thank you. Your
in their
time
lab.
is up.
I mean, that's what we're doing here.
Thank you,
That's
caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Yes, how you doing? My name is Mike Mendia. My son is a current sophomore at T.I.M.E Community. This school has been a godsend for my son's academic career and mental health. My son's grades have went from straight Fs in the local school district to A's and B's at T.I.M.E. The school and administrators have built up my son's self-esteem and taken his academic success to a complete 180. He could not get any help in his previous schools, no matter how many times we reached out. This school has made a huge impact in his life right now, as well as lighting a fire under him to want to go to college. The staff administrators are always there to talk, and the resources that provide is top tier. They truly care about each student individually. His previous school just looked at my school as a number, whereas Time looked at a child whose skills were not tapped into, and they have made such a positive impact in their life. My child has flourished under their tutelage and will be impacted both academically, and his mental health will take a huge hit if this school is taken away from him. He used to have to go to therapy to cope with school. Since he has started Time, he has not needed a therapist or medications that are prescribed to him because to get through school, and I feel that administrators are directly responsible for his increase in confidence and better
Thank you, caller. Your
accomplishment.
time is up. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Ruben Yiriar. I am the math teacher here at Time. I want to express my deepest appreciation for being the mathematics teacher here at Time Community Schools. As an educator, I take pride in being part of a team that is dedicated to providing high-quality education for students here in the Montebello area. I want to express my enjoyment working with the students here at Time. The amount of enthusiasm and curiosity that pours out of this group of kids shows how much they want to learn. As a teacher, it motivates me to be the best version of myself for them, and I appreciate it. I believe that closing or placing any kind of limitations on Time Community Schools would be a disservice to its students. This school provides a valuable educational experience for those that enroll, and teachers and staff alike are dedicated to creating a safe and supportive learning environment that fosters personal and academic growth. I appreciate the students, the support provided by the school, and the opportunities for professional development. I urge you to consider the value that Time provides to the Montebello area and to support its continuation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Caller.
Good afternoon, President Hammond and board members. My name is Emilio Dios, and I'm a student at Time Community Schools. I am a 9th grader, and I want to share my experience at Time. Time is a good school that makes academics come first. Not only are we taking classes that get us ready to apply to college, but we are also able to take college classes now. Dr. Ramirez and the teachers are always supporting us by providing opportunities like college classes, having experts come talk to us, helping us get internships, and by helping us explore all careers. Everyone here cares about our success, and it is why I see students, including myself, do better each day. Please support our school and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Marisol Madrigal Uribe, and I'm a school board member for the Montebello Unified School District. Because it does appear that Time Community School is attempting to blame part of its fiscal mismanagement on Montebello Unified, I do feel compelled to provide public comment on this matter. The Montebello Unified has always and we continue to abide by the requirements of Proposition 39. To claim that a failure to do otherwise is a direct cause of Time's fiscal mismanagement is disingenuous and a continued attempt to shift blame rather than taking responsibility for its failure to recruit a sufficient number of students to its program. As evidence, rather than to acknowledge that its program cannot draw nearly as many students as it would hope, as evidenced by its continued struggles in its own facilities, other public comments claim Time's ability to recruit students was negatively impacted due to not being able to tell potential families where the school would be located. This is simply untrue. Time was provided facilities far in excess of the needs of its initial 17 in-district ADA for the entirety of the 2021-2022 school year.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Thank you, caller.
Thank you.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Lisette, parent. Hi, I'm a parent of a student here who has formerly been in the LAUS school district for 2 different schools and was assaulted for 2 different schools. He had very bad grades, and we were homeless throughout those 3 years. And the last year of homelessness, we started at Time Community. With the support from Time Community, with the programs, with the individual support, versus the big classes from the district, my child is now one of the top students. He went from living in Skid Row and bad grades as one of the best students of all of his classes. I ask that you not issue a financial violation to Time Community and give the school more time to recruit more students who have struggled just like mine. Give another child a chance to a better future just like mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead, caller. I apologize.
Good afternoon, President Heyman and board members. My name is Isabella Navarre, and I'm a student at Time Community School. I'm a 10th grader, and this is my first year at Time. Prior to coming to Time, I was doing bad in school. In fact, I was failing every single class. After my first semester at Time, I got 7 B's and 1 C. I feel excited about school now because I know that I can succeed here. I like all my teachers and my classes. Everyone supports me and makes sure that I get what I need. Please support Time and vote no today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hilda Murillo, a parent. Soy la madre de Isabela Navarro, que atiende a esta escuela, Time. Vengo a dar mi testimonio de que ella estuvo en una escuela anteriormente que no le fue muy bien, pues habían muchos estudiantes en la misma clase y ella tuvo muy malas calificaciones. Después vino a esta escuela y ella ha aprendido a ser muy autosuficiente, le está yendo muy bien, tiene mejores calificaciones. Le ha ayudado mucho a enfocarse, a conocerse, a hacerse autosuficiente y a saber cuáles son sus cualidades y debilidades. Gracias a esto le está yendo muy bien. Me gustaría que esta escuela continuara, pues ellos, el director, los maestros, tienen todo lo que se necesita, todo lo que un estudiante necesita está aquí. Solamente necesita tiempo. Gracias.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Yi Lin, and I am a CEO of Take a Break Events, a party planning service. I am also subleasing space within the school. First, I would like to say how much I enjoy working with Dr. Ramirez and the students of Time. In fact, the program is so amazing that I find myself volunteering my time and resources more and more each day. I know there are financial concerns for Time. However, I would like to share how I will be contributing to Time financial success. The base rent I am paying Time is $6,000. However, I am filling up my calendar with clients, and soon I will be providing Time anywhere between $10,000 and $15,000 each month. Further, I am committed to introducing my families to Time as a school option because I want Time to succeed. Lastly, as a parent of a child with who had an IEP, I want to say how happy I am that there is a school like Time.
Thank you.
They really focus on the individual.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Veronica Navarro. I am a union officer for the Classified Employees of Montebello. And just wanted to express that we agree with the CDE recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Adriana Dugan, and I am from the Montebello Chamber of Commerce. I am the director here, and I'm calling in support of Time Community School. They are a chamber member, and they've been very involved from the time that they moved here into the community.
They have become a great asset for the chamber. We do interns with their students and delightful children that come in to help out with anything that we need help with, social media, filing, etc. And I know that other businesses in the community have also used them. On a personal level, I am in support of the T.I.M.E community school here in our community. Being a parent of a child with special needs in the past, it's nice to have another option for our students. Not all children, the curriculum in a public school is not always.
Thank you. Your time is up.
The district is not always the
Thank you. Your time is up.
program for the.
Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Monica Maynard. I am a teacher with the Montebello Unified School District. I support science at Montebello High School. The district made prioritizations for the needs of the T.I.M.E students with equipment and space such as microscopes and classroom space. Since the last time that T.I.M.E came before you, they have had the time to improve their program to ensure that they provide students with the quality education that they deserve. The enrollment and the academic growth data is missing. Students should not be the casualty of fiscal mismanagement. This takes away from our community. I am a member of the Montebello community, support the CDE recommendation to issue a violation to T.I.M.E Community School. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
My name is Lamar Brown, president of T.I.M.E Community Schools. Our school has made great strides, and we have been extremely successful in connecting with our community, our parents, and students. We have worked very hard to be the best school, and this is something we continue to dedicate our time to ensure not only the success of our students, but also the success of parents and the community. We have had unnecessary hurdles, but who doesn't? We continue to be dedicated. We continue to work hard. We continue to make great progress, and we continue to have success stories with our students, our community, and our parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, President Holman and board members. My name is Iglali Espinosa. I am a student at T.I.M.E Community Schools. I am a 9th grader and I love this school. This school has given me the opportunity like taking college classes. We appreciate it in the clubs and every day. We get to be interns. This year I have been an intern for a tax company and I've learned so much. In fact, my experience has been so good that the owner wants to give me a job when I'm able. T.I.M.E supports all students. They take the time to get to know us. They support us individually. Please support T.I.M.E and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller ending in the last 4 digits, 2642. You are now live. Please start your public comment.
Hi, my name is Teresa Lopez, and I'm a community activist in Montebello with Montebello Blue Hearts and Montebello Latinos Unidos. And the reason is my call is to support the school because they have a very great programs who's gonna send a lot of the kids or their students to universities, that's gonna increase the importance of education in our community, and I think they're doing a good job, and I'm here to support them.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, it's Eric Premack with the Charter Schools Development Center. Good afternoon to everybody. We understand you have a tough vote to take today. We really hope that when you do that, you will give direction to staff to take every step possible to see to it that the school receives the facilities grant and other funding that it deserves, and so that the school is in a much better position to turn its finances around. Also, bigger picture, we would urge the state board to reopen the regulations that govern the Prop 39 program and insert a binding arbitration provision so that disputes such as the ones that more cost-effective and timely fashion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes public comment for item number 10.
Thank you very much. At this point, we're open for board discussion. Member Lewis, are you moving your microphone because you wanted to speak? Or?
Comment. I just appreciate all the callers calling in, and I think it's so touching to hear from the students and the passion they have from the school. But just looking at, I appreciate the report by the LA County Office of Education and the CDE staff that really laid out the picture of what's fiscally going on at the school, and I think I appreciate the framing comments from Vice President Glover Woods that if we do take a vote today to issue the notice of violation, that it doesn't mean we're closing the school, that we give them an opportunity to come back before us. So again, thank you. I think the joy is hearing from the kids and the success that they're having.
Member Glover Woods?
I'd like to I'd actually like to make a motion, but preface my motion with thank you to the parents and to the students that called in. Also, again, to the executive director of the school. The school is, based upon those comments, making impact for students. And the goal of the conversation today is really to ensure that it's still able to do so. So with that being said, I move that we vote to issue a notice of violation to T.I.M.E Pursuant Education Code 47607G.
Is there a second? Member Rodriguez? Is there any further discussion? I'll just associate myself with the comments that we really do appreciate the virtues that the school has been able to pull together, that we also hope that, whatever opportunities can be made available to them to continue the work will be made available, and we will, proceed on the basis of the unfortunate finances that we, have had presented before us. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the motion as stated, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries, and we will continue apace, and if anyone needs to take a break, please take an individual break, and we'll see you when you come back. We're going to put the public's comment slide up again, and we're going to do this is for general public comment. This is for any members of the public wishing to provide comment on items that have not been on the board's agenda. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
Yes, there are 2 people signed up for general public comment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Board President and members. My name is Wilda Lee. I attended public schools in LA County, California in the 80s. To add a tiny drop into a vast ocean of success stories, I'd like to mention that I have 2 master's degrees. I received a graduate certificate in theology, and I have a private pilot license. I had a very dedicated, super dedicated English teacher who, when I was in school, mentioned that because they voted God out of school, that he had to figure out how to introduce some of the life-defining, guiding truth into our curriculum, and that which I longed for all semester I did. And then the story of seeing guards that I never saw in schoolyards. So today I'm very grateful for all the educational opportunities I've had. I just wish I didn't have to feel like something deep and profound was missing in my school education because God, our Creator, was rejected. And the seemingly reality.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. We have another commenter? Yes, okay.
Hi, my name is Hezekiah. Peace be with you all. And I am here, my objective is to get people to recognize that the reason for the growing violence and the mass shootings that have been occurring in our society and in our schools are because people have failed to acknowledge God, our Creator. And I hold there is one God who is the Creator of the world, that He's both good and just, good in the sense of giving His air, water, and sun to all of us here, good and evil. Yet He's also just in that He judges everyone at some point in time according to their deeds. Now, 3,100 people have been shot in mass shootings in 2022 alone, which has been recorded as among the highest in history according to CNN. And since Columbine in 1999, more than 338,000 students in the U.S. have been experiencing gun violence at school. And in 2022 alone, 34 students and adults died, while more than 43,000 children were exposed to gunfire at school, according to the Washington Post. What a
Thank
child
you,
is
sir. Your time is up.
President Hammond, we've been waiting all day. Do you mind if I have just a couple more moments? I'm almost done.
Your last sentence, please do.
Thank you. What a child is taught does make a difference. And when a child is taught that they come from the same ancestor as an ape 10 million years ago, why do we expect our children not to act like apes? But to the contrary, when our children are taught that they're made in the marvelous image of God and that God sees all things and judges each person, that can help bridle the lusts of evil actions in our society. There's no evidence that we came from apes, but we do have evidence of God by the fact of us being made in His image.
Thank you.
Thank you.
More sentences there. Appreciate that. At this point, we are going to reopen item 2 to take action on the preliminary report of actions draft January 2023 meeting minutes, to take up appointments to the Advisory Commission on Special Education, and to report on our liaison assignments. And again, we have the public comment slide up while we're waiting for any members. Oh, there's more on the phone. I'm sorry. Yeah. Is there more public comment on the phone?
There is one person on the line, although I think they spoke towards the last item, but I will answer it.
Double check. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, this comment was for the item W03, sale of or lease surplus property by a Hayward Unified School District. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Yun Chang, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Key Academy Charter School, currently located at Cherryland site, one of the sites listed in the Hayward School,
Pardon me, I'm sorry, caller. Unfortunately, this is on this general public comment, so it's only comment on items that were not agendized. You would have had to call in for the waiver item to speak to that item. Thank you very much.
I meant to call. But then somehow the web live was delayed, so I wasn't able to call in time for the request.
I apologize. The action's been taken.
All right. Anybody else on the phone line, or we'll move ahead? Okay. We're reopening item 2 to take action on the preliminary report of actions draft January 2023 meeting minutes, take up appointments to the Advisory Commission on Special Education, and report on our liaison assignments. And I think we need to put the public comment slide up yet again for one of these later items. Yes, when we get to the Special Education Advisory Commission. And while we're waiting on that cue to form, do I have a motion to approve the January 2023 State Board of Education draft preliminary report of action / meeting minutes. Member Olcott? All right, thank you very much. And the motion is seconded by Board Member Orozco Gonzalez. And is there any public comment? No public comment. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. I'm going to ask Vice President Glover Woods, as chair of the State Board Screening Committee, to present the committee's recommendations for the appointments to the ACSE. And the public comment slide goes back up again. After you've provided your overview, we will then go back to public comment.
Thank you, President Darling-Hammond. I preface my comment by thanking everyone who applied for the seats on the ACSE. Thank you so much for your interest. The screening committee would like to recommend the appointment of the following individuals to a 4-year term for the ACSE. Russell Machad, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name, sir, who will be representing charter schools, and Matthew Wilkins, who will be representing parent of a child with disabilities.
And do we have any public comment in the room or on the phone?
There is no one in the room signed up for public comment.
And no one on the phone? Is there anyone on the phone?
We do not have anyone.
All right. I'll ask members Lewis and Escobedo, who also served on this year's screening committee, if they have any initial comments for us.
No, we just had an amazing number of participants that we had to review and screen. Just so many worthy candidates, and really appreciate all those who submitted their paperwork, and appreciate the team. I believe this is our final round. Perhaps, we'll see, but it's just great working with this amazing team. So thank you.
And I'm just going to say ditto.
Well, we're fortunate to have so many people willing to contribute their time and knowledge and expertise to our commission. So thank you very much for reviewing and recommending. So we're open for board discussion. Is there any further discussion on this item? And if not, may I get a motion to adopt the recommendations of the screening committee?
I move that the board accept the recommended appointees for the ACSE.
Seconded.
Thank you. Did you catch that? All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes. Thank you so much, Vice President Glover Woods and members Escobedo and Lewis, for that review work. And now I want to invite our State Board members to report on their liaison activities that are not related to items on the March agenda. And I'm going to go in alphabetical order, starting with member Escobedo, and then down the alphabet.
Just want to remind the board that I'm part of the planning committee. I'm meeting with NASB, the National School Board Association, this Tuesday. So if you have any items that you would like to see in our annual October meeting, which will be held in San Diego, please send me an email. As part of my duties with WestEd, the CEO, Glenn Harvey, after I believe been in that position for over almost 2 decades, maybe 3 decades. She is retiring, and so we're working on obtaining a search firm to find a CEO for WestEd. As you well know, WestEd is one of the premier research organizations, and they've done a lot of great work here in California, as well as other states such as Arizona, Nevada, and so forth. So that is all I have to report. Thank you.
Very much. Vice President Glover Woods.
Thank you, President Darling-Hammond. Just 2 quick updates. One for the Instructional Quality Commission. Member Lewis and I had an opportunity to attend the January 25th and 26th meeting. The first day was a phenomenal one for the commissioners to get to know themselves and to get to know their work. There were a lot of wonderful orientation activities, and again, kudos to the CDE staff, Dr. Torres and others for that work. We also took time to issue the oath of office to the newest commissioners as well during that time. And Lily Jarvis was selected as the chair for a one-year term. Lindsay Gotanda for vice chair will serve as vice chair. As it relates to the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, just want to share with the board that the CCEE continues to work diligently to provide support to our LEAs and others in the state. The Community Engagement Initiative is in its third year of implementation and is continuing to provide support as is designed, and they are utilizing improvement science, and they are developing a plan for community and family engagement, and currently they're supporting over 600,000 students. They are also working, CCE is also working on the Learning Acceleration Systems Grant, and there are 3 grantee projects that are contributing to those sustainable learning networks. And lastly, the CCEE is continuing to facilitate support for the statewide system of support and continuing to work to build coherence amongst all of those entities of the statewide system of support. That concludes my update for the CCEE.
Thank you. Member Lewis.
I will just add, as Vice President Glover Woods mentioned, the California Department of Education facilitated a discussion to solicit input on potential edits to the current IQC bylaws, which had not been amended since 2012. And they were given a summary of the bylaws and had the opportunity to suggest amendments, which they will bring back to the meeting next Tuesday on March the 15th. There was a lot of valuable input provided regarding the virtual meeting options for the future, and also, oh, I'm so sorry, using my PE voice. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Can you again? The members of the commission submitted suggestions for revisions to the bylaws that included amending language about the student member, and also virtual meeting options and language related to increased collaboration with the state board. It was a very rich discussion, and if the IQC determines that further edits are needed during the March meeting next week, then SBE action may take place in July instead of at our May meeting. Otherwise, they'll be brought to our May meeting. I think that's it.
Member McQuillan. And I'll remind everyone to use your mics.
Yes, I'll be brief. My report is on the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee. The overview is the Joint Pathways Advisory Committee, CWPJAC, and I'll only say that once, is a collaborative between California Department of Ed, CDE, and the California Community Colleges Chancellor's Office, CCCCO. The committee meets quarterly and works to address systems alignment policies specific to career pathways within the context of recent and future state and federal investments. And I think of the 2 electric cars I drove in to get here from way up north and who's going to work on those in the future. And I think of the problems I had on getting on the computer this morning, and the folks who are going to work on those in the future. And then our health care and my own health, my family's health, and the skills-based positions for that. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about CTE. One of the primary areas of focus for the 22-23 committee is to provide guidance on the draft California State Plan for CTE. Note, this plan is different from California's 2023 Federal Perkins 5 state plan. The plan that we're talking about aligns all state-funded CTE initiatives. The draft plan will go before the committee on March 10th. Tomorrow we have a meeting and for approval. And then the CCCCO, the Chancellor's Office, will present the approved plan as an informational item to the Board of Governors meeting. This summer, we'll kick off state level activities in support of the plan. This year, there was $300 million allocated or available for allocation from CTIG funds. In our January meeting, we approved 375 grantees, or $265 million to go out to LEAs. Because funds continue to be available, there was an 8B round, which we just approved in our consent agenda today, which was five new applicants. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Member Olken.
Thank you. So I am, one of my new assignment is I'm the liaison to environmental literacy for the state. I mentioned that briefly last month. And due to the climate experience we're having, I'm going to keep my comments about environmental literacy short. Thank you for getting the humor there. Yeah. It's been really exciting to get my arms around the work that's going on related to environmental literacy in the state. And as we come together every month, it's clearer and clearer why this work matters. And so just to give a quick framework around the type of work that's happening, there's sort of three big buckets. There's work that's related to environmental literacy itself, what students are learning, experiencing, how they're understanding the role they can play in relation to the environment and long-term sustainability. So that's sort of classroom-based, curriculum-based, experience-based. There's also work that's related to how the system of schools, think about all the buildings and buses and concrete yards that we have, can contribute in a positive way or can continue to degrade our environment. So there's sort of the bucket around buildings and grounds and the footprint of schools. And then I think a through line, and all of the work is related to environmental justice and the ways in which we need to look at the different experiences of our young people in different communities in relation to the types of environmental impacts and climate change that they're facing, the types of experiences that they're having to grow their critical thinking and their opportunities as parts of the solution. Specifically so that's the big picture. I think the part I'm supposed to be focusing on specifically is related to the first bucket, what's happening in classrooms. And so as a result of, in California, the work around environmental literacy and climate change in our classrooms has been going on a long time, but there's been some very specific work recently, most recently in the Budget Act of 2021. $6 million were appropriated. Actually, I'm not sure if that's the right language. There was $6 million set aside to create K through 12 standards-based curriculum that would be free for schools across the state in grade levels K through 12. And so I started attending the meetings that are quarterly to oversee that work and to sort of check in about where it's going. And it's really incredible work with partners around the state who are developing a unit at each grade level that will be supporting hands-on, problem-based, rich experience-based curriculum. And so I'll continue to share out on that as we continue. And then I'm going to just talk quickly about two other things. One is I'm continuing to attend and participate in meetings related to the statewide IEP template that we're working to develop, and that's incredible work with the goal of ensuring that that as a state we have a consistent way of leading, documenting, and thinking about our team meetings to support our our students with disabilities. And we have a full-day retreat coming in June to continue that work, and so I'll report out on that further. And then the last thing is when we were talking about the state seal of civic engagement, and also some of our work yesterday when we were talking about the assessments and performance tasks that are real world and get kids and young people excited about the work and seeing their relevance in the real world. It reminded me of a couple of sessions I've been to recently that were put on by the Early Math Initiative in California, led by some folks in the room, but where they're really trying to, the most recent seminar, the tagline was play more, learn more. And so it's really about how do we help students see themselves as mathematicians and scientists and problem solvers. There's an activity, there is a video there was an activity where we all built ramps and rolled things down them to show, even for our youngest learners, that they can understand and make educated guesses around complicated mathematical and scientific standards. So it's just really good stuff, and I'm excited to be part of it.
Thank you. Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
Well, yesterday I shared out quite a bit on assessments, and Member Olkin actually said a little bit about what my gem of yesterday was. So I just wanted to share out that part, which is, I always say gem because it's like the highlight of the day. My gem of the day in the assessment system should be designed to be culturally responsive and to ensure that every student can see themselves in the assessment experience, and that it guides teachers in the class on how to tailor instruction. And I loved the experience of having that study session because I think it allows all the members to participate in the experience and to give input, and we can all learn from dialogue and collaboration. So great experience.
Thank you. Member Patillo Bronson.
I'm going to try and hold to the 1 minute rule that other public comments have to do.
If we do that, we'll make it by 3.
Excellent. Two minutes. The Universal Pre-K Mixed Delivery Quality and Access Work Group has met twice now since the new year, and I'll flag 2 trends which I think are really powerful for us to consider in future meetings. One is that as focus groups were done for parents, psychological and emotional safety was named the highest priority of incoming parents, where parents themselves asked, is this a setting where my child may face the same racism or discrimination that I have faced? And that's just powerful to grapple with, especially in a 60-second format. The other thing that they have uncovered is that there are wide disparities in terms of child outcomes depending on setting. And I think it sets up thinking about the different systems of support that exist in the K-12 system that also could be brought to bear in early childhood and early learning. And then the last is a quick update on the California State Summer School for the Arts, which is, the headline is, they are back. In person this summer, they had a significant dip in enrollment and applications during the pandemic, and they came back with a roaring almost 40% increase in applicants. And will be at effectively the same enrollment numbers as they were pre-pandemic. And that brings my report to a close.
Terrific. Thank you. Lots of good news there. Member Porter.
Thank you so much, President Darling-Hammond. Good afternoon, board members and members of the public. One of my main goals as a student board member this year was to further connect student board members to each other and to educate students about ways to take initiative and full advantage of opportunities. So first, I was able to meet with over 200 students from Los Angeles Unified School District, Corona Norco Unified School District, and Fremont Unified School District to get that diverse perspective of student voices from across the state. I was also able to connect with state student board members from Pennsylvania and Maryland to discuss different methods of advocacy. Second, I presented at CASC's Region 10 conference to 58 high school students at the Orange County Office of Education, where I facilitated 2 sessions about leadership, building teams, starting nonprofits, and how to find one's passion and turn it into someone's life purpose. Lastly, one of the highlights of the past few months was being a guest teacher at the LAUSD Science Academy STEM Magnet School, where I presented to 430 middle and high school students about the intersection between science, education, and taking initiative. I received questions about my position on the SBE, ranging from how public comment shapes policy priorities from a high school senior to my favorite question from a 6th grader, can I fit in your suitcase to Sacramento? And that concludes my report.
Member Rodriguez.
Thank you. And did you bring the 6th grader?
Not this time.
We haven't checked. Good afternoon, board members and members of the public. I have a few short CTC-related updates. Last month, the CTC heard a very informative presentation from staff in West Ed on California's implementation of teacher residencies. Residencies are a collaboration between LEAs and educator preparation programs to create a hands-on preparation experience alongside a mentor teacher. And research establishes that residency-prepared teachers are better prepared to teach diverse students and are more likely to stay in the classroom. Residents in California are racially diverse and are being prepared in several credential areas, including special education. West Ed has launched a residency dashboard, and the CTC item itself has rich data on student demographics, completion rates, and stipends being provided to teacher candidates. It's very exciting that soon the CTC will select a residency TA center. The RFA is due on Friday to support statewide implementation. The CTC also reviewed and adopted the literacy program standards and teaching performance expectations for education specialists, credentialed to teach literacy to students with visual impairments, the deaf and hard of hearing. Experts and advocates for these unique learners were consulted through focus groups and came to inform the Commission staff. Incredible work in this area. It means a lot when the legislature directs the CTC to update its literacy standards. The next step in Assembly Bill 488 implementation will be preparing the new literacy performance assessment for field teaching for the myriad of credential holders who will be able to take this improved assessment of their ability to teach literacy. And this item was incredibly humbling for me, by the way. Lastly, as you know, I'm on the NASB PEP, Public Education Position Committee, and we chose the items that we'll be exploring and presenting at the conference in October in San Diego that Member Escobedo referred to. And we chose accountability, accreditation, and school improvement, rethinking state accountability systems, designing student academic and non-academic measures, developing school quality indicators, and supporting school continuous improvement. And these are national, so we come together and present these to NASB. And then the second item is high school redesign, which I'm on this team, graduation pathways, graduation requirements, and course-taking patterns, career and college readiness. The same day, right before the PEP meeting, I was invited in my role as teacher and SBE member to participate in NASB's office hours. There was a presentation by Educators Thriving, an organization in partnership with AFT has designed a survey tool to define the most predictive factors of educator well-being and help measure educator well-being to inform policies and practices to support and sustain educator well-being. The organization is working with several school districts across the country and in our state to implement professional development for educators that is meaningful and increases their well-being. And they're also working with induction programs. The presentation covered the latest survey findings, the 6 most predictive factors of educator well-being. They shared how educator wellness is important for attracting and retaining teachers, and the ways in which policymakers can use this data to inform policymaking and ensure that local districts work to ensure PD that matches what the educators need and desire. And the 6 predictors, and I'll end with this: responsive leadership, supportive culture, acceptance, adaptability, professional growth orientation, personal well-being, and absence of depletion. Thank you so much. That concludes my report.
Member Yoshimoto-Tari.
Hi, so I have 2 reports today, again brief. English learners, our regional English learner specialists were in person in Sacramento on February 15th, and they had a chance to talk about how they're going to measure their own effectiveness as it relates to the work that they're doing in the state. The OPTAL is an observation protocol to help teachers assess academic language for English learners, and we are still looking for teachers of all grade levels to help pilot that assessment, particularly Northern California and elementary teachers. So please put the word out. And then finally, the Advisory Commission on Special Education, if you have a pen, write this down. The El Dorado County Office and SELPA colleagues presented the System of Improvement leads work, and the URL is systemimprovement.org. So an LEA across the state can find their data and drill down to see the percentage of time students are spending in general education versus special education. And also there's a data center that allows LEAs to disaggregate information by multiple variables and compare performance to state indicators. So I would just encourage folks to visit that systemimprovement.org website and take a look there. And then finally, David Tofston was selected as the vice chair of the AXE. And as our own board member, Porter, demonstrates the power of youth leadership, the AXE is preparing to select 2 new student members to serve on its commission. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just reinforce that the NASB conference that you've heard about from both Francisco and Ida is open to all of our board members. So you should be hearing from NASB about that, and it will be in October in San Diego in our state. I hear from the NASB folks all the time how thrilled they are with the board members who are representing us in their various committees. So I think we can go and both learn and teach in that context. And with that, I'm going to adjourn our March 2023 State Board meeting at 3:02 p.m. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing you at our May meeting.